And for this
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
Avalanche and Flames tonight at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser?
I'm curious about guys like you. And I'm curious about guys like Nelly. How much are you paying attention to the standings right now? Unless McPickles has 6 goals in his last game, right? Or no, unless he has 5 goals in his last game and Nate doesn't score at all. Nathan MacKinnon will win the Rocket Richard Trophy. And then you have to fly to Calgary, which is not far. But you get into the hotel, sometime 1:30 a.m.-ish, something like that. Then you got to try to sleep, and then you got to try to play again. What's my key to the game? I don't know, dude. I'm tired. I'm just rambling. Just get Nate and Marty some points, man. Get them some goals.
Sets up Cale McCullough. Now Nathan MacKinnon. Can he put it in? MacKinnon moving towards the net. You bet he can! Icing on the cake for the Mac attack, Jack! And there's the 100th point of the season for Marty Necas. Only 4 Avs before him have done it. Only 8 members of the Nordiques Avalanche organization. Congratulations to Marty Necas to pick up point number 100 on the season for the Colorado Avalanche.
Avs win again. One more game Thursday, and then it is time for their postseason to start. Remember, we have really 2 things that we're looking at on any of these given nights. The fact that the Avs are still winning is actually much different from where they were in the 21-22 season. Remember, they lost, I think it was 6-7 or something like that down the stretch because they just kind of didn't care. And I thought that might have happened with them now. And it hasn't. They have continued to keep at least, I'm not saying it's been great hockey out of them, but they've played a decent brand, I'll say, especially on the defensive side. When the Avs go out back-to-back games in Canada against at least one, against one team that had interest in winning, and you give up a combined 2 goals in those 2 games, I think it's impressive for both your goaltenders that played and then defensively what you did. But But I think Moser was right. At this point, you don't really care about the points and what it does for you in the standings because that doesn't matter. You've already locked in the one. What does matter is maybe try and get a couple of guys some milestones. And in the case of Marty Natchez, it's really funny how it all worked out towards the end of the game. You got a 2-1 lead, and you could tell they were trying to feed certain people when it was an empty net towards the end, and luckily they had Marty start the breakout, gave it to Kale over to Nate, Nate finishes it, so not only does Nate add another tally onto his resume, Natchez gets his first 100-point season. And now you have two guys in both Nathan MacKinnon, who is third right now in the NHL in points with 127, and you have Nachos, who is at 100 on the year. Two different guys with 100 points. Doesn't happen all that often. Pretty rare occurrence, even for how great the Avs have been throughout their franchise's history. It is not an easy feat to accomplish by any means. In fact, Brendan McNicholas had this after the game. Martin Natchez reaches 100 points for the first time in his career. The 9th player in franchise history to reach that mark. Only 3 other times have 2 Avalanche players finished with 100-plus points. It was Nate and Mikko who did it twice in 23-24 and 22-23. It was Sakic and Forsberg in 95-96. And I think this puts in perspective, I, like many of you, when the trade initially went down, was very confused. Trading one of the best players in franchise history, Mikko Rantanen, to acquire some guys that you thought might be pretty good, not really sure. But you're trading somebody who would have his name in the rafters one day, and you're doing that while your team's trying to compete for a championship. Well, what's the result? The result is you got a player who is just as effective as Mikko was, plays maybe a more similar brand and more fitting brand side by side with Nathan MacKinnon. Both of them really, really skate. But you add on top of that Drury some other pieces that were allowed to happen because of the money that you'd save instead of getting Mikko. At that time, he was asking for like $14 million a year. It allowed you flexibility. And it's a credit to the Avs for sticking to their guns and being like, we are not going to be bullied into this for fear of what would happen if you leave. We are going to go out and be proactive and make something happen. And that's exactly what they did. So not only do you have Marty Natchez joining MacKinnon as 2 guys that have 100-point seasons on the same team, that goal last night gets MacKinnon to 53. Caulfield, now with 1 game, they have 1 game remaining, or was that it? Caulfield's at 51. And that all seals up MacKinnon leading the league in goals, and he's still got a game left. The question is he even going to play tomorrow night? Which I think that's a question for a lot of different guys. It was good to see McCarr get back in the lineup, though. Again, they wanted to get him a couple of games before this playoff run just to get his feet back under him. Not that Cale Makar needs all that much time to get his game back together, but if you get the opportunity to get a little bit more in the rhythm, get your legs moving, it's always a good thing. I would assume that he's probably going to go in the last game of the year. And look, most of these guys are. You can't just go out and bench everybody. You don't have the bodies nor the cap space to do it. But who would you choose if you had to is the question. My guess is probably Blackwood's going to get another start on Thursday too. Maybe. The nice thing here is with the full schedule of the Nuggets and T-Wolves series coming out, you're pretty much guaranteed to know what the schedule is going to look like for the Avs. So here's what it looks like for the Nuggets and T-Wolves. So they play Saturday, obviously, at Ball Arena. They play Monday at Ball Arena. Then they have 2 days off. They play Thursday in Minnesota, Saturday in Minnesota. Come back Monday at Ball, Thursday again, Minnesota, Saturday at Ball Arena. That's all like 5, 6, 7 games if necessary, all that different stuff. But that's what the schedule looks like, which tells me you're pretty much guaranteed the Avs are going to have a Sunday, Tuesday at Ball Arena. You're going to have 4 straight nights, home playoff games. Saturday Nuggets, Sunday Avs, Monday Nuggets, Tuesday Avs. It's the only way I see this working. So, I got my baby monitor on again. She's crying. Hang on, I got to turn this off. You don't need to hear baby Boval crying during this.
She's just crying because she took the heat on the money line last night. So,
yeah,
lost some cash on that last second thriller.
You know what? I tell you, 2 really good games. You know, for as much as we thought nobody was going to care about the play-in and that people are going to sleepwalk through those games, didn't feel like it to me. You had an OT thriller between the Hornets and the Heat, in which the Hornets do win last-second sort of shot. Weird stuff going on in the middle of that game as LaMelo Ball is, like, grabbing Bam Adebayo's leg as he's lying on the floor. He's trying to run by him. Like, it pissed off a lot of guys on the Heat. They probably should have. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know why guys do this all the time in the NBA, some different characters. Your usual suspects, we'll call them. Lou Dort, one of the guys. It's always like when something always happens with you, you aren't a victim of circumstance. You're bringing this upon yourself.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Well, what does he mean by beat? Because if he means hammered in the face with elbows, then he does that a lot. And I don't know what you can do to counter that. But he tries to grab like Bam as he's running by him last night. Bam trips up. I don't understand what LaMelo was doing. LaMelo, by the way, was awful in that game, and still they found a way to win. I know he scored 30 and he had 10 assists, but he's 12 of 31 from the field and 2 of 16 from 3. And they still found a way to win. Why? Because the Heat just aren't very good. Now, gave him a run, but just not that great. On the other side, I'm kind of shocked that Portland found a way to beat Phoenix. Now, how this works, Phoenix, whoever came out of this game was going to have another opportunity to win and make the postseason. But you think about Devin Booker and Jalen Green, even guys like Dylan Brooks and Royce O'Neal. They played that game at home last night and got beat by Portland despite the fact that Portland only put up 18 points in the third quarter. Phoenix had an opportunity to sort of run away with it, and they didn't. So, we'll see what happens from here, but Phoenix is kind of on the ropes. But I was surprised last night that you got 2 really competitive games in the play-in that were fun. No, again, I'm watching the Avs, and I'm watching, pretty emotionless just because the points don't matter. What was that old show? Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Where everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what you're looking at. And here's what's funny is that one thing I do like to do is kind of put the side-by-sides of where the Avs are now and where they were the year that they won the Cup. Remember, the year they won the Cup, they had 119 points. You are sitting currently at 119 points with a chance to do more than that. One more game on the slate on Thursday. They have 54 total wins this year. They had 56 in the year that they won the Cup. 19 losses in regulation. The year they won the Cup, they have 16 this year. 47 rows this year. 46 the year they won the Cup. 47 regulation wins. 46 the year they won the Cup. 52 rows the year they won. And 50 now. It's very, very similar what they've been doing all year long. The biggest difference to me is they're scoring goals at a similar pace of what they did the year that they won. 300 goals scored so far this year with one game left. They scored 312 the year they won the Cup. But here's the bigger stat to me. They allowed 234 in 2022. They're at 203. If you had to choose, would you give away just a couple of goals to be 30 off the pace from the year that you won? Yeah, I think I'd make that trade. Because now you don't have to ask your offense to go out and score 4 to 5 goals every night. Not that they had to do that in 2022 either, but that's the difference that I'm talking about between that year they had good goaltending. This year, they have great goaltending with Scott Wedgwood. And I know a lot of people were taking some shots at him at the time. Blackwood's been playing pretty well recently, too. He's had, this last game against Calgary was great. Actually, both games that he played against Calgary were great. I thought he was good against Vegas. Just took it to OT and they found a way to put one in. I thought he was good against St. Louis. Certainly good enough to win the game. So you have a mixture of options here. Now, we usually have Bednar join us at 8 o'clock on Wednesdays. Not going to happen today. He's still recovering from taking a puck in the face that broke his face. So we will not have him. But we will have rising ESPN superstar EJ. He will join us at 8 o'clock this morning, Erik Johnson. So stay tuned for that. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right. Talked about this, the idea of this upcoming playoff series against whoever it will be. Seemingly coming like Sunday, Tuesday. That feels like where it's going to have to be for the Avs to start their series because the full schedule of the Nuggets and T-Wolves has come out. They'll play Saturday and Monday at Ball Arena for games 1 and 2, which leaves Sunday, Tuesday on the table. Couldn't start earlier than that, and it certainly wouldn't start later. So that looks like the sweet spot for them. So you have 4 straight days of the playoffs. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday would be my assumption. The question is, who are they going to play against? I have been looking at the standings every night. And what I notice is the Kings, who did lose yesterday to the Canucks, they did lose 4-3 in overtime, so they pick up a point. Here's why all of this matters. All of those situations that we were trying to run through, which is, could you play the Kings? Could you play the Mammoth? Could you play the Ducks? And could you play the Edmonton Oilers? All of that is still on the table with a game left for everybody. Yeah, I feel like an Arctic blast now, Nelly. Did it just kick up? So here, by the way, here's what we're dealing with right now. I haven't worn like sweatpants in a long time because it's been so warm outside. I've looked at the weather. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit chilly. I'll wear sweatpants. I walk in the studio today, and it's a sauna in here. Nelly, back me up. This studio was boiling hot.
No, it was tropical, and it also feels a little warm in the control room. And usually it's the other way. Usually, especially on my side of the glass where we have all this important equipment, it is usually Arctic in here, which is why I always bring a sweatshirt, even in the heat of the summer.
But I walked in, I was like, what the hell is going on? And we aren't in control. Each room has a thermostat, but it doesn't do anything. So I was like, you know what? I got to go. My ass is sweating at 6:15 in the morning. There has to be something done about this. And I propped open the door, and the second I started speaking, it sounds like I have a 747 now over my head cooling this room, which I'm cool with.
I heard the same sound, and I wonder if someone in the building finally complained to the right person, because it's not just us. You went to Cool 105.
No, I went to Mix,
and they were sweating too. There's some overlord somewhere, either in the building or in a different building somewhere that's not here, that controls all the thermostats.
Well, I've heard this. Guys, help me. If you got like a desk job, and I know there's always like a big discussion and complaint about what the temperature of the building should be. You know, what is it? Do women want the building hotter?
Yeah, women are always cold.
Yes, they want it hotter,
buildings.
And men typically want it colder. And there's always like that wrestling thing back and forth, right? Never really had to deal with that because I'm in a box by myself. But I want to know who the AC overlord is, and I want to have a conversation with you. But thank you for kicking this back on. Anyway.
Well, quickly, one last thing on that. I think I told you. So in our old studio, we actually could control the thermostat. And I remember, I think it was the first game of the Avalanche Nashville playoff series when they ended up winning the Stanley Cup. You remember it was that first round they swept Nashville. I think I was producing game 1, and I was sitting in the control room, and I was so cold. I was damn near shivering. And that was May? It was really, it wasn't the winter. And so I was going, what's going on here? So I walk over to the wall, and I took the thermostat, and I just cranked it. I think I cranked it up to 80-something.
And you killed it.
And then I was sitting back there behind the board, and then I realized, I think I know what's happening. I think I'm getting sick. And I was coming down with the plague.
No.
Because you know when your body's a bunch of different temperatures at the same time. So I was freezing, but it was not cold. So I turned that studio up to a sauna to try and push through.
Texture says, I work in a high school, and the district controls the temperature, and it's through the facilities director. They literally control most buildings' temperature through some online app. Well, I want access to this app.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa, fix the temperature in here.
Anyway, back to business. They have 4 different teams that they could play here still, with all of them a game left Edmonton, Anaheim, Utah, LA. The only thing that yesterday did, it eliminated the opportunity, which was unlikely to start with, that Vegas would drop all the way to a 2 seed somehow. But it was really, really outside shot possible. So now, the Kings, who now got their 20th point out of an overtime loss, 20th, are sitting at 90. Anaheim, who has been on the struggle bus for a while, goes out last night. They lose 3-2 to Minnesota. They are stuck at 90. But they have the tiebreaker over the Kings. So if Anaheim loses and the Kings win, those two flip. If Anaheim wins and the Kings win and Edmonton loses, Edmonton all of a sudden becomes the number 2 wild card. And I don't know what the tiebreaker is between Utah and the Kings and everybody else. I don't know how that works. But those are your possibilities. And make no mistake about this, I think the Avs take care of anybody that we have just mentioned. But it is a different flavor to each one of those series. Like, if you got Edmonton, I'm not scared that you would lose to Edmonton, but I'd rather not deal with Nick Pickles. Somebody else can handle that. That's fine. But if the season were to end today, you're playing the Kings, but it doesn't end today. Each one of those teams has a game left, and they could flip in a million different sort of scenarios. In the case of the Nuggets, here's what I think is really interesting. I have been watching national pundits talking about that series. And I am very, very confused on how confident people are about the Nuggets against the T-Wolves. And I don't know if that confidence stems from people believing in the Nuggets or disbelieving in Minnesota. I do think that Minnesota is not as good as they were a couple of years ago. I think they have had trouble getting to the level that they were even when they had that Twin Towers lineup with Cat and Gobert. It feels a lot more like a one-man show now. Julius Randle doesn't have the same sort of impact that Karl Anthony Towns did, albeit like he's a good player, not taking anything away from him. But Cat was a little bit more dynamic, I felt like. They're still rough and tumble and physical and all of that stuff. What they need to do is not allow the T-Wolves to get into the heads of anybody on the Nuggets. And I think that applies directly to Joker. Joker he's a very strong player in a lot of different ways, but mentally, he's very strong. The one thing that really does frustrate him that doesn't have to do with refs is when they go with that smaller guy on him and they just start poking. Because the frustration comes from this. He knows he's not going to get a call from a guy who's half his size. And this is kind of what the league's become. If you're a big guy, you're going to have to deal with the punishment that you get. If you're a small guy and you get breathed on, then we're going to blow the whistle. I'm sure they're going to employ some of those tactics to try and get him off his game, but I don't think that's going to work. I think he's been dealing with this for pretty much this entire year, and he's going to have a plan to navigate it because Jokic always does. I am excited about the possibility of what the Nuggets can be. I am nervous that they won't quite get there. And I think Minnesota, a lot of this nervous energy from a lot of Nuggets fans, including myself, that stems, it feels to me, from recent history. It stems from Game 7. And I don't like to use past histories in relating to current games. Like if the Nuggets matched up with a fully healthy Laker team, you have had the Lakers number for going on, 3 years? I don't think that matters if you were playing against a healthy Luka and Austin Reeves and LeBron and everybody else. I think that team is better than what they were a couple years ago, but now they're hurt. I don't like to use the past history stuff, and I think right now, you put these two teams on paper side by side, I don't think there's any question on who's better. The Nuggets are better. But the Nuggets don't always play to that standard. What I'm hoping is there is no more time for you to blank around. It's time to go. And maybe they won't have these moments in games where they're just straight up taking a nap on the floor and they're allowing a 40-point quarter because they didn't really care at that time. Hopefully that's out the window. And if it is, then I think the Nuggets are dangerous. Like, think about this for a second. The amount of shows that I watched yesterday of them talking about the playoffs overall, but some matchups and Nuggets and T-Wolves and what the Nuggets can do. Out of all of the talking heads around here, guess what, Nelly? I saw a clip. My wife just got a brand new TV, so I'm setting this whole thing up. And I turn it on. The first thing that comes on is Fox Sports 1. And it comes in exactly at the time that Nick Wright is talking about this series. And I'm like, all right, what is this guy going to say? They go to him. It was Broussard saying, I think the Nuggets win, but Minnesota can give them trouble. And he goes, I actually disagree with you, Brew. And I thought he was going to go down the lines of, well, he's picking the T-Wolves to upset the Nuggets. Wow, I'm so surprised. You know what he said? He said he would be shocked if the T-Wolves won this series. Shocked. He also said for the Nuggets to make the finals, they would need to go through Minnesota, San Antonio, and OKC, and he thinks they can do it. He goes, that would be an all-time historic run to a finals, and he thinks the Nuggets are good enough to do so. And even I was like, well, that's a step too far even for me. I think the Nuggets have a shot. But that's a lot to run through. It's really a matter of health. Like I've said in regards to the Avs and Nuggets in what I think their championship odds are, to me, it feels like the Nuggets' health is the only thing that will give them an opportunity to win the championship. If they stay healthy, it's the only way they have a chance. But I'm talking, if they have one injury, I feel like it could throw things totally out of whack. And I'm talking about an injury to like a top 6 player. 6, 7, 8 player, whatever. Don't you do those hands, Nelly? I know you thought about it.
I think we're past that. Are we still 6-7ing or is that done?
I think even the kids who did the 6-7 are now with 6-7.
I think it had its 15 minutes of fame. And also,
I take that back. I took baby Jamal Kale to an Easter egg hunt Easter weekend, and some kid was saying 6-7 repeatedly. So I guess it's not done.
No, because he's stupid. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to. No, that's like a 5-year-old. I can't say that about a 5-year-old.
Well, anytime that you.
I mean, all 5-year-olds are by definition stupid. They don't know anything, and that's fine. It's what makes them cute.
They would lose to the Bear in Scrabble, probably, yes. But what I was going to say is anytime you talk about this matchup with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves and you just keep saying the Nuggets are better, all I hear in my head every time is this.
I'm better. I'm stronger. I'm Batman.
They are.
Malkovich? Really?
On paper, they are better. But when it comes to like your odds to win a title, the only way the Nuggets have a shot is if they stay healthy, and that's a long stretch of games. My guess is if you got to go through Minnesota, San Antonio, and OKC, it ain't going to be 20 games. So we're talking 25, 26, I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark of you getting to a championship. Staying healthy over that length, especially for this team that couldn't do that 25 games, that's like a third of the year. Think about how many games were missed in a third of the season for the Nuggets. But I think it's the only shot they have. The Avs are different. Injuries are the only thing that would keep them from winning a title. I think that's it. There is nobody. When I say I think the Nuggets are better than the T-Wolves, they're better than that team. The Avs are better than everybody. There isn't a single team that's on their level. Dallas can try and claim that if they want to. And I know you had your struggles with Dallas, and Dallas would be the closest thing to it. You're better than Dallas, too. It might be marginal as compared to most other teams in the league, but you are better. The only thing that would keep them from winning is injuries. And that's how important that is during the postseason. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. The max would be 21 games, Brett. Not if they win the championship. That's what I'm getting at. They played 20 games total, including winning the title. You go through Minnesota, San Antonio, OKC, you still have one more left to win a title. And I'm assuming not every series is going 7 games. But all I'm saying is it's going to be a lot more difficult than it was the first go-around. Texture says, have the Nuggets gone 10 straight games without an injury this year? I don't know that off the top of my head. My assumption would be no. Like maybe they've gone 10 straight games where somebody didn't leave the lineup, but they've benched guys due to injury management. Perhaps. It's such an important factor in this for the Nuggets to even be quasi-competitive. Texter asks, is Bednar on today? He will not be on with us, but in his place at 8 o'clock, rising ESPN superstar Erik Johnson will be. So he will join us at 8 instead of the coach.
Denver.
As coach is still, I think, he's still recovering from the puck he took to the face. I wonder if he's going to be on the benches for tomorrow is the main question. So
he's day-to-day with an upper body injury.
Exactly right. Nuggets are in the playoffs, and Game 1 is Saturday against the T-Wolves at Ball Arena. Tickets and all the information you need about the team and the playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. You don't want to miss a second of this series. Back after this.
I'm better. I'm stronger. I'm Batman.
Mike Jones. I have two things for you real quick, but a texter says the Orioles coach got smoked by a foul ball in the face and was in the dugout innings later. No more stories about hockey guys being tough. I can tell you, if he suffered multiple facial fractures and a corneal abrasion, I don't think the Orioles manager is back in the dugout right after that. I don't think so. Again, your face is broken near your eyeball. Take a few days. I still am curious. I wish we were talking to Bednar today because I wanted to ask him. I was like, how do you watch the games? Because me and Moser were talking about this for a second yesterday. He was there was one instance, I don't know if it was a game or a couple of games, but there was one stretch where Bednar he was not on the benches during a game. And if I remember correctly, I think that was during COVID times where he was in protocol. And I asked him, when you watch the game, do you allow yourself to do some fist bumps and stuff like that? And he's like, yeah, I'll do that at home. But I wanted to figure that out. But we won't talk to him today. We'll talk to Erik Johnson at 8 o'clock. I know this isn't like sour grapes or anything, but this team has dealt with this over and over again. Matt Duchene called out the NHL's playoff format, arguing divisional system forces top teams to be into early matchups, and that needs to be fixed, is what he said. And it's true. I got to tell you, though, when I'm sitting at the top of the mountain looking down at all the other guys, don't really care this year. Have fun, Dallas. I mean, I know that they've played this game with the Avs over and over again. The Avs have been in this position, but when you're at the top of the heap, all of a sudden, I don't have as much of an issue with this playoff format when I'm sitting up here at the number 1 seed. If I'm the number 2, if I'm the number 3, I hate it. But it gives you, here's the thing, man, it gives the 1 a really big advantage. I mean, think about this for a second. Nelly, if the 2 best teams, who are the 2 best teams in the Western Conference in basketball right now? It's OKC and San Antonio. Imagine if you're OKC, and in the first round, either the Nuggets or the Thunder were eliminated. Guaranteed. Guaranteed one of them. It's a pretty big advantage for you. It removes somebody from the equation. It's one of the reasons why I think it's so shocking that San Antonio didn't win that final game against the Nuggets. They had a chance to push Denver to the opposite side of that bracket and not have to go through them if they wanted to win a championship. Now they have to, assuming that the Nuggets win. Which, again, I think is a pretty big assumption, but if you're judging by odds, it says the Nuggets should go through. Here's another stat for you, just in the other sport. I gave you earlier that 200-point players on the same team has happened only 4 times in Avalanche history. Mikko and MacKinnon did it twice. Sakic and Forsberg did it once. Now, MacKinnon and Natchez become the 4th pair to do it. The Nuggets have something similar. According to our guy, Jake Coyne, there have been 2 different sets of teammates in NBA history to make 223s each on 40% or better in the same season. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry did it 6 times. The only other pair of people to do that is Jamal Murray and Tim Hardaway Jr. How about that? Now, I'm not going to say it is Steph and Klay level, but they're the only ones who have ever sniffed it. 3-point shooting, incredibly important in the postseason. You won a championship actually without it. It's not so much that they shot poorly from three, they just didn't shoot a lot 3 years ago when they won the title. But you have the ability now of a whole bunch of different people within that lineup, whether it's Jamal, whether it's Hardaway, whether it's Cam Johnson now, whether it's AG who's improved his shot, whether it's Joker who's still shooting around 40%, whether it's Peyton Watson, who, if healthy, is a huge impact player and shoots the three pretty consistently. There's a bunch of guys that can knock down shots from the outside for you. And it does provide a great equalizer. You can do a lot of different things well over the course of a basketball game and have that undone by a team who gets hot from three. But you have another one of those sort of like, hey, it's another sort of all-time matchup deal with what the Nuggets have put together between Murray and Hardaway. To the diamond last night. Really good start for the Rocks. They get a home run from Hunter Goodman in the first inning. They follow that up with 2 more runs in the second. They have a 3-0 lead. And then Michael Lorenzen continued to give up hits. He's had a really rough go at it early in his Rockies career. Really only one start that I would say was decent. His first outing against the Marlins, it was 4 1/3, 3 earned, 7 hits. Second outing, it was 3. This was the home opener, I think. 3 innings against the Phillies, 9 earned runs, 12 hits. He then had a good start against Houston the first time, where he went 5 2/3, giving up just 1 run, and then 2 2/3 last night, 7 runs given up. Not great from Lorenzen to start this, and that proved to be too much. The 6-run third that Houston scored gave them 7 runs, and they won the game 7-6 as the Rockies tried to make a late push. Couldn't do it. So the Rockies went from 500 at 6-6 to now losers of 5 straight at 6-11. They got to turn that around in a hurry. But a whole bunch to get to today. Again, EJ will join us at 8 o'clock instead of Coach Bednar. He's going to take another day to rest that face. But you can head on out to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University in Ohio for chili ones tomorrow from 3 to 5. You can meet Tyson Berry and John Mitchell. I'll be there. And sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets, tastings, and giveaways on site. And we'll see you at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3 o'clock, heading into the Nuggets' final regular season game of the year, where they'll have clarity on who their opponent will be. Now, a texter said they were talking on the broadcast last night that it's between the Kings and the Ducks for who the Avs are going to play. But what doesn't make sense to me is Edmonton's in that discussion. The Kings have 90 points. The Ducks have 90 points. Edmonton has 91. If Anaheim and the Kings both win and Edmonton loses, then Edmonton would have the least amount of points. So I don't get how they aren't at least factored into this discussion. Now they're playing Vancouver, so you would assume they aren't going to lose that game. But, I mean, we just watched the Spurs, who played everybody but Wemby, go against a Nuggets team that played really nobody, and they lost. So who knows? Crazier things have happened, but we got a lot more to break down in just a second. You can watch a show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the... Sorry, almost did the read. Not going to do that. No more reads for you. YouTube is also available to you. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, including that Altitude daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. So, another Avs win, but important milestone day for them as Marty Necas gets to 100 points And Nathan MacKinnon seals up the Rocket Richard Trophy. We get to all of that. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
Avalanche and Flames tonight at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser?
I'm curious about guys like you. And I'm curious about guys like Nelly. How much are you paying attention to the standings right now? Unless McPickles has 6 goals in his last game, right? Or no, unless he has 5 goals in his last game and Nate doesn't score at all. Nathan MacKinnon will win the Rocket Richard Trophy. And then you have to fly to Calgary, which is not far. But you get into the hotel, sometime 1:30 a.m.-ish, something like that. Then you got to try to sleep, and then you got to try to play again. What's my key to the game? I don't know, dude. I'm tired. I'm just rambling. Just get Nate and Marty some points, man. Get him some goals.
Nate just is there. Sends it off from McCarr. He'll find MacKinnon. MacKinnon will look in. He will shoot and score. And there it is. Marty Natchez, the second assist. He's got a 100-point season. And his teammates mob him on the near side. It took until 16.9 seconds left in game 81, but he gets it. Natchez to McCarr to MacKinnon, who scores his 53rd, and the Avs have put this one away.
Well, after all that rambling from Moser, they finally did what he was talking about, which is get Marty his point, get MacKinnon his goal, and all worked out perfectly with an empty netter at the end of the game. Moj, I don't know if he's here or not. He got in at 2:47 a.m., so perhaps he's catching a little bit more shut-eye.
What's my key to the game? I don't know, dude. I'm tired.
Vic is off today as he is taking care of some things, but we'll await Moser's arrival. Again, what I think is amazing about last night is that you get this really great combination of you don't have anything to play for, neither does Calgary for that matter. You do, with a win last night, tie your point total from the year that you won the Cup in 2022 at 119, but it does feel a lot like, let's make sure our guys take care of their business in the same way that you let Joker play the final game of the regular season for the Nuggets when no other starters played, solely because of, well, you got some personal things on the line, so make sure you stay up for those. You get just a perfect little empty net. Nate just handles the puck, fires it over to Kale to Nate. Nate finishes. Everybody's happy. Everybody gets their stuff. I thought it's awesome. If you guys missed it earlier, the quote here, or the stat from Brendan McNichols from the Avs. Martin Natchez reaches 100 points for the first time in his career, the 9th player in franchise history to reach that mark. Only 3 other times have 2 Avalanche players finished with 100 points each in a season. MacKinnon and Mikko did it twice. They did it in 2023, 2024, and 2022, 2023. The only other pair was Sakic and Forsberg in the 95-96 season. And now Natchez and MacKinnon become the 4th in franchise history to do it. And it's fun to kind of look back. I am first to admit, when the Avs made the trade and gave away Mikko Rantanen, it is so rare to see a team trade a player of the caliber of Mikko, knowing that Mikko Rantanen is likely a guy, if he were to play his whole career in Colorado, have his name in the rafters, be an all-timer, all that different stuff. To trade somebody who is that caliber when you're in the middle of a championship window is crazy. And at the time, I was confused. I know that they were going through contractual things. I just never thought for a godforsaken second that they'd even remotely entertain the idea of trading a player like that while they're in the place they're in. They make the move and, in essence, acquire a player that is of the same caliber as Mikko Rantanen, that has a style of game that fits with him and MacKinnon maybe better than Rantanen's did. You're probably splitting hairs when you're making that comparison, but it's close. And not only that, you get a guy like Jack Drury in a trade. It opens up more cap space to acquire other people. Like, it ends up being the entirely correct move in the long term. But I think that Martin Necas, he's got some proving to do in the postseason. We all kind of know that. But for the caliber of player that you've gotten in return, and I have no doubt that he will continue this great play, heading into what I believe is going to be a Sunday and Tuesday matchup. We just got the full sort of slate for the Nuggets and the T-Wolves series. The Nuggets are going to be at Ball Arena Saturday and Monday, then Monday the 27th, if necessary, for a Game 5, and then May the 2nd, if necessary, for a Game 7 against Minnesota. The only logical thing that now makes sense is whoever the Avs are going to play, which is still up in the air, they will do that. It has to be Sunday, Tuesday. So you're going to get Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, 4 straight days of playoff games, it feels like, at Ball Arena. Now, the times on these games, if you remember, Denver is treated as if they are a team that plays in San Francisco. So on Saturday, we get lucky. We get the game that's in the little matinee at 1:30 in the afternoon. The Monday game is scheduled to start at 8:30. And then when they go to Minnesota, it's Central Time. It eases up a little bit. The Game 3 start time is 7:30, and Game 4 is 6:30. So we have the full schedule for them. But the only thing that makes sense here is that the Avs start their playoff series at Ball Arena on Sunday and have Game 2 on Tuesday. Now, who they play is a huge question. Here's what it looks like as of right now. All of these teams with one game left to play. The Edmonton Oilers are at 91 points. Anaheim's at 90. Utah's at 92. The Kings are at 90 as well. And I think that Utah is not in contention for that final wild card spot. I don't think they can move down because of tiebreakers. So I think this is Oilers, Ducks, and Kings is what this comes down to. And the only way the Oilers drop to that is if they, number one, lose, and both teams get a win between Anaheim and LA. I mean, most likely scenario, it's basically a 2-horse race between the Ducks and the Kings is what feels like it's going to happen. And at this point, who knows who you want to play? Anaheim has been just straight up ridiculously awful to close the year. They have in the last 9 games, won one of them. That's it. At the same time, the Kings, who have been playing better, they're 7-1-2 in their last 10. They still only have 22 regulation wins on the year. They have totaled, as they did yesterday, getting another point by losing in overtime. That number's up to 20 for them now on the year. 20. Out of 90 points this year, 20 of them have been racked up with overtime L's. They've gathered another 9 from shootout losses. I mean, you're talking about a third of their points are coming from losses this season. It's not necessarily a team that would scare you. But that's sort of what the matchups look like for when this thing starts, likely on Sunday and Game 2 on Tuesday. Texture says, you can't say entirely correct if they don't win the cup, talking about the trade with Mikko and Necas. Mikko and Nate won a cup. True. But I think there's a strong argument to be made that if you paid Mikko the money that Dallas is even paying him, which I think that the Avs offered, because I think he's at 12 a year now. but he was asking the Avs for 14. Let's say that he got 13. I don't know. You don't have the flexibility to acquire some of the players that you've acquired. Naz Kadri does not come back. I don't know if you have the amount of money to go get a guy like Brock Nelson. Like you become entirely dependent on your top core of players. And, from the amount of times that we have talked to Bednar, and we won't talk to him today, he's still recovering from having his face broken. So in his place, we're going to have Erik Johnson joining us at 8 o'clock. The rising star of the worldwide leader. So he will join us at 8 o'clock this morning instead of the coach. But we've talked to Bednar enough where he says when it comes to the playoffs, there is no substitute for depth. And I think the strongest argument that you could make to how the Avs won the Cup 4 years ago was that they were deeper than everybody else that they played. They trotted out their third and fourth lines that had Coglianos on there and Darren Helms, and they beat the hell out of the other team because they just didn't have that. And I think you find yourself in a situation this year very similar to 4 years ago from that standpoint. And I think the only way that you get there is by being very judicious with who gets money and who doesn't, and having sort of hard lines in the sand, even for great players on this team. I've always said the biggest mistake I think Mikko made in his negotiations here before they traded for Natchez, he thought he was part of the blank check community, that he was in the Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar tier. Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar come up to the Avs. They say a number, they get the number. You don't negotiate with them. He thought he was in that, and he wasn't. He was close, but not quite. And the Avs stuck to their guns, make the trade. It allowed a couple of other things from a flexibility standpoint to come out, and now all of a sudden you've got a deep team again. Texture says, same situation as MPJ. Exactly right. It is nothing against MPJ the player. MPJ the player helped you win a championship. But you would have been totally reliant on like a core 4 guys to do all the work for you, where it didn't allow what the Nuggets have this year, which is Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown and Valanciunas when you want to use them, and a whole bunch of other stuff that you can throw into the mix. You don't want to be Dolly Parton. Top heavy. You want to have that perfect hourglass, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You want to be even. You want to be able to trot out bench guys and know that they're going to kick ass. It's the same thing the same way I would say that the Thunder won. The Thunder won, yes, because they have one of the top players in the world. That's a necessity if you want to win a championship for almost anybody. But having the depth to throw out there, the Oklahoma City Thunder have 2 guys named Jalen Williams, and they're both good. That's always nice. But the Avs have navigated this in, I think, such a great way that at the end of the year, you're focused kind of on getting guys a couple of milestones before the playoffs start. Now, I don't know what Thursday is going to look like when they play tomorrow, the final game of the year. Literally nothing on the line. I think most of the milestones are taken care of already. This might be a game in which you sit MacKinnon down if he wants to. Now, you can't sit everybody, but I'm telling you, they're going to have options heading into tomorrow. So 303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere in the world on that Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Again, no Bednar at 8 o'clock, but we will have in his place Erik Johnson joining the program. So stay tuned for that. Stick around. I'm only all by myself for a moment. It's just a moment. We're waiting for Moser. He's got to get some sleep. He got in at 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday. He's going to be fine. Vic's off today. This happens. I did 4-hour shows in Lincoln, Nebraska in June. Okay? I know how to do this. It's just talking. And let's continue to. Erik Johnson will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. One thing that I really noticed is, and it struck me in a very, very odd way. I have been not the nervous Nelly, sorry, Steve, but I have been a skeptic, I think is a more accurate way to put it, on the Nuggets in what they can accomplish. And I've not been skeptical on whether they're good. I know they're good. On paper, it's as good of a Nuggets roster as they've had maybe ever. But there's a difference between having that and then behaving like that. The Oklahoma City Thunder have a really good roster, and they behave that way. The Nuggets too often, I just think, haven't. They have they've played up and down in competition. They've had a lot of moments where injuries have derailed maybe some momentum that they've gained. But I don't know what to expect from them when the postseason rolls along. I do think they'll get past Minnesota. I don't know anything beyond that. And what's really interesting for me to hear, as my wife gets this new TV yesterday, so it's one of these Fire TVs, and I got to go out and I got to, log into all these apps and get the DirecTV hooked up and all this different stuff. And the first thing that happens when I hook up this TV with DirecTV is I turn on the dish and FS1 is on. And I'm seeing First Things First with Nick Wright and Chris Broussard, and they're discussing the Nuggets and Minnesota Timberwolves matchup. And I'm hearing Chris Broussard say, yeah, I think the Nuggets are going to win, but the T-Wolves are going to pose a big problem for them, and then it's going to be a battle. And I go, yeah, I think I largely agree with that. And then they go, what do you think, Nick Wright? And he goes, I totally disagree with you, Brew. And I was expecting him to say something along the lines of, I think the Nuggets are in some trouble, and I think that Minnesota wins this series. Do you know what he said? Nick Wright, of all people, said, I would be shocked if the T-Wolves won the series. He said, I would be as shocked as the Lakers pulling the upset in the first round against Houston, given what they're missing. And even I don't go that far with this series. He then went on to say that for the Nuggets to get to the NBA Finals, they would have to go through Minnesota, San Antonio, and OKC. And he said, and I think they can do it, which would be an all-time historic run to a Finals. And I had to question myself. I'm like, the dude who has been public enemy number one in this town for years, and look, he's come around on the Jokic thing because he had to, because Jokic proved every doubter out there wrong. So he's come around on this. But I was like, if that guy has this level of confidence in this team, then what am I missing? I was questioning myself, my own internal dialogue. Why do I feel the way that I do about the Nuggets? And I think the answer is I've watched them more closely than he has. But secondly, I haven't been able to witness this team at full strength, fully healthy all year. And the idea of having a grind in which this will not be a 20-game run to a championship. Let's just say that the Nuggets do win the title again this year. It's going to take like 24. Hell, it might take more than that. And I'm saying 24 games out of an 82-game season would be, it's somewhere in the ballpark, we'll call it 30% of the year. Take any 30% stretch of the season, any 24-game stretch of the Nuggets season, and tell me how many guys have been missing from the lineup. That's my concern. It isn't even with the talent. It's not with roster construction. I think they've done a great job. But can they keep guys healthy? The only way the Nuggets get to a place where they are competing for a championship is if you tell me that this team is healthy all the way through. And I don't know. That's hard for me to believe. That's like saying to me, hey, the Broncos running game, what do you feel about it? I feel great. Until J.K. Dobbins inevitably gets hurt, because that's what always happens to him. And whenever I say something like this, it sounds like you're denigrating the person you're talking. I'm not. It's no player's fault that they're hurt. But I can't deny the fact that it is a likely reality in the world that I live in with the Nuggets right now is 24 games to get to a championship again with this team mostly healthy is a foreign idea. It's not something that I can put full faith and trust in. And so that's the difficulty that I'm having. It is not about the team. I'll give you a stat that I think is pretty mind-blowing about what's different about this year's team than years past. Something they are doing better than they've ever done in the Jokic era. I just gave you the numbers on Martin Necas, Nathan MacKinnon, the fourth pair in Avalanche history of players to each have 100 points in a season. That's what they got last night off the empty netter with the dish from Necas to McCarr to MacKinnon, who finished with the goal. Gave Marty Necas 100 points. They become, outside of MacKinnon and Mikko and Sakic and Forsberg, the only other duo to do it. Do you know what the Nuggets have? They didn't have this when they won the title 3 years ago. In fact, they were league worst in this category. Here's a stat. It's from Jake Coyne. Our guy, Jake. So, in regards to three-pointers, there have been two different sets of teammates in NBA history to make 223s each on 40% or better shooting in the same season. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry did it 6 times. The only other duo to ever do that is Jamal Murray and Tim Hardaway Jr. And that's for a guy coming off the bench. The Nuggets, even in their run to a title, were not a three-point shooting team. And I think we all can acknowledge it's sort of the ultimate equalizer when we talk about playoff scenarios. You can play a great game for 48 minutes in the NBA playoffs, and a hot run from three can ruin it all. How many times in the middle of the main thrust of the Warriors championship runs would they be down 15 points and you'd blink and they have a 3-point lead? Because Klay hit 2 in a row and then Steph hit 3 in a row, and then it was just like, all right, sorry, it's our game now. The Nuggets have the ability to do that if they want to. But this is not doubting the confidence of the roster of the Nuggets. It is fraying at my confidence of staying healthy for what's going to be now until mid-June. That I don't know. And I think the Nuggets, all it takes is an injury or two to those guys in the top 6, 7, 8 guys in the rotation, and it can throw a lot of things out of whack. Because you have a lot of depth, but it's guys who do a lot of things different. Like, there's no replacing Aaron Gordon. You can kind of do it with Peyton Watson. But then there's no replacing Tim Hardaway Jr. coming off the bench. There's obviously no replacing a Joker or Jamal. Even for what, like, Christian Brown does, I don't think there's replacement for the style of play that he has. So it's just about injury. And I've said it before, and I'll say it 100 more times here as the postseason goes along. The one thing that can hold the Nuggets back, or I'm sorry, the one opportunity the Nuggets have to win a championship is if this roster stays healthy. That's the only way I see that happening. The only thing that can derail the Avs from winning the Stanley Cup is injuries. It's different. Health gives the Nuggets an opportunity. Health is the only thing that can keep the Avs from winning. And those are two different sort of things. Texter says, Kane, tell me your thoughts on Strother versus Christian on playing time. I think Julian is a much better three-point shooter in instant offense. That's true. I think that Adelman is somebody who takes a lot from the book of Michael Malone. He will err on the side of better defense rather than better offense because their offense is not a problem. Now, I love Julian Strother, and I think if you need a boost, if you need a shot in the arm of knocking down a couple of shots or hitting a floater or getting inside the lane, I think Strother has to play some this postseason. I don't know how much, but he's got to play some. But your big sort of problem here is offense has never been an issue. You're one of the most efficient offenses in the history of the NBA. It's a matter of getting a stop. And that's where I think Julian is finding himself having a tough time getting on the floor. Christian is a trusted member of that defensive unit with the coaching staff. He does play hard on the defensive side, and I think they'll err on that side more often than they won't. Now, as far as the actual NBA playoffs last night had the start to the play-in games, I was pleasantly surprised that they were entertaining. Both of the games were. I mean, you had a overtime thriller between the Heat and the Hornets, and you had Portland going on the road to Phoenix and getting the win, 114-110. And there were concerns like, how hard are guys going to play in games like this? You know, the play-in was kind of built to have that win-or-go-home energy surrounding it, and I will say last night it had all of it. I thought the Heat and Hornets was a great game. Now, LaMelo Ball was doing some dumb stuff, pulling down Bam Adebayo. He leaves the game with an injury. If this is the regular season, you probably consider suspending LaMelo, but I don't know if you do that now in the postseason. But he did something stupid that was non-basketball related that led directly to a guy leaving a game.
Brett, maybe this is too ticky-tack, but if you win a play-in tournament game, do you count that as a playoff win?
Yeah, that's one of those, like, if you're the first four in the NCAA tournament. Who just had that recently, by the way? Was that CU? Wasn't CU just a couple years ago in that play-in? They won, and then we're like, is that a tournament win or not?
Right, and that's how I feel about this play-in. And the reason I ask is because the Suns lost, but they still have one more chance on Friday to play. I forget the 7, 10, 8, 9.
So
how it all
if you're
files
a
in.
7-8, you need to lose twice to be eliminated. So Phoenix lost once. They'll now take on the winner of Golden State and LA, who plays tonight, and then that game is win or go home.
That's right. So as it stands right now, one of my favorite random stats in sports is that the Phoenix Suns have still not won a playoff game since Matt Ishbia stole the ball from Nikola Jokic.
Is that right?
So the Suns ended up winning that game because of that dumbass owner taking the ball from Jokic. Like when that happens, Nuggets weren't going to win that game. But from that point on, the Nuggets finished the series, and then the next time the Suns made it to the playoffs, they got swept.
Yeah.
And then they haven't been back. So I'm kind of rooting for them to lose in this play-in tournament because if they do, that curse still rings true. You
don't even want like the wiggle room to say that they've won. I get it.
Yeah, because I don't want to say they haven't won a playoff game unless you count a play-in. Nah. Let's have no ambiguity. I want them to get smashed, and I want that curse to continue.
Texture says, are you really doing a 3-hour show alone today? It would be 4 if you include the appetizer. But no, Moser will join us at some point. Again, he got in at 3 o'clock in the morning, probably got to bed at 3:45. Let the man sleep for a little bit, okay?
Do you want to read the people exactly what he texted us?
Sure. I'll betray a trust. Live on the air. 2:47 a.m. Just walked in the door. Your faces are bleeping dumb, is what he said to us. So let the man sleep for a second, okay? He will join us shortly. We will be joined by Erik Johnson at 8 o'clock as opposed to Jared Bednar because Jared Bednar took a puck off the face, which I'm sure is the same feeling that Moser has this morning. Did you guys happen to see, by the way, Rick Bowness was at his post-game press conference, and they've had a bit of a tough year. So you look at the standings right now in the NHL, and it was Polumbus at 92 points, which if you think about this, if they were in the Western Conference, they would be in a playoff spot right now, but the East is just a little bit more stacked from top to bottom. They play their final game of the year. Polumbus, who had to win late in this season, just fell apart. They ended up with only 3 wins since, let's see here. They lost every game except for 2 since March 26th. So that is 2-9 to close out the year. Obviously eliminated them from postseason contention. Rick Bowness said this after the last game of the year, which they were eliminated.
All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways.
That's just a portion of it. He said this too.
Because it got tough. Because it got hard. Like we talked about after the Olympic break. It's going to get harder. So everything's good as long as it's going their way. And now it gets tough, we don't want to battle back. And that's why, that's what's happened over the last little week, a couple of weeks. That's all that's happened. We're going to change that. If I'm back, I don't know if I'm back. Don and I will talk. We'll get to that. But man, oh man, some of those guys are so lucky the season's over and there's no practice tomorrow. Anyways, and there's no more games. What else you want to know?
So that's Rick Bowness. Look, in saying something like that, I actually think it's pretty badass. When you step to the podium and you're like, if I'm back, because you know there's going to be questions about it, you're like, I'm going to fix all of this stuff, but you repeat, if I'm back, it's you basically pleading like, give me one more shot and watch what happens. Now, I don't know if it actually turns around, but I think it's pretty rare to hear a coach that animated after the final game of the year. Usually, that is reserved for time of reflection. There is no reflection for Rick Bowness. He is ready to beat somebody down.
What else you want to know?
I mean, it took him like, Nelly, you heard the clip. He was basically crying for like 30 seconds before he even spoke. I mean, super emotional. But 303-504-0925. You don't want to miss the biggest Rapids game of the season. Tickets on sale now. Their 30th anniversary match where they take on Inter Miami back where it all began 30 years ago. Empower Field at Mile High. History, passion, star power. Set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. Lock in your seats now. Rapids96.com/Miami. But if you want to win tickets, you can enter right now. Texting Rapids in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Erik Johnson will join us in 20 minutes. Stick around. I also was nominated for one of those awards. And we got a certificate of merit instead of a win. That's the sound of Tulatero. Tulatero is the favorite lottery app of many. All of your favorite games, Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. Whenever you hear that sound, that means jump on that Tulatero app right now and use my code MAGIC, because if you do so, you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. Tonight is the Powerball. $58 million is up for grabs just for you. So download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use my code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. One of the best to ever do it, Bill Withers. I think what did he stop making music like 38 too? Because the music industry pissed him off. Bummer for all of us. Moser will join us here in a bit. He's getting some shut-eye. Vic is off today. He's taking care of some business. I will have Erik Johnson joining me in 15 minutes in place of Jared Bednar because Jared Bednar's face is broken. Our pets' heads are falling off.
Is anyone healthy, man?
Me and you, baby, for now.
This seems like that scene in, oh, wow, now I'm going to fill in for Moser and reference My Cousin Vinny. But when he's going, this trial, our wedding, I got the lives of these two youths hanging in the balance. Let's see, is there anything else we could add onto the top of this?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I got 2 kids in daycare, Nelly. You aren't safe from anything. I could bring whatever disease those places like conjure up immediately into this place.
And that's why there is a huge double paned piece of glass between you and me right now.
Every sneeze I have, I'm going to throw it right in your studio. I'm going to walk right over and do it. Erik Johnson will join me in 15 minutes. Now, few things here. As we look ahead, there was an update from Jim Nantz, who was calling the Masters, obviously, and something that he noticed in talking to Pat McAfee yesterday, which was Bo Nix.
There are a lot of NFL guys that are hanging around Augusta.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how they're all getting in, but just again, I ran into Drake May.
What?
I ran into Bo Nix, who looked very healthy here.
Bo Nix is walking that place?
Obvious. He was walking around, and it was fascinating. Bo and Drake took the whole Augusta experience in together. And you said it earlier, the undulation, the grade at Augusta, it is up and down more than anybody could ever imagine. So Bo and Drake spent a couple of days together hanging out.
So here's my question off this. I feel like there was a lot of panic when Bo Nix suffered that ankle injury. And I can understand why. He's the face of your franchise. He's the franchise quarterback. And the timing in which he got hurt was, forget less than ideal. The timing was poop. Like the worst you could actually have. It's heading into an AFC championship game against a team that you very, very easily could have beaten and had a chance to play in the Super Bowl. But I feel like the timing of his injury has led to more panic than was necessary. You know, if I ask, we'll do, let's throw one of these out there.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Are you still concerned about Bo Nix's ankle long term? Yes or no? Because I'm not. I think that it's just a weird injury that happened that's just, what are you going to do? And you can go back and tell me, well, guess what, man? He had an ankle injury in high school and he had one in college, and I would counter with this. How many games has that dude missed? Go back and look at him in college all the way through the pros and tell me the amount of games that he missed. Did you know that Bo Nix played in 100% of the snaps until the AFC Championship game? Like, I am not taking this this ankle as some sort of like, what do you think he's going to be, Michael Penix all of a sudden? Like, the timing of the injury, because it was at such an important, if you got to a Super Bowl with a quarterback in year 2, you have like grand ideas of where this team can go down the line. And I just think it exacerbated a lot of the talking that went around what Bo Nix was dealing with and how severe the injury was. I think it was kind of like if that happened in the middle of the season, it wouldn't be a big deal. If you're looking at Michael Penix, and again, it's a knee injury, yeah, you have some real concerns about that. If this is somebody with a chronic, this thing is constantly keeping them out. If it's Joel Embiid, if it's something like that, different story. But he plays. It's the same thing. I was talking about this with Leggy last week. There have been the anonymous quotes about Jalen Waddle where they've said, well, there's injury concerns. And I'm like, well, go look at his games played. He plays. As long as you show up for game day, I'm sure everybody is dealing with nicks and bruises and you're banged up here and there, whatever. I think most of this has to do with the timing of the injury. Now, a texter says, I don't have long-term concerns about his injuries. I have long-term concerns about his ability. That's a different discussion. I'm kind of coming around to the idea that Bo Nix is just a slow starter. Because the last 2 years, his first 2 years in the league, it does feel like early in the season, you don't get as much output as you do later in the year. Like he starts to pick up steam. Especially later this year, he was using his legs a lot more, and I think that was out of necessity due to the Dobbins injury. But last year, obviously, you're making your first few starts as a rookie. It's not going to look great. But you see the final, 4-game stretch of his rookie year, it was 3 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns. This year, it wasn't the touchdown numbers so much as far as I just think level of play was a lot better. Point totals for the Broncos a lot better. You saw it in the Buffalo playoff game, like he has the ability to turn things on when he has to. But if you're questioning the ability of Bo Nix, I think I'd understand it, considering I don't know if I'd put, and maybe these are the same thing, I don't know. Consistency, which is obviously important for a quarterback, but it's in the fourth quarter, he's like football Jesus. And too often in quarters 1 through 3, it's I'm going to intentionally build us a hole just so I can dig our way out of it and look cool. And it was met with jubilation and frustration all at once with me. But if he can put that together over the course of 4 quarters, I got no beef with Bo Nix. I think too many people think that your quarterback has to be a generational type player to make a commitment to him. And that's not the case. You can win a lot of football games. You can win championships with quarterbacks who are not at that caliber. See Sam Darnold. Darnold's a good quarterback. I think that if you ask Seattle right now, hey, you have to pay him $65 million a year. He just won a Super Bowl. Are you going to do it? They wouldn't say yes right away. They might eventually get around to it, or they might say no. But I can tell you this, their snap decision isn't going to be absolutely. But this is why when you're here with the Broncos, and when I say this isn't making an ultimate judgment on who this guy is going to be 5 years from now. But I don't know what Bo Nix is. I don't know if Bo Nix is the type of guy that when you pay him $60 million a year and you don't have the same level of defense that you had over the past couple of years, you can't afford to pay the same offensive lineman or that caliber of offensive line with the money that they're making. A lot of that becomes a lot more of the responsibility on the quarterback's shoulder. Can he carry a team that way? That I don't know. But it puts even more emphasis on making sure that you push your chips to the middle of the table this year, which they did with the Jalen Waddle trade. And according to Aqib Talib, there's another one around the corner that he's aware of that nobody else is yet. But you make whatever hay that you can make while he's on this deal where he's making a couple $1 million a year. Because that will change. But you've seen it. This team has the ability to win a Super Bowl if all things are right. And right now, all things are right. So 303-504-0925. He was walking the undulated fairways at the Masters, if that's some good news for you. Head out to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University in Ohio for chilly ones tomorrow from 3 to 5. You can meet Tyson Berry. You can meet John Mitchell. You can meet me, because I'll be there with them too. From 3 to 5 tomorrow, Bonnie Bray Liquor, University in Ohio. You have a chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. There's going to be tastings, giveaways on site. So we'll see you at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How about another Avs legend joining the show? Because Bednar's face is broken, he will not join us this morning. Erik Johnson will take his place. The rising star of the worldwide leader will join me to talk about the Avs, this double 100-point season for both Nathan MacKinnon and Marty Necas, and so much more. Stick around.
Torts, you said no stupid questions. We'll see what I can do. But you're coaching a real veteran team here in Vegas. What's the different approach you're taking to this team as opposed to your old team, a young team in Philly?
Yeah, I'm getting out of the way. You know, I trust the team. Since I've been here a couple of weeks. I trust the team. They're battle-tested. I'm just trying to guide them. If I think they're going off track, I'll guide them back, and they'll take over from there. So I need to get out of the way most of the time.
What's with the suit and tie? You only wore the tracksuit the last few years.
Don't even start. Are we done?
We're done.
Okay.
Thanks, Torts. John Tortorella, everybody.
That is Erik Johnson, and he joins us now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. EJ, I might ask you a couple dumb questions, so be prepared, okay?
No worries. Whatever you want, I'll answer it.
We're flying solo, by the way. Moser got in at 3 a.m., so he's still not on the show. He's getting sleep. Vic's off today. Bednar's face is broken, so you get just me, and you're going to like it.
PTO, huh?
Yeah, it's something like that, yeah. I want to ask you, though, in games like this, like the Avs have had the 1 seed locked up for a long time. And so it's like, how do you handle the rest versus rust discussion and all of that? But when you get a moment like you did last night, the empty netter for the Avs led to Natchez having his first 100-point season and MacKinnon winning the Rocket Richard. How much of the personal accolades for this portion of the schedule do you think matters to those guys?
I think they're pretty happy that they locked everything up team-wise before last night, and then individually they kind of did as well, right? Nate's going to win the Rocket unless McDavid has like 6 goals tonight.
Yeah.
Nate just gets 100 points. So, yeah, I assume they'll rest everybody tomorrow, but I think that matters, right? So they can just get those guys a rest and focus on the big task at hand for sure.
What have you noticed it's the 4th duo in Avs history with MacKinnon and Natchez both getting 100 points in the same season. Him and Mikko did it twice, and then Forsberg and Sakic did it once in the 95-96 season. Obviously, production is there with Natchez, but the style of play and how that fits with MacKinnon, can you compare and contrast that a bit with what Mikko was bringing to the table?
Yeah, Brett, I think the biggest thing, of course, is being a righty. So right away, I think Nate and Marty had to figure out how to make that work. Nate hadn't played with really a righty consistently much of his career, 2 lefties with Landeskog and Rantanen. And I just think you're getting open on different sides of the ice. That takes some time, and just 2 different styles of play. Marty's quick. Mikko liked to get guys on his back and make plays, with guys pretty much draped all over him. Marty's a little bit more surgical and precise with how he moves, and I think it just takes time to find where different guys are going to go on the ice. So that was probably the biggest thing. But, yeah, I think anyone with enough skill and smarts like Marty has can play with Nate. And, so far it looks good, but now we'll see if Marty can do it in the playoffs. That's the big question.
When you guys were there in 2022 and you were getting ready for the playoffs, similar situation, you guys were locked into your seed and then it was awaiting whoever the opponent was going to be. How much scoreboard watching and standings watching did you do? And I know you'd never say it out loud, but were you pulling for like, man, I really want to face this team in the first round?
No, you can't pick and choose, and anyone can beat anybody on any given night. And I think, of course, there's certain teams you match up better against. Like, for example, I think the Avs will sweep the Kings. I think they'd sweep the Ducks. I think, of course, Edmonton would give them a tougher series. So I think they know who they know what teams can give them problems in certain areas, but you can't hope. I mean, you're definitely paying attention to it lightly who you might play. It's honestly more of a pain in the ass for like Aaron DeGraff, who does all the team services and has to hold all the hotels right now in Anaheim and Edmonton and potentially LA. So that's the biggest logistical issue is the team services people. But as players, you just get ready to play and show up where you're playing. So I think they're keeping tabs on it, but nothing crazy.
Erik Johnson with us, the rising superstar of the worldwide leader. I got to tell you, I love the interactions you have between the bench, but we were just talking about this because Riker does this too. He goes in between the benches for Avs games that Altitude has. And you watch Bednar take a puck off the face. I mean, for how he immediately left in the injuries he's dealing with, as players, do you just kind of shrug because you still have a game going? Or, like, how do you handle that when you watch your coach take one off the noggin and leave the bench?
Yeah, I mean, I was right there between the benches for that game, and I saw it hit him flush. I had a perfect angle of it, unfortunately. But, yeah, I think as a player on the bench, you're just, wow, that really sucks for coach, but you still got to keep playing. It really took the wind out of the sails of the crowd. I could just hear it all suck out of the building, as it should. So, I mean, you're thinking that, okay, I just want to, as a fan, you're thinking I want all my players to come out unscathed, and then you lose Manson and then you lose Bednar. But that happens. I mean, and there's way more close calls than you think. And, I hope it doesn't come to the point where it's like baseball, where someone gets tagged with a line drive, and then you're seeing like coaches or analysts wear helmets on the bench.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that can happen super, super frequently and easily, and not much time to react. Bed's got his hands in his pocket. I saw it. I mean, he doesn't think that puck's going to hit him no way, and takes a bad bounce and bang. So, yeah, that's a tough one. That was tough to see. I hope he's going to be okay.
Have you had a close call while you're calling games this year?
Not like that, but sticks and stuff like that. You got to definitely be careful. You really, you're on your talk back, you're on your mute button, you're looking at your notes, you're looking at the play, you're seeing where the play is going to go, where it came from, where it's at. So you really have to be sharp down there. And there's plays where you're thinking, wow, I can't believe that didn't come in here. And plays where you think, no way it comes in here, and you get a stick or a puck comes close, but nothing super close. But you always have to be watching for sure.
Just out of curiosity, and I'm knocking on wood, I pray to God this never happens to you, but if you were to take a puck off the mouth, you had a famous smile before you got the chompers fixed. Are those chompers drilled into your head now, or can those get knocked out too?
Oh, they can get knocked out. They're just veneers, besides the 3 screwed into my gums, my fake ones. But I've had enough dental work for about 25 lifetimes, so I think I'm good.
You told us, like, that process when you got those done this offseason, that was like the most brutal pain ever, right?
Yeah, and it was just long, like 8 hours in the chair. The first time, came back 2 weeks later, 6 hours. You have to go under for both of them. Just a lot of BS maintenance and stuff like that. But no, I wanted to get them done. I just didn't want to be that toothless, oh, you're that old retired hockey guy with no teeth. I just didn't want to be that guy anymore. So I decided to get some real teeth.
Well, I'll tell you what's really interesting here, because we've been talking about this forever. I'm sure you guys have too. I'm just curious, because I just saw Matt Duchene. He's complaining about the playoff format, as everybody does. And I got to say, when you're on top of the mountain like the Avs are looking down, you're like, you know what? Playoff system doesn't look that bad from here. But as a player, what percentage would you say of players in the league hate this current playoff format?
I think some years you love it and some years you don't. Like last year, we didn't like it playing Dallas, right? And they didn't like it either. And this year they don't like it, and Minnesota doesn't like it either. I think it's definitely cyclical, but I don't think it's going to change. I really don't. You're seeing some teams that everyone knows that are going to get knocked in the first round that probably shouldn't. But I just think as a player, you can't do anything about it. You just got to go play, right? I mean, what would it be? Like, the matchups are what they are. And, like, Colorado is going to play who they would be playing in the 1 versus 8 anyway.
Right.
Dallas, the Dallas-Minnesota one, that's the teams that get screwed as the 2-3 seeds usually. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to change, and you can't do anything about it. So just play. I mean, we did it. The teams do it and win, and then you think it's great. But I don't think it's going to change.
Erik Johnson with us. How many teams in the West outside the Avs and the Stars you think have a shot to come out?
If Carter Hart keeps playing like he has in Vegas, Vegas has a big chance to come out. I don't know what's going to happen with Dallas and Minnesota. Like, they're going to beat each other up in the first round, and then you're staring down Colorado in the second. So like I don't see any way that Dallas, Minnesota doesn't go 6 or 7. Like that's about a sure thing. And yeah, I think Vegas. I think Utah is sneaky, but that's going to be a tough first round matchup too, whoever they get. But I would say Vegas, the way they're playing right now since Torts has come over, and the way Carter Hart's played the last few games, Vegas is going to be a tough out. So that's my second team behind Colorado in the West.
That's interesting. I know you played for Torts, but to bring in a guy, I think it was 7 games left in the season, a coach that was outside the system, and just be like, hey, go coach us in the postseason. That's got to be weird for the players in the locker room, right? It's just somebody that I'm sure a couple have played for him before, but still, it's somebody outside the organization coming in at the most important time of the year.
Yeah, I think they did their research, though. Vegas did, and they know what Torts can bring right away. So, yeah, I think it was a great play by Torts, and just the way that he can inspire. And the way that he can push the buttons right away of a group, especially a team that was kind of fluttering around like Vegas was. So for me, the biggest thing is Torts knows he doesn't have to do a whole lot with that team because they're a veteran group and they know how to win. They know how to play. He just has to tweak a few things here and there. So, yeah, I mean, he has such presence when he gets into a locker room, and he's so entertaining to listen to, and you just have so much respect for him that I think it was a great move by Vegas.
And I know that the West, they have maybe the top 2 teams in the league with the Avs and the Stars, but the East is loaded with a whole bunch of competitive teams. What do you think happens in the East?
I think that's going to be the most fascinating one to look at. Is I think of outside of like Carolina, Ottawa, I think will be a tougher series than people think. Carolina should come out of there pretty easily. Philly Pitt is going to be awesome. Like that's going to be a heck of a series. I think that one's in the goaltending. I think Vladar has the edge there, but that's a toss-up. And then I think Boston is going to be an awesome series versus Buffalo. I think Boston's going to come out of there a little bit more playoff tested than Buffalo is, but that's going to be a great series the way Buffalo's playing. Yeah, I think for me, I would pick Montreal to come out of the East if they get the goaltending. That's who I like, kind of my sleeper dark horse.
Do you know what games you're doing yet, or is that still undecided?
I do know, can't share, but I'm doing this weekend games 1 and 2 of a series, and then I'll be doing game 2 of another series the following week.
Gotcha. And then last thing for you, EJ, always appreciate the time. So I have 2 things. Moser is still not on because he got in at 3 o'clock in the morning. Is there a message you want me to give to Moser about him being lazy and not showing up?
When I was tired, I still woke up and went to work.
All right, we'll play that for him later. And then
maybe I wasn't that good, but at least I showed up. It's embarrassing.
Exactly right. That's what I say. Now, tomorrow I'm going to be at Bonnie Bray Liquor because I'm going to be with Tyson Berry as he's taking his Chili Ones beer over there. Is there a message you want me to bring to Tyson?
Yeah, he had to have John Mitchell fill in for me since I couldn't make it. So make sure you tell Mitchie that too.
Okay, got it. EJ, you're the absolute best. Thanks for joining us this morning, buddy.
Anytime, Brad. Thanks, man.
Erik Johnson, again, the rising superstar of ESPN. He does such a great job. And they love it. Have you ever noticed that, Nelly? Every time he's doing a game, they cut to like the studio crew, and they're like, oh, EJ is just so great at this. It's like, yeah, of course. Everybody know it.
Yeah, and he got Taser to end their interview by saying, love you, EJ.
Yeah, exactly.
How many reporters are going to get that?
I know. You dropping a love you to a reporter, I mean, that's been in the news lately, I suppose. Different way. 303-504-0925. We usually talk to Bednar, but again, Bednar's got EJ said it. He was right there. He watched it happen right in front of him. It was a direct shot, and so he's still recovering from those injuries. But usually we talk to the coach, and we'd have that brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. But big thanks to EJ for joining us this morning. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane, and winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook. And now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for the what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays with first-half injuries. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing. But at Fanatics, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your play will live on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Big thanks to Erik Johnson joining us. Vic is off today, and Moser is still sleeping, I suppose. He got in the house at, 3 o'clock last night. Get some rest, Mo.
Who told you that?
Fisher says, can you really have the appetizer for the entire dinner? Don't tell me you haven't done it before. I've ordered mott sticks and nachos and everything else. It's a nice meal.
Isn't that basically what a Super Bowl party is? It's just appetizers for the entire party.
So when I have people over at my house to watch Broncos game, or they came over, had some people over to watch the Masters on Sunday. And you get the crock pots out, and it's queso dip, and it's little mini meatballs and pigs in a blanket and all that, and you're just picking the whole day. Like, I love that. I'm a picker when it comes to food. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm also a Hoover vacuum. You put something in front of me, I'm going to eat it. I don't care what it is. There's like few exceptions to that. One of them is like if you give me, is it trout? Is that the fish that they serve where it's like the full fish, but it's just splayed open and all the stuff's cooked inside? I can't look at an eyeball while I eat. Can't do that. But I love when you go somewhere and it's just an assortment of snack foods and you just pick. I love it. So,
just one last thing on that. I had that dilemma. You've probably had this when you go to cover a game and you're in the press area. If the arena's good to you and they leave out a whole assortment of snacks.
Oh, yeah.
I've had that debate with myself where I want to take advantage of it because it's free food. I want to get everything they have to offer, but I don't want to come back to my spot in the press box and just have a plate that's as piled high as Scooby and Shaggy in front of the entire rest of the Denver media. Am I going to be that guy?
Well, look, we're fortunate enough that we have like the radio suite there at Ball Arena. And so every once in a while I stop by and I do that. And that's what that entire place is. It's like, here's fruits, here's a couple of chicken nugget platters, here's a couple of pizzas, and you picking all day. Texture says it's like ordering a 20-piece wing for yourself. I always get confused. Wings feel like an entree to me, but they're always listed under apps. And I don't know anybody who's ordered the wings and then gotten a meal afterwards. So why is that in the app category? I think that's what it is. Appetizers are things you have before you have your meal. But wings, they're the meal. That's the meal. Anyway, going back to the Nuggets. We are still awaiting days and days and days until this game 1:30 Saturday against the Timberwolves. And I am caught in this place of I think this team is capable of doing some pretty big things. But I have a fear in which the defense could come to burn them if they don't show up like they should. Like, I don't know if it's an effort thing or if they're not good at it. Like, I've wondered this forever. Up until this year where you bring in names like Tim Hardaway Jr., there's been this common narrative surrounding the Nuggets that, like, why don't they shoot more threes? And I go, well, they're not good at it. They haven't been anyway. They've been okay from an efficiency standpoint, but they don't take a high volume, or they didn't take a high volume of threes because that wasn't their specialty. It wasn't their expertise. Their expertise was getting inside the paint, hitting mid-range jumpers, and they were really, really good at it. You know, I forget the number, but I think the Nuggets won like 4 playoff games on the way to a title in which they had 4 or less made threes because that wasn't their style. It is now. Now it is. But I'm trying to figure out defensively, are they not good on the defensive side of things because they choose to not give the effort required to be a good defensive team and they get really picky and choosy with it? Or is it because they just aren't very talented at it? That I don't know yet. I do know that not having Aaron Gordon for a large portion of this season factors into that. If he's healthy, it should change. And that Peyton Watson being hurt factors into that. If you get both a healthy Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson for the postseason, well, I think that changes what you do defensively a lot. But I still don't know the update on Peyton Watson. Like a texter says, is he good to go on Saturday? I have no idea. That one, they're playing pretty close. But bottom line is, you gave virtually everybody a huge amount of rest. Think about this for a second. If you had guys who were banged up that needed to just take some time off, the last time that those guys played, let's see here. It was the Memphis game. So that game featured AG, Cam Johnson, Jokic, Jamal, Christian Brown, Hardaway, Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, basically all your big dogs. But that was on April 8th. The first game is going to be Saturday, April 18th. That is a full 10 days of no basketball to get yourself right. You almost literally can't have more time than that. So anybody dealing with banged up knees and hammies and soft tissue stuff, well, that's the most amount of time you're going to get rested up before this starts anyway. And I am very much in the Vic camp now. It's go time. There's no restrictions. You're either going to play and get hurt or you're going to play and stay healthy. Really nothing in between. And so that goes for guys like AG, Peyton Watson. Like, I don't know if you have any more time to rest. We're either going to see if you can give it a go, and you can or you can't, and we'll move on from there. But the ability of the Nuggets, and I've wondered this, what the rotation could look like. Everybody pares down their rotation when you get to the postseason. Everybody. But how much are the Nuggets going to do that? That's my question. Because their starting five, I think, especially with the Watson injury, is going to be what you would typically think it's going to be. It's going to be Jokic, it's going to be Murray, it's going to be Christian Brown, it's going to be AG, and it's going to be Cam Johnson. Which means Peyton Watson's going to play coming off the bench. And Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play coming off the bench. And Bruce Brown is going to play coming off the bench. As far as the others, are they going to play Valanciunas? I mean, that could be matchup related. Maybe against some teams you play Valanciunas and some teams you don't. I think there could be a lot of these games in which Valanciunas is a DNP. Another question about a guy like Julian Strawther. I think that he's earned the right to play some minutes in the postseason, but where are you going to fit that in? You know, is Spencer Jones going to be a guy that you throw in for defensive purposes at times? Maybe. But I think that's about as far as you're going to get. Because outside of that, your other names are Zeke. I don't think Zeke is going to find the floor. I don't think Pickett's going to find the floor. But the question is, are you going to go 8 deep or are you going to go closer to like 10? And 10 just feels like way too much for a postseason. Like you're going to be playing Jamal and Joker 40 minutes a night. That's what it's going to be. Now, maybe not a restriction, but can you play a little bit more around the idea of Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson? Maybe that's where the Valanciunas stuff or Julian Strawther gets a few minutes here and there to help alleviate them from playing 38 minutes a night, maybe. But at the same time, it's like, it's time to go. But if you want to look at fears, here's the fear. Just take a guess how many games Aaron Gordon played out of 82 this season. The answer is 36. And that was not like Christian Brown, he played in 44, but that was one long extended stretch at the beginning of the year, tried to come back for a second, got hurt again, but he's played pretty consistently the second half of the season. Gordon has been in and out and in and out and in and out. Like Gordon played in October, got hurt in November, came back in January, hurt in February, came back in March. You're playing these types of games with it, and it's kind of like you're holding your breath every time that he's on the floor. And a texter says, please explain why you wouldn't play Big Val. Look, man, I've been on the record. I always love when I say that when I do a radio show. Everything's on the record.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
I think you do play him. I think he's effective when he's in the game. I think he is more than serviceable as a backup center. And it feels like every time he goes out, he plays for 10 minutes and he has 12 points. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want that. It gives a different flavor, too, because you're not asking the big man to run your entire offense through him at the elbow. Let Valanciunas get low and start to bang in the paint. Like, I think that works perfectly. I would have no issue if the Nuggets went out there and trotted 10 deep. The Thunder do it. But I don't know, because there's some parts of David Adelman that seem very Michael Malone-ish. And this is one of them. It's that, and it's the kind of guys that he trusts in big moments, and it's the emphasis on I will lean towards the defensive side rather than the offensive, which in this case, the Nuggets have no problem scoring the basketball. They're one of the best offenses in the history of the league, statistically. That's not a problem. You need to find a way to get stops. And I think in the case of Big Val, I think he sees him as a defensive liability when he's out there, which I don't think is totally fair. But if it gets to the point where the Nuggets are doing a whole bunch of switches, like Valanciunas just can't do it. And neither can Jokic really when it comes to the switch game. But Jokic is so dominant and historically, like arguably the best all-around offensive basketball player that's ever lived, that you live with whatever deficiencies on the defensive side. But I personally, I'd have no problem trotting 10 deep. I think it's to not use that when you finally have the ability of depth. I think it would be foolish not to. Years past, they had to. Last year, it's Game 7 against OKC. Aaron Gordon is playing in that Game 7 on, was it grade 2 or 3, hamstring strain? Something that should have kept him out for weeks. Why? Because who the hell else was going to play? Porter couldn't lift his shoulder, or couldn't lift his hand above his shoulder. So he had the giant diaper on there for 3 straight weeks and was super ineffective because it's hard to play basketball with one arm. And yet he had to play. Why? Because who the hell else was going to? We found out Westbrook had a broken hand. He had to play. Why? Because who else was going to? Like, you don't face that problem anymore. You have guys that are trustworthy coming off the bench. And I would trust Peyton Watson, and I would trust Tim Hardaway Jr., and I trust Bruce Brown, and I trust Valanciunas, and I trust Julian Strawther. I trust all 5 of those guys. Now, anything beyond that, I think, is a little bit different. I wouldn't say the same for Zeke. I wouldn't say the same for Pickett. I don't think Tyus Jones is going to see the floor. I said it from the beginning, that buyout guy that they were going to get just felt a lot like a get me over to the postseason kind of thing. And once you get there, that guy's not going to play. But I think you got 5 guys on your bench right now that are worthy and, more importantly, trustworthy in playoff minutes. And if you don't use them because traditionally, you pare down your lineup when the postseason starts, I don't buy into that. I think you have an advantage that some teams don't. A lot of teams can't go 10 deep. So that's where we are. Texture says Val can get some early fouls too that Jokic can't. That's true. I mean, I would tell anybody coming off the bench for you, outside of maybe like a Peyton Watson and Tim Hardaway Jr., but if you're Bruce, if you're Strawther, if you're Valanciunas, you are going to play defense. You got 6 fouls. Be willing to use them. The whole point to gathering depth, The whole point to trading away Michael Porter Jr. was to construct a roster like this where you have 10 guys available in the postseason that you can trust and would be willing to play. You have it. I would use it. I don't know if they will, but I would. 303-504-0925.
I have some breaking news, Brett.
What's that?
Next segment. He's back.
I was just getting in a groove.
Oh, by the way, you're going to have to get ready to learn Moj, buddy. He's awake.
All right, so we'll talk to Moj here in a couple of minutes. The Nuggets are in the playoffs, and Game 1 is Saturday against the T-Wolves at Ball Arena. Tickets and all information you need about the team and the playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. Don't want to miss a second of this series, so nuggets.com/playoffs. Oh, by the way, and Mark Moser joins us next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Oh, by the way, hi, Mosh.
You know, you're just arrogant enough to go, you know what? I don't even want you on today. I got this whole thing.
I thought about it. Yeah. I did think about it.
I got this whole thing. I'm good. It's you know what it is? It's probably because I sent you a really nasty text at about, 3 in the morning?
Yep.
I think it was about 3 in the morning.
Yep.
I sent you a really nasty text. You're like, you know what? I got you today.
Uh-huh.
You set your alarm for 6:30 and 6:31 p.m. That's a pretty good thing, isn't it?
Oh, you went PM with it. Yeah.
God, I hate
Take that L on the way out.
Stupid phone.
It's all right, buddy. I'm glad you got some
You know what? I'm getting? Good old clock radio. God, I miss a good old clock radio.
So somebody asked, they said, should we call him and try and wake him up? And I said, no, it's fine. Just let the guy sleep. I didn't know if you wanted that or not. So I was just like, let Moser do his thing.
No, I would never. Hey, you're my boy. Never leave you guys hanging. I got you.
Anyway.
Oh, and that's Sammy Sosa. That's Sammy.
That's Sammy Sosa. Yeah, you gotta kiss and do this first. But by the way, did you guys happen to see? Shocked Moj, because we talked about this. The NBA play-in was a lot of fun yesterday.
Yeah, it actually was. I know, obviously didn't watch any of it. I was doing my own thing, and then I was on a plane home. But I got home and couldn't. I know it's a shock. I couldn't sleep when I got home at almost 3 in the morning. I'm watching Sports Center highlights of SVP, the Van Pelt on repeat. It looked pretty dang good.
Dude, it was overtime, wild finish. But in the middle of that Miami and Charlotte game, LaMelo is on the floor. He grabs Bam for no reason. Bam falls down. He leaves the game. That guy, whatever you got to say about Bam, and I think he's a very talented player. I just think the 83-point thing was gross. But I like Bam a lot. That guy does not leave with injuries. That guy plays.
Right.
He always plays. He limped off the floor, did not come back in a do-or-die game where they really could have needed him. This is what LaMelo said after the game.
I apologize on that one. I mean, I got hit in the head, didn't really know where I was, but I'm going to check on him and see if he's okay and everything.
LaMelo, it kind of looked like on film that you might have grabbed his leg. I mean, did you intentionally grab his leg?
I haven't even seen. Like I said, I got hit in the head, didn't even know where I was, but yeah, just playing basketball. But like I said, sorry, and I'm going to check on him.
So, hang on a second. He's trying to say
That's a weird explanation.
I'm sorry, I got concussed, so I assaulted somebody. That's what he's saying?
Yeah, that's a weird explanation. Spoelstra was red hot about it after the game, too.
Yeah, he was.
I didn't see it, but I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just that's a shame. He should be penalized for that. I don't think that belongs in the game. Tripping guys, shenanigans, and Curtis was there. It's his responsibility to see that. And if it's not his responsibility, then Zach's got to see it. If somebody has got to see that, he should have been thrown out of the game, for that.
Here's the thing. I don't know how the NBA handles this, Moj. That could very easily be something that's suspendable.
There's no doubt about it.
But are you going to do that in the play-in?
Do that for the? Yeah, that's exactly right. Do you have the guts to do it? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but it's weird. That even and the explanation's even weirder than the play itself. I don't get it.
I don't either. Now, I didn't give this guy enough credit, Moj. Oh, by the way. So we did not have Bednar on this morning. Bednar is still in recovery from taking a puck to the face. We did have EJ on. EJ actually talked about it. He said, I was right next to him when it happened. He was doing the game.
Yeah, he was.
And he said, that was a direct shot right to the face. And I told you, the next night, the Orioles had a game in which their manager, Craig Albernaz, he was in the dugout. He took a line drive off the face, and he came back in afterwards. I was like, well, he didn't have broken bones. That's why. Wrong.
Yeah, he did.
He had 7 fractures and a broken jaw. He's having to eat baby food for the next 6 weeks. What? You know what? Hey, man, if you're a baseball manager and that happens to you, take some time. The team will be okay, all right? They'll go out there and field some ground balls. Don't worry about it. I can't believe, Moj, 7 fractures and a broken jaw?
You know, when you talked about it the other day, Brett, I hadn't seen the actual line drive into the dugout. But I would suspend his player because he was so late on that pitch.
He was.
In fact, I would argue to you, and I guess I'm making this kind of funny because the guy's okay. He just has to eat baby food, which, you know what, in the grand scheme of things, some baby food's pretty good.
I've tried it.
You ever hork on the little one's baby food
at
the time?
Some are not bad.
It depends. But he was so late. In fact, I would argue that you could not be more late on a pitch and get a bat on the ball than dude was.
So
how about that?
Let me give you a story, Moj. It didn't happen to me. I've done this before. I've hit line drives into dugouts. You're way early on a changeup. You're way late on a fastball, like it happens.
Right.
We were playing fall ball once. A buddy of mine, he was in the dugout getting a drink from the Gatorade cooler. Somebody turns on one right in the dugout, slams him in the ribs. He drops like a sack of potatoes. He sounds like the grape stomping lady, just like making that sound. Our trainer comes up and he says, "What you got?" He goes, "What you mean I got no ribs?" It happens. It happens.
That's awesome. Hey, I've got one for you.
Go ahead.
Did you see the end of the Blue Jackets season last night?
We played Rick Bonus earlier, but we can do it again. If you, yeah, we can do it again. Yeah.
Dude. In fact, the thing is, when you read the quotes, that's one thing. But when you hear it, you can't do it justice compared to what this is. Do you like coaches doing this? Go ahead, Nell, if you got it there.
Yeah, here
let's
we go.
rock and roll.
I got it.
All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Like, I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. Like, how can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways.
It goes on from there. Now, if you're wondering what's going on here, first of all, he had to take like 30. He was crying. He had to take like 30 seconds before he actually spoke. And that was one of those anger cries. That wasn't sad cry.
Yeah.
That was angry cry. They were 2-7-1 down the stretch where they were firmly in playoff position before that and just completely fell apart.
They and the Detroit Red Wings both had a playoff spot, and they both just frittered it away down the stretch, which is unbelievable. And again, I think it's good for Columbus to get in if they can, right? And Rick Bowness was brought in, and they got a bump from Rick Bowness. And then he's probably not wrong. There's a reason why people keep getting fired there and whatnot. They got to change the culture of that team. And he's just beside himself because all you ask is for guys to be professional.
Yeah.
All you ask is for guys to be pros out there. And then when they don't give a rat's rip, man, that's a hard thing to deal with. It really is.
Well, it's because it's my wife has talked about this. She's in sales and she had to manage a team before. She doesn't like managing people because she just wants to be responsible for her own stuff. And she goes, the thing that makes me the most mad is I can't force somebody else to care like I care. And that bothers me.
Right.
And I think that's what he's facing right now. Nelly, go ahead. You got something?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I think, Moj, by the time that you had your daughter, gender reveals and the whole gender reveal party craze, that was not a thing yet. You didn't have to go through that?
No.
So,
no,
Brett,
that was not a thing.
So, Brett, for either of your daughters, did you do the whole gender reveal thing? Did you have a whole party and like swing at a baseball? The baseball exploded. It was pink.
Nope. We got an email from the hospital and we opened the email and it said boy or girl.
Okay. Well, as a general rule, I'm on the same page as you guys. I don't really do the whole gender reveal thing, but over the weekend, I saw one that I think was actually pretty tastefully done. So this was Brandon Pfaadt of the Arizona Diamondbacks doing a gender reveal for his brother, and the broadcast actually talked about it.
Oh, that's cool.
So this is pretty cool today. Brandon Pfaadt, you notice the pink laces. His brother Brett and his partner Hannah are watching back in Kentucky today. And the reason those laces are pink and the reason it involves his brother and wife Hannah is that's for a gender reveal for the baby that Brett and Hannah are expecting.
That's cool.
So, Brett and Hannah, congrats, you're having a girl.
I like that. As you said, Nelly, tastefully done.
Yeah, just pink laces in the cleats. I think that's subtle. You don't need to shoot off any fireworks and burn down the state of California. Just something very subtle.
When did, it's funny because I lived in this era. I'm in this era. But I'm trying to think. My daughter's 20. When did gender reveal stuff become a thing? When was that?
Oh, like 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's too much. Too much. Just quickly here on the way out. Did you see Kevin Kisner talking about the Masters and how they broadcasted it? He was not happy.
What are we doing, man? Like, play.
Yeah.
You have no commercials. Play live shots. I don't know. Our production team at NBC prides themselves on playing every shot that they possibly can live. And we talked about with Dan Hicks, when we can't, we have to say a moment ago because we're trying to make the whole movie make sense, right? We don't want to show you tap in on 16 and go, oh, yeah, and he's already hitting a shot on 17 because obviously he has to walk over there. I have no idea what they're doing. Literally no idea. They're showing every shot on tape. It's incredible. I don't even know how the announcers call it. Literally, I don't know how Colt can act like he doesn't know what's happening when it's already happened.
He's so right. There was so much it felt like filler in the middle of the Masters. Yeah. The fact that we didn't see a single shot of Lee's meltdown when he took a 10 and he's in the woods looking for his ball, I think that's ridiculous.
I think, the Masters kind of doesn't want you to show some of that stuff. But that being said, I don't know who's in charge there, but it didn't. There's a lot of criticism. Put it that way. It didn't go well.
Yeah. One last thing.
I'm trying to parse my words here because it really was surprisingly bad.
Yeah, like Shane Lowry's hole-in-one. That wasn't live, was it? Didn't they go back to it?
Yes.
It's a hole-in-one.
Yeah.
One last thing here. EJ had a message for you, Moser, when he joined us earlier.
When I was tired, I still woke up and went to work.
All right, we'll play that for him later. And then
maybe I wasn't that good, but at least I showed up.
That guy, I swear to God.
Just a nice little. I said, do you have a message for Moser? He's still sleeping right now. That's what he told me.
Man, it was not I did not choose that.
I know.
I promise you.
303-504-0925. By the way,
Brett.
Yeah. I got you, buddy. Okay. Oh, by the way, is brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home for comfort specialists. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Back after this.
The mountains could be calling you. You need to move there. You need a second property. You need an investment property. You're looking for something to get you up the hill because you're a mountain type of person. But if you're doing that and you want to get a place, it can be difficult to find the right real estate agent who can put your needs and wants into focus on the perfect place for you and your family. Well, it's Anastasia Bell, and I've talked about her for some time. People have sought her out from Denver and beyond for quite some time for her knowledge and her expertise and her professionalism because she really is that good. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and she can help you out too. If you're ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle, give her a call. The number is 970-968-7646. And it's not just Summit County. She's well-versed across the Rockies and, again, has been sought out by people for quite some time. So make it a priority. When you're thinking about a mountain property, you want to investigate, maybe you really want to just pack up and head to the hills, she is the one to talk to. That number, again, is 970-968-7646. Call her. She will answer or text you back right this second. When you're thinking about a mountain property, it's Anastasia Bell.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game.
Avalanche and Flames tonight at 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser?
I'm curious about guys like you. And I'm curious about guys like Nelly. How much are you paying attention to the standings right now? Unless McPickles has 6 goals in his last game, right? Or no, unless he has 5 goals in his last game and Nate doesn't score at all. Nathan MacKinnon will win the Rocket Richard Trophy. And then you have to fly to Calgary, which is not far. But you get into the hotel, sometime 1:30 a.m.-ish, something like that. Then you got to try to sleep, and then you got to try to play again. What's my key to the game? I don't know, dude. I'm tired. I'm just rambling. Just get Nate and Marty some points, man. Get him some goals.
Natchez is there. Sends it off from McCarr. He'll find MacKinnon. MacKinnon will look in. He will shoot and score. And there it is. Marty Natchez, the second assist. He's got a 100-point season. And his teammates mob him on the near side. It took until 16.9 seconds left in game 81, but he gets it. Natchez to McCarr to MacKinnon, who scores his 53rd, and the Avs have put this one away.
It's exactly what you wanted to see. I mean, for an empty netter at the end of the game, Moj, it did the best of both worlds. It gave MacKinnon an extra goal, and it got Marty Nachos to 100 points.
Did you watch last night at all? Were you able to watch?
Yeah. Of course.
Did you hear Riker and I basically begging for it to happen?
Well, dude, I don't
beg
kept
a lot.
trying.
I don't beg. Yeah.
They kept feeding the puck to Natchez when that empty net was there. They're like, dude, do something with this, please. Do something.
And I'm like, I'm begging for it to happen. And thank goodness it did. I just let's get this done. Let's get this over with. And, he'd been playing so many minutes, and everybody's playing a lot of minutes and so on, and you're playing not to go up or down in the standings just for personal stuff, but that's okay too. But listen, for Pickles, it's going to be hard for him to catch Nate. I mean, he's going to have to score 5 goals just to tie Nathan MacKinnon. That ain't happening.
What's the record for most goals in a game?
Yeah, like that. 5, I think. Something
Hang on
like
a
that.
second. Hang on a second. Let's see here. It is 7.
Oh, Sam. Yeah, 7.
Joe Malone of the Quebec Bulldogs in 1920 had 7. So what you think about that?
Look it up. How many did Sam Gagner have for the Oilers?
As far as active players, Zibanejad, Timo Meier, Tage Thompson have each scored 5 goals in a game.
No, look up Sam Gagner for the Edmonton Oilers. He had an 8-point night one night. I'm sorry. I'm all fuzzy right now.
It's okay. Hang on.
Even though I got on late. See, Sam Gagner, 8-point night. Google that.
8-point night, 4 goals, 4 assists.
There you go.
The only Gagner I know is Erik Gagner.
Yeah, well, he had those secret squirrel glasses on the
Yeah,
hill.
he did. For a minute, Gagner was unreal.
I thought you were going to
he
say
was the guy.
Gagner West.
No. I don't think you're allowed to say those names anymore.
Shut you off.
Yeah,
Shut yourself
Nelly,
off.
That
Shut
was
you
dumb.
off.
Shut your mic off.
Shut your own off.
So listen, Moj. I don't know what happens now. It feels like the milestone things have been taken care of. Nachos gets to 100. MacKinnon's going to win the Rocket Richard.
But you know what's cool? Did you see the way his teammates reacted?
Yeah.
Do you think they wanted to get him to a hundo, bro?
They know.
I mean, they just kept feeding him on that power play too, and feeding him and feeding him and feeding him. And what did I say? My keys really the last 2 days: feed nachos.
Yeah.
You don't eat the nachos, you feed nachos. And he's one time, and Dustin Wolf, the Brett Kane lookalike.
I take offense to that. I do not look like
Did you like
Dustin
that?
Wolf.
That was pretty good.
The amount of people that did that, ridiculous.
Anyway, he kept making the push to his right, but 16.9 left or whatever it is. He finds the puck up the boards, finds Kale. And Nate was not going to, Riker said it perfectly, he was not going to chance a backhand.
Yeah.
He turns on the jets, leans into the defenseman, shields the puck, and pops it home with a forehand right in front of the net because he's not going to miss it.
So with those guys having that taken care of, do you think that they play tomorrow?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either.
I don't know. Listen, I haven't talked to Coach Pratt, Coach Bednar, or Coach Hackstall. I haven't talked to anybody about what they've talked about at all. I was too busy about trying to get on the plane and trying to get my head on a pillow. But if it was me, if I was in charge, I wouldn't see any of those guys.
I don't think so either. I don't.
Everybody would have a hangnail.
I don't know, what
everybody.
I don't know where their cap is and how many Eagles they can call up or whatever. But it's just I think.
Well, you can call a lot of guys. I mean, the rosters can expand now. It's you can do that, but
it's just I don't think you should play anybody tomorrow. Anybody. You don't take any unnecessary things. They got all their stuff taken care of. McKinnon's going to win the Rocket Richard. Nate just had 100 points, which, by the way, from Brendan McNicholas after the game, that is the fourth time in Avalanche history that teammates each have 100 points in a season. Mikko and McKinnon did it twice, and then Sakic and Forsberg did it once in the 95-96 season.
That is correct. It's happened 9 times overall as a franchise. Jacques Richard, and I think he and Peter Stastny maybe in 81. Goose certainly did. Or it's happened 9 times total. But as far as teammates are concerned, it's a special deal, Brett.
Here's what he said. He said Nate just reaches 100 points for the first time in his career, the 9th player in franchise history to do that. Now, it's happened 28 times total where guys have gotten 100 points, but it's repeated stuff from McKinnon's and guys like that and Sakic's over the years.
It's just a really cool thing to have teammates do it again. I mean, I guess when you look at the Oilers and you see McDavid and Draisaitl, well, they're 2 incredibly special players. They're 2. It rarely happens on the same team. And it's just it's an awesome thing. I was very happy for him. I think you could tell in our voices and in our attitude, we were pulling for him the entire flipping game to do it. And then we're keeping one eye. I mean, Riker and I are talking every commercial break. What'd Caulfield do? do? And he didn't score at all for Montreal. And Nate popped home another empty netter. I don't care how you get it. Nate McKinnon, man, he's damn good.
Yes, he is. And by the way, I think that we have, they won't say it's official, but there's no other way to go about this. The full schedule of the Nuggets and T-Wolves series has been released. And so the Nuggets are playing Saturday and Monday at Ball, which means that the Avs would have to play Sunday, Tuesday, right? That's the only option.
Yeah.
That's the only option. So we're going to have 4 straight home playoff games here starting on Saturday at Ball Arena. So the full schedule for the Nuggets, by the way, it's Saturday and Monday at Ball, 2 days off, then Thursday, Saturday in Minnesota.
Okay.
They play Monday, Game 5, if necessary, at Ball Arena again. Thursday, if necessary, so a couple days off in between before they travel back to Minnesota.
Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday off, okay.
And then Saturday, back at Ball Arena for a Game 7, if needed.
So that first round series would take 2 weeks.
From the 18th to May 2nd, yes.
Okay.
Yep. So that's what you're looking at with them. But I think that lays out that Avs, whoever they're going to play them Sunday and Tuesday at Ball Arena, which, by the way, is now a combination of 3 teams. It is either the Kings, who had another overtime loss, so got a point out of it last night, but that takes them to 20 points acquired in overtime losses over the course of the year.
Hey, Brett, hold on a second. We're in the airport last night waiting to go through security and then customs to come home, right? A little bit of a snafu there, so we're waiting a little bit. And watching the game, watching the Kings and the Canucks go to overtime, and Vancouver wins it in overtime. Now, I don't know who you really want. The Ducks are in a free fall, bro.
Yeah.
The Ducks are leaking oil. What does Vic say he is?
I think he says he's hard.
He's hard, right. And you can't call yourself hard. Somebody else has got to go.
I'm always comping hogs.
Right.
Yeah. So the Ducks are leaking oil hard. I mean, big time. So do you want them to – they go to Nashville for the finale, and the Kings will be where we just were last night in Calgary. The odds are the Kings are going to beat Calgary, although Dustin Wolf, who knows, man, he played his butt off last night.
Yeah.
And Vancouver got the Kings last night. But if they both win, the Avs will play the Kings because the Ducks have the tiebreaker over LA.
Well, if they both win, but Edmonton loses to that Vancouver team that just won, then you'd play Edmonton. Edmonton's only at 91.
They are not going to lose to Vancouver.
I'm just saying that is possible.
Okay, well, look at my face.
Yeah. Hey, Moj, did you think the Kings would lose to Vancouver last night?
I thought there was a chance because they're playing the back-to-back. They had to go Seattle 2, Van.
Okay.
They played in the back-to-back. See what I'm saying? So you're telling me there's a chance. Hey, Vancouver came in here and put 8 on the Avs. I mean, they're still a professional team. But I'm telling you right now, they are not losing at Edmonton.
I would agree with you.
I mean, they're not winning at Edmonton. Edmonton's going to win that
I would
game.
agree. I would
But
agree.
I am telling you right now, that back there is not real.
Oh, God, that's so fun. Hey, but you know what's crazy about this? And this is where I start to whine about the playoff matchups again. Do you realize, let's say the Ducks only pull a point out, or they lose and the Kings win, or get a point and the Ducks lose, whatever. That means that Edmonton and LA would battle each other in the first round for the 5th straight season.
That's crazy. I don't think
Can
that's
you
good
imagine meeting a team, if the Avs and Dallas somehow square off, that'll be 3 straight years in the postseason.
Well,
I mean, dude, what are we doing, dude?
I would say that the NBA did argue that 4 straight finals appearances between the Warriors and the Cavs was good for their sport. I don't know, if
why?
that's the case.
Because it's LeBron and Steph, and all they care about is stars.
Yes, that's true.
I care about competitive balance. All they care about is promoting stars.
That's true.
And individuals, not teams. Anyway, it would drive me absolutely batty if the Avs had to face the same team in the first round 5 years in a row. That would drive me nuts. I'd hate it.
Well, a lot more to break down with that in just a little bit. 303-504-0925. Reminder to you guys that I will be out along with Tyson Berry and Johnny Mitchell over at Bonnie Bray Liquor at University in Ohio for Chilly Ones tomorrow. Sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. There's going to be tastings and giveaways on site. So we'll see you tomorrow at 3 o'clock at Bonnie Bray. Back after this. Winning hits different with the Fanatic Sportsbook. This is Brett Kane, and now that the playoffs are here, the stakes are at their highest, so don't wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straights, parlays, and same-game plays across any first-half injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatic's Sportsbook, Fair Play Insurance, gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect the bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can turn into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected, so bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right. We talked to EJ at 8 o'clock this morning. No Bednar's. He's still recovering from the puck to the face, which is obviously a problem that he is still dealing with.
Dude, yeah, you think about that and you let him chill. I don't know if he'll be there tomorrow night or not. I have no idea. I'm sure he wants to be around the guys a little bit, but that's just got to be, the more I think about it, I mean, I've been hit with pucks, dude, never in the face, but I've been hit with pucks. But there are times when I'm like, oh, boy, you try, what if this guy was it hurts, dude, it hurts. And Kolesar got plenty on that puck. He's got to be absolutely in pain.
Well, MacKinnon said after the game last night, this from Evan Rawal, quote, I'm sure a lot of us will take off the last game and get ready for the real fun here. So my assumption is a lot of your big stars, your McKinnons, I don't know, maybe Makar still plays to try and get another game under his belt. I don't know, but certainly Natchez, maybe Landeskog, guys like that probably aren't going to play tomorrow.
If you have a pair of skates, I can tell you right now that Ryan Emmy, Raj is like, oh, yeah.
This is my time.
It's my time, baby. Come on, man. It's my time. Give me a couple shifts. I do the same thing. Get on out there and just, the game means absolutely nothing. And it's a side-by-side, so it's national TV, and it's us, and it starts at 8 o'clock, which is always fun. But it's one of those, I don't know who's in, Brett, but yeah. I wouldn't play a living soul. Nope. Everybody is going to chill until we get to the postseason.
I would totally agree. And, it's funny that we're sitting here awaiting the Nuggets first-round matchup against the T-Wolves. You have more play-in games happening tonight. Remember what Steve Kerr said. Steve Kerr said that he was still going to have guys like Steph and who else? Was it Draymond? Other guys on minutes restrictions in this game against the Clippers tonight.
Well, you know what? You know what's so funny about that? I'll tell you what's funny about that to me. So that tells me that, okay, really, we don't want to win. We don't, because we know we can't go anywhere, right? They can't go anywhere. Well, how many more kicks at the can you think you got, Kerr? Steph Curry's 38 years old.
Draymond just mentioned that the other day. Draymond said, we're going to go out there, we're going to give it our all, which is different from what the coach said. But he also said, everybody's under this assumption like Curry's going to retire. He's not going to. And I go, yeah, he might not retire, but he's old.
But he's 38. Draymond is 36. Horford's 39. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Jimmy Butler's 36. I don't know how to describe this any more clearly than this. Your time is over, Steve. You want to put these guys on minutes restrictions? Fine. What, you think you save them for next year? You give them another kick? You ain't going anywhere, and you ain't winning jack. I'm sorry. You ain't winning jack. So whatever. You want to put them on minutes restrictions? Put them on minutes restrictions. You want to not win? Then don't win. Forfeit, for God's sake. But you ain't going anywhere this year. You ain't going anywhere next year. You ain't going anywhere, period.
I thought about this, man. Like, we talked about this before the season started. When they signed Al Horford, I'm like, are they trying to build an all-star team from 2011? From 2014? Because if you had a time machine and you could go back 11 years, yeah, that's a really, really good roster that you assembled there with Jimmy Butler and
correct.
Steph and Horford and Draymond. They're all pushing 40.
Brett, you're at a place in your life now where you wake up with little malfunctions. I remember the day you came in. You said, my wrist has been hurting for a couple days. I'm like, well, what'd you do? You said, well, I put up a shower curtain.
No, it was my knuckles because it was one of those twisty shower curtains.
Your knuckles,
it wasn't sticking to the wall, so I was grinding my hands and my knuckles. I couldn't make a fist for like 2 days.
More than that, it was like a week.
Yeah, it hurt.
And I said to myself, yeah, baby, it's coming. Little malfunction. You wake up with little. You may not do anything wrong. In fact, you may just sit on your couch with an IPA all day watching sports and then go to sleep.
I was trying to put
on. And you wake up and you go, oh, man, what's with my shoulder? I mean, it happens, right? The little malfunctions happen.
Moj, I was hang on. I was crouched over yesterday trying to put on baby Jamal Kale's shoes, and I rocked backwards, and I freaked to go catch myself, and just doing that hurt my back.
Yeah, you're like,
yeah.
So if you wake up in the morning and you're Brett Kane, now you got 2 kids, 2 dogs. I mean, you're living the dream. But you look at your own face and you go, damn, look at my face, right? What do you think the Warriors are doing right now? I mean, I don't know if Steve Kerr's actually looking at his own face or looking at Steph Curry's face, but they're not winning again unless you flood that roster with young, supreme talent. And believe me, Golden State at one point was a destination for KD.
Sure. They won. They were winners.
That place ain't a destination anymore. Not like LA is, not like New York is. You know what I mean?
They were.
It's just.
They were a destination because of Steph. That's why.
That is correct. And he's pushing 40, bro. Next year he'll be pushing 40. They're not winning. So this whole I'm going to put him on minutes restrictions. Why? Are they going to explode and fall apart? I mean, like an 85 U go driving down the road and all the wheels fall off? Whatever. So I've got no time for that.
So while we had an extended appetizer today, by the way, somebody said, are we having the appetizer for dinner? Let me tell you something right now. If you go somewhere that's got just a whole bunch of stuff you can pick at all day, that's a good dinner.
Yeah.
That's a good dinner.
I have no problem with that. Now, if you're Riker, you got to have your appetizer. You got to have your dinner, right? But if you give me mini pigs in a blanket,
queso.
And let's say
you get
queso.
The veggie platter, you get the peppers, you get the meatballs, you get the little pizza that you share, like all of that.
How about the mozzarella sticks?
Mozz sticks, nachos.
Yeah, okay, so if you have all those spread out, man, I will graze like a cow for a couple hours watching the game. No problem. You don't need to feed me dinner. I will graze for you.
Like when we go, we're fortunate enough that every once in a while, Moj, we go in that KSE radio suite during a game, and they got the sliders are up there. They got the veggie tray. They got the fruits. They got the cookies. They got the pizza. Like, perfect. Now, anyway, what I was getting at was when we were doing the extended appetizer, I brought up, with the Nuggets, on paper, the Nuggets have everything that I think you'd want out of them. Do you know what the Nuggets accomplished this year? That speaking of the Warriors, Moj, listen to this. This from our boy Jake Coyne, okay? It's a statistic that is different than really any other thing that the Nuggets have had in the Jokic era. There have been 2 different sets of teammates in NBA history to make 220 or more threes on 40% or better shooting in the same season. Steph and Clay did that 6 times together.
And Joker and
Jamal and Tim Hardaway Jr. are the only other ones.
Timmy H.
They're the only other ones. And I think on paper, the Nuggets are as good as they've ever been from a roster standpoint. But if they do make the finals, in which I brought up Nick Wright yesterday. Mojo was putting a new TV for the wife at home, so I'm getting this all set up. And the first thing that pops on my TV is FS1, and it's Nick Wright. And they're talking about the Nuggets in T-Wolf series. And Nick Wright says he would be shocked if Minnesota won this series. Shocked, he said. He also said for the Nuggets to make the NBA Finals, they have to go through Minnesota, San Antonio, and OKC, which would be a historic run to a finals.
It would.
And he said, I think they can do it. But here's what I got to thinking about. When the Nuggets...
What did he start smoking to turn
I don't know.
around?
I don't know. But he went, that's a step too far for even me.
Well,
all I'm saying is this, so much, just quickly. I started thinking about it. I'm like, if you got to the finals with that murderer's row sitting in front of you, and you somehow vanquished everybody in your path, the T-Wolves, the Spurs, and the Thunder, you aren't going to win a championship in 20 games like you did 3 years ago. You aren't going to go 16-4 through that. You might have to play 24, 25 games to ultimately win the championship, right?
Perhaps, yeah. Yep.
And I thought about this. Man, how many games AG has played in this year? 36. know how many games Christian Brown's played in this year? 44. How many games Peyton Watson's played in? It's 54. You're asking, and the only thing that's really held the Nuggets back from their true potential is health. If you're playing 24, 25 games on the way to a championship, can this team even, is it possible to stay healthy during that?
Well, Brett, I think that the evidence from this season would say probably not. But why don't you be a glass half full guy for one time in your life and say, well, you know what? These guys are all now rested. Their bodies are back intact. And this is why I asked Vic the other day, how much of their body's intact? He's like, I don't flipping know. I'm like, well, there you go. Nobody really knows. Maybe the players themselves don't even really know, Brett. Maybe they feel good, but you don't know if your body's going to hold up, right?
Yeah.
But maybe we look at it and say, well, hell, the best thing to do all year long was to keep these guys rested because now their bodies are good and they are going to go for it.
I'll tell you this, Moj. One thing that I brought up, I think you have the ability, if you want to, you could go 10 or maybe even 11 deep off your bench. And I think, I know traditional thinking, playoffs, NBA, you got to pare down that rotation to 7 or 8 guys. Damn that. I think that they use all 11 of them. Think about this, Moj. Your starting 5 is going to have Cam Johnson in it. So it's going to be your same group plus Cam Johnson. It's going to be Jokic, Murray, Johnson, Gordon, and Christian Brown. That means off the bench, Peyton Watson, he's going to play.
Boom.
Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to play. Bruce Brown is going to play. Valanciunas, I don't know. I think he should.
But when he's been in there, he's played pretty damn good.
Then you have Julian Strawther. Has he earned minutes in the postseason? I think he has.
Yep.
Here's another one, Moj. You want some defensive infusion? Spencer Jones is still there too. I think you can use 11 different guys, and I think they should. Now, sparingly for some, but you didn't build a roster full of depth. You didn't trade away Michael Porter Jr. to have the flexibility to get these guys, to not use them when the games matter most. And if there's anything that I've seen over the last week and a half that I will say, you want a glass half full, here you go. They're going to have 10 straight days off of playing basketball games before game 1. 10 straight. When the hell do you ever get that unless you are really hurt? 10 days off. You got game 1 against Minnesota. Everybody should be at full go. Everyone.
The team of doctors and trainers around professional sports franchises is pretty impressive. They've got experts in everything. Hey, on the outside of my right pinky toe, it feels kind of tingly. They've got a person who specializes in right pinky toes. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. So to get you fired up and to get you good to go for the postseason, they've got people. I would argue if you're not good to go for game 1 after all this rest and all this treatment, then it is what it is. Okay, the basketball gods are against you, and not only that, but Brett, think about this. Wemby's been dealing with a little something, hadn't he?
He has, yes.
Has Daniels for Minnesota been dealing with a little something?
Yeah.
Everybody's been dealing with a little something because these guys exert their bodies hard on a basketball court. They play hard. They run hard. They jump high. They land hard. I mean, connective tissue says, we ain't doing that today. So by the time you get to a West Final, and I know how deep OKC is and I know how good they are, but who's to know what their teams are going to look like if you get past many, and I think you will, but this second round or the West Final or whatever. Everybody, it's like the NHL, maybe not to the same extent you can't play basketball with a surgically reconstructed hand and pins sticking out of your skin.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
You're not going to play basketball with a sling around your arm, but you're still playing.
Well,
and broken neck. I mean, Cogs the last 3-4 years ago, Cogs had a broken neck, bro, and he played.
Porter did have a diaper on his shoulder for a month straight.
That's true. He did. But you know what I mean? So, maybe not to the same extent as hockey guys, but you're going to have guys who are banged up because it's a long season. So Who knows? And maybe your guys, glass half full, maybe your guys have been healed playing, Harry Potter with the wand goes, Fixus Legatus, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
We need Vic here with his wand. That's what we need.
Harry met Potter.
When Harry met Potter. So Vic on Friday, I know we don't have to coax him into it, but do you think he'll take out his magic wand and try to cast a positive spell on everybody?
I hope so.
He's always he's always there for a good spell casting session. You know that.
I hope that's going to happen on Friday. I'm tired of waiting, Moshe. It's been too long. Too much analyzing for this series. I just need them to play now.
Nelly, what did the late great Tom Petty once say?
He said,
"The waiting is the hardest
part."
Yeah.
No, I think he said, "You're a wizard, Harry."
Yeah. Tom Petty looked like he could have been one of the wizards, to be honest.
Yeah, he could have been.
Google Tom Petty and tell me if you throw that guy in a Dumbledore outfit that he wouldn't look like he fits in perfectly.
Sometimes, I don't know why, but this whole castle just seems so hopeless. I ain't really sure, but I remember spells back in the day being a little bit more in focus.
I'm telling you right now, young Tom Petty was an odd guy to look at. See, that's older Tom Petty. That's fine.
That's older Tom Petty.
Without facial hair?
By the way, is that a badass Gibson SG? It is.
I don't know.
That's rad.
Don't you nerd out on guitars with me. Don't you do it. Anyway, so that's kind of the setup here, and that's what I'm looking at. I think that you can go 11 deep if you want to with the Nuggets, and I think that they should. I don't know why you would spend so much of your capital building up depth on a team to not use your depth.
Brett, I think there comes a point when and by the way, you've never had to talk Aaron Gordon into playing hurt.
No,
Ever.
I mean, he had no hamstring last year and he played.
No, I mean, he was on one leg and he played. You don't have to talk these guys into playing. They will play. But if you're the team, man, you only have a finite number of years with this club the way it is. With 15 and 27, with Joker and Jamal, you only have a finite number of runs ahead of you or at you right now. Empty the freaking tank.
Yep.
Hey, can you give me 22 minutes on one leg? They will do it, and they will gladly do it. Guys who are broken down or whatever. But you pull out all the stops right now. You don't say, well, I know this is technically a playoff game, but we're going to put our guys on minutes restrictions. I can't believe that.
Well, guess what?
This guy fancies himself some superstar coach. That guy just flames my bacon, man, that guy.
The playoffs are here, and the first game for the Nuggets is Saturday. If you want to be in the seats, you can buy your tickets now or win them tomorrow. It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday, each show giving away tickets, so tune in for those keywords on the 20s only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Fact checker next. I'm going to tell you guys about this because I love them, and it's Surfside. I've been on a kick between the teas and the lemonades. I'm telling you right now, this raspberry lemonade Surfside that they have is unbelievable. And they're so crushable, especially like you're a golfer like me. They're all over golf courses now. I get them all the time. Perfect for the weather turning into nicer and nicer and warmer. Why? It's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, but no bubbles. You don't get that carbonation. You can suck those things down like I do all day if you want to, but that's what's great about Surfside. One of my favorites to drink, especially as the weather gets warmer. So jump on Surfside right now. Official partner of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. They're sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, in stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Well, Moser, you've only been here for an hour. I get that you have a lot of takes you need to unleash. You said you got something for me. What?
Hey, man, you know what? I didn't think you were going to go there, Brett.
That's a setup.
Yeah, it is a total setup.
I kind of wanted you just to be on camera.
I know you're just a lazy bum, but if you got something,
I kind of wanted you just to be on camera and not say a word for the last hour and 15 minutes of the show.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy though was actually, I don't know, I just laid in bed for I don't even know how long last night. That's after I texted you at 3 a.m. saying I just got home, but I actually felt pretty good, and I was excited. I mean, I was like, I got this. It's no problem. My boy Vic's out today. He'll be back tomorrow. It's all good.
When I was tired, I still woke up and went to work.
All right, we'll play that for him later. And then
maybe I didn't. Maybe I wasn't that good, but at least I showed up.
Okay. I texted him. I said I made it, Blankhead. And he goes, "Yeah, you're just nothing but a slacker." I'm like, "Okay, I'll talk to you later."
By the way, I don't know why they're so mum about this. EJ told us. I asked him, "What playoff games are you doing?" And he goes, "I can't tell you the games. I'm going to be game 1 and 2 for somebody and game 2 for another." Why are they not allowed to say?
Because the schedule's not out yet. And so if he says I'm doing, you'll start to figure it out.
Oh, I see.
You'll start to figure out, okay, games 1 and 2 for this team means he's like a Saturday, Monday, and for that team that's a Tuesday.
Right.
You start to put it together.
Yep.
So he can tell you that he's doing some games, but he can't really tell you. So no, but the reason I was going to jump in here early is because it looks like Live Golf is shutting down. Is that true?
I don't know. I've seen conflicting reports, which to me, I don't care if Live is shutting down. I'm more interested in what that means for everybody that's on the Live Tour that's not allowed to play in the PGA. Do they give them correct? Do they give them just blanket amnesty to come back, or what? Because you can't. What are you going to have DeChambeau and John Rahm just not playing tournaments for 3 years? Like what?
Dude, I think. Oh man, what would you do if you were the commissioner of the PGA Tour and Liv shuts down? What would you, would you call all the guys to a meeting? All right, everybody come into a meeting. I know what you'd do. You'd stand up there at the podium, go, I got one thing to say. You flip double birds and walk off.
No, I wouldn't do that at all. I would see this as such a gigantic opportunity. I would say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this now a competition. We'll let you guys come back, play on these tours, the Liv versus the PGA guys, and I would make a whole song and dance about it. Like, I would promote the idea that these guys are still like, they're the Sith. And it's like you're competing.
I was going to say, are the Roms and the DeChambeaus, well, Patrick Reed certainly is in my eyes anyway, but he's back. But are these guys now like are they going to be like the enemy on the PGA Tour? Or are they going to be treated like?
How about this? You have a year-long tournament. A year-long point system. Whoever collects the most points between the PGA guys and the Liv guys gets an extra bonus at the end of the year. And then you do screw it, Mose, do like a Ryder Cup style Liv versus PGA.
And those guys are still world class. I mean, they're still the best in the world too. Some of those Liv guys, you know that, and I know that.
Well, that's the point. That's the point. They'd be competitive. Like, you don't think that Bryson, if he was allowed to play every single week, or John Rahm every single week, would be competitive in that? Yeah, they would.
But I tell you, who had the idea of making
dog slurping? By the way, just slurping. Yeah, that
friggin' boxer's a camel, dude. I swear to God, he's a camel. Rick, enough. Come here, boy. No, but would you make them go? Oh, now he's gonna come over and lick me with his wet mouth. Would you make them go through the Corn Ferry route?
No,
what you do?
No, I just have them pay a fine.
Okay. I mean, that's what DeChambeau did. Or no, sorry. That's what Brooks Koepka did.
Yes.
He not even a fine. He gave $5 million to charity or something like that. Patrick Reed went the other way. But he's on the DP tour in Europe.
What do they call it? He forfeits his whatever it is, his revenue, or what do they call that?
He has revenue sharing, all that.
His revenue share. He forfeited that for X amount of years. Like, you could do all that with him, but I would seriously set this up as like, look, you can't do it. I would say, like, have 1 week at the end of the year where it's those guys versus the PGA guys in like a Ryder Cup style thing. But I would have an overall competition throughout the year for, like, I don't know if you want to call it most tournament wins, you want to call it most points, whatever. I think you could make a real, like, an added incentive for people to watch every week.
But when you think about it, when you think about some of the worst ideas in the history of sports, dude, I know. When you think about some of the worst ideas in the history of sports, Live Golf has got to rank up there, does it not? It's got to be close.
Well, worst for who? It's the worst for the people who invested in it. It's pretty great for guys like Rahm and DeChambeau.
Yeah, but those guys who started it, they've got all the money in the world. It doesn't matter. They just burn money. I mean, they can light it on fire. It doesn't matter. They can light $1 billion on fire, and there's more where that came from.
Yeah, you are never going to get people who are used to one thing, one top tier league to go to another league. It's just not going to happen. What do you think, Rick?
He doesn't think about anything, dude. He thinks about getting the treat, and that's about it. He doesn't think about anything.
That look that he had on his face, there's nothing going on up here.
There's nothing behind those eyes. Nothing. I can promise you.
There's nothing up there.
No. When he was a puppy, I don't know how old he was, probably 4 or 5 months old. I said to my wife, I go, I'm sorry, but I picked a dumb dog. I apologize.
Dude, dumb dogs can be fun, though.
Yeah, I mean, he is fun. I go, there's nothing behind those eyeballs whatsoever. She's like, oh, that's me. And I'm like, oh, no. She's mad on the
I gotta say,
Twitch feed.
Every boxer I've ever come across, and I love boxers, they are all so all of them have been so dumb. They really have been.
They're goofy, yeah. They're goofy. They're goofy.
I grew up with, like, golden retrievers, so maybe I'm just used to a dog that's, like, golden retrievers are really sharp, really smart.
Right.
But those boxers, every one of them do that thing where they just look at you and they go,
yeah, he's a talker.
Like
yeah, he's a talker.
Sound.
Yeah.
Do you know?
100%, yeah.
Do you know who else?
that kind of thing.
Do you know who else at the station almost exclusively owns boxers? I should say
Andy
the dog.
Lindahl.
Andy Lindahl,
Andy
that's
Lindahl.
correct. He also loves
In
a
fact,
big, dumb boxer.
My last boxer, Henry, Andy Lindahl adopted his mom.
Really?
Lucy. Yeah.
So here's what's funny. I got a shepherd mix. And Layla. Layla is incredibly smart, but she's also incredibly stupid around like nervous energy around some people and on all dogs. But like if I need her to do something, she will do it immediately.
See this one? This is my girl dog. This is Disco, right?
Yeah.
That dog, and I'm not even kidding you, you put her in a suit, she could have flown around on the Artemis around the moon and back. That's how smart this one is, dude. This thing, if I say, Disco, go to the store and get me a sixer, she'll take the car. You know what I mean? She should go to the ATM. I mean, this dog here is absolutely brilliant.
I got my tiny dog will do things to intentionally get herself in trouble because I'm pretty sure she wants to be spanked.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that's about.
Great.
I don't know what's going on there.
Whoa.
Like,
Hey-o.
hey, don't pick up the tissue, and she'll pick it up and stare at you, and literally kind of turn, and you're like, I don't. This is weird.
Not happening. Not good. Okay.
What? I'm dead serious.
Some
Anyway,
NFL reporter.
all right.
And no, hey, listen. No, but seriously,
yes!
today's Wednesday, and I told you about Riker the other day. Going, dude, what day is it? I go, it's the 13th. No, what day of the week is it? Okay, it's officially Wednesday.
Well, we're slowly approaching. Yeah.
Tomorrow we're going to be 2 days away from playoff game number 1.
I know.
Dude, we're almost there. The Avs wrap up the regular season tomorrow night, bro. We're almost there. Vic's going to be home. He's going to get his teeth. He's going to get his wigs. He's going to get his Harry Potter wand. He's going to get his knife. What's that thing? Is it a letter opener or is it a knife? What is that thing?
Yeah, whatever that is.
He's going to get his accordion. He's going to get his accordion out. We are going to have a ball on Friday, sending these teams off to the postseason. But tomorrow we start to really ramp it up, baby.
Well, and it looks like by all indications, what you have is the Nuggets games 1 and 2 will be on Saturday and Monday, which means the Avs have to play on Sunday and Tuesday. It'll be 4 straight days of home playoff games at Ball Arena, which, if you remember, I don't know what it was, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever it was like that every single night. There was a party happening in Ball Arena, and hopefully we can get the same thing going on here in just a couple of days. But 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Nelly, how about a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Fact Checker.
Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
All right, Moser, I promise I'm not trying to pour salt in the wound. I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious.
Please do.
For those of you who didn't hear, Moser missed almost the first 2 hours of the show because he accidentally set his alarm for 6:30 p.m.
It was an hour and 35 minutes. Let's be honest.
But who's counting? And you accidentally set your alarm for p.m. instead of a.m. You are maybe
I cannot believe it.
The biggest fan of anything related to the military and war. I mean, you've already forgotten more about World War II than I will ever know in my entire life. Why the hell aren't all your clocks set to military time?
You are military. Yeah.
I know.
Why are you an AM PM person? That makes no sense.
That's an excellent point. I'm going to change that as soon as we're off the program. Dude, I had it all. When I set my phone down last night, I'm like, I feel good. It'll be no problem. Man, I'm going to pop right up. Everything's going to be great. I had my coffee already pre-done. So it was percolating while I was, when I woke up, it was going to be ready to go. My Black & Decker coffee maker. And I sent you the text. I cannot believe it.
It's okay, Mom.
Anyway, hey, do you think Coach and Raj want me to stick around for another hour? I'm happy to do it.
You ready to go now?
I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed right now.
Please, no! Well, you can ask him. Just stay on here. Keep your camera on and just stare at him as the show starts.
You know what it's like? You and I are a team, right? Playing against Brandon and Vic or whomever, whatever, Connor. and on every tee box, I bang it into the wood and say, well, you got this. And I just sit there in the cart. That's what it was for the first hour and a half today.
It's all right.
I'm banging in the lake. I'm banging in the trees going, dude.
I told Nelly.
You got this. You got this.
I told Nelly Moser, I did 4 hours of radio in Lincoln, Nebraska in June. Okay? This is why I'm me and you're you.
You know, I swear to God, never in the history of radio has one person used another person's line against them.
Yes.
That was my line.
No, it's my line. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
Brought to you by Ball Corporation, all in for the Avs. Aluminum all in. This is tipped home by Landeskog. Kulak lets it rip. Landeskog waiting in front, gets the deflection, and Colorado takes a 2-1 lead with 4:53 left. 25 seconds to go. Natchez knocks it down. Sets up Cale Makar. Now Nathan MacKinnon. Can he put it in? MacKinnon moving towards the net. You bet he can! Icing on the cake for the Mac attack, Jack! And there's the 100th point of the season for Marty Natchez. Only 4 Avs before him have done it. Only 8 members of the Nordiques Avalanche organization. Congratulations to Marty Natchez to pick up point number 100 on the season for the Colorado Avalanche. And this one is done. The Avalanche move to 119 points and tie a franchise record for points in the season. It can be broken on Thursday in the Mile High City in the season finale against the Kraken. But tonight, it's the Alberta sweep for Colorado. 2-1 winners in Edmonton last night, 3-1 winners tonight in Calgary, as the Avalanche get their 54th win of the season.
119 points, tied for the most in franchise history. They'll have the opportunity on Thursday night, the final game of the regular season for the Avalanche, as they host the Seattle Kraken. We know that they're going to be playing on Sunday evening, Sunday night, because, well, we have the entire schedule for the Denver Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves, which will be your first-round matchup, the 3 and the 6 seed in the NBA. The play-in tournament was last night. Both games were fantastic, but we will start on the ice and then get back over to the hardwood. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today with you guys. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can watch us on Twitch. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. But a 3-1 win. Cale Makar comes back into the lineup. Ho-hum, 3 assists. Nathan MacKinnon scores another empty netter.
First assist, though?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, was that beautiful.
A little pass off the boards to himself.
And how about Lecky's, the power and snap on that one-timer?
Yeah, MacKinnon comes back into the lineup after getting a night off against Edmonton. We expect a lot of players to sit on Thursday night.
So do you think Bedsy's just going to let it ride, get his 119 franchise, ties the franchise record for most points in a season, and just says we're good there because last time we had 119, well, we ended up hoisting Lord Stanley.
I think you could still probably garner a point even if you play with half of the Colorado Eagles roster against Seattle. Seattle has no reason to want to win those games. Seattle wants to lose.
Yesterday's game was the perfect ending to probably the last time you'll see good players on the ice until the playoffs. Just watching how badly Marty Natchez' teammates wanted him to get that 100th point.
Dude, they fed him like he was Bam Adebayo scoring 83 points.
It was uncomfortable.
The power play went 0 for 4 because all they wanted to do.
Marty Natchez.
Get Marty the puck. Get Marty the puck.
Get him an assist. Get him a goal. Something.
The 5-on-3 was fine. The puck movement was good. So I suppose you can nitpick the power play and go, oh, it sucks that they went 0 for 4 and they haven't scored a power play goal in 3 games going into the postseason.
Nah.
They had 1 goal.
It was nacho play.
Yeah, it was
not
get
a power
the puck
play
to Marty Nachos.
It was nacho play. And it was good, man. The way that it all ended out with the open netter and being able to get him the second assist to get to 100 points. And you could see how much it meant to Nathan MacKinnon, which I loved that. He sought out Marty Natchez, dude, we've been trying for the last 60 minutes, man. Finally, we get you that opportunity.
100 points is not easy to come by. He's just the 3rd Czech-born player ever to hit that mark. David Pastrnak has done it 4 times.
Pretty good
and then Jaromir Jagr did it 5 separate times,
good one.
which is one of the 5 greatest players, in my opinion, ever to lace him up. Yeah, they wanted him to get to 100. He's just the 5th Avalanche player in history, the 8th player, if you go back to the Quebec Nordiques franchise, to hit the 100-point plateau. That it matters, man. I would sit Natchez on Thursday. I would sit Nathan MacKinnon on Thursday. He spoke with the media after the game last night, and the team didn't get in until about 3 o'clock today. Nate spoke as though he expects to not play tomorrow. And That's okay.
Cool.
These games haven't meant anything for the better part of a week. It meant something for individual milestones. teammate milestones and getting guys back into the lineup that have been sitting out for a little bit, like Kale.
Kale and even Landy. Like, I know Landy's been back a lot longer than Kale McCarr has, but you can tell that it matters to Gabe Landeskog to be in the correct form because he only played, how many games did he play this year? Was it 57? He played in the 50s, Landy. So these games do matter just in terms of fitness, seeing the puck, being in the best possible place that he could be. Like, Landy was playing yesterday.
That was Landeskog's 60th game 60, of the season.
So he had played 59 prior to. So he missed, ultimately he won't play, I'm guessing, tomorrow night.
Some guys have to. Like, you can't just swap the rosters. There are some players that must play. You're not allowed to call up the entire roster. You have, other than injury, and it has to be a legitimate injury. It can't be like the NBA where guys like, oh, I have right hamstring inflammation, therefore I can't play and I'm injured. You have 4 roster moves that are non-injury related that you can call up guys from the American League to the NHL after the trade deadline. So they're going to utilize some of those on players that are not injured. Like you will utilize that on a Nathan MacKinnon or a Marty Necas.
Raj, there's a solution for who needs to be out on the ice. And Amato from the text thread here tells us, just throw Raj and Coach on the ice tomorrow. I'm down.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want that.
Oh, yes,
Someone's going to get hurt. You don't want that.
6'4", 228 pounds of twisted steel. I've seen people with similar midsections as me be really productive.
I don't need to see Bambi on the ice on Thursday, buddy. I don't need to see that. It'd be like you're out there on roller skates.
How would you do?
In an NHL game,
I would love
it would
to know.
be a disaster. An abject disaster.
You don't think that you could you don't think you could find a way to get a point?
No.
Dang it.
Absolutely not.
I'd get a hit. I've
got a bunch of buddies who played high-end Division I college hockey that I think you could throw out there in an NHL game and wouldn't not only sniff a point, would hardly sniff the offensive zone. The NHL is so good.
I know.
No,
Can you just let me have fun for a second?
It would be a disaster. It would be really fun for people to watch on ESPN.
I think I'd give more effort than Rick Bonus's Columbus Blue Jackets did. Did you hear what Bones said?
Yeah, here, if you guys didn't catch Rick Bonus.
All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them. It doesn't bother them. How can you go out and play like that? Should have done this about a month ago. But this is why we are where we are. This is why we're out of the playoffs. That kind of effort. Losing, you have to hate losing. I don't care if it's a meaningless game. I don't care. Show up and compete. 3 hits, 23 giveaways.
I'd give you a hit or two, Bones. Come out here.
37 games, Rick Bonus went 21, 11, and 5, and Columbus misses the postseason.
That's pretty good for Bones. So he took over 2/3 of the way? Or
yeah.
whatever,
somewhere right in between, just over the halfway point.
Yep. Bones,
for
man.
Dean Evison, I believe.
Remember Bones when the Avs were playing Winnipeg just 2 seasons ago? He was.
I think he's such a curmudgeon-y SOB, man. He was the head coach of Dallas when they beat Colorado. That was the Joel Kiviranta hat trick in the bubble postseason. He was the head coach in Dallas.
When I hear Bones talk, it reminds me of my 2015, 2016 coaching life. Brian Kelly. He gives off Brian Kelly vibes. He's probably nursing a pretty wicked hangover, so he's in a bad mood to start with. And so he's and then the team's not good. He's like, what are we doing? That was BK.
Here's the second half of Bonus.
Because it got tough. Because it got hard. Like we talked about after the Olympic break. It's going to get harder. So everything's good as long as it's going their way. And now it gets tough, we don't want to battle back. And that's what's happened over the last a couple of weeks. That's all that's happened. We're going to change that. If I'm back, I don't know if I'm back. Don and I will talk. We'll get to that. But man, oh man, some of those guys are so lucky the season's over. And there's no practice tomorrow. Anyways, and there's no more games. What else you want to know?
That dude talks so hard for a guy that's made the postseason once in his head coaching career.
That was the peg, right?
That was the Dallas season. Oh no, not once. They've made it more than once. He's made it 1, 2, 4 times, something like that.
He was the head coach of Winnipeg.
He was the head coach of Winnipeg in 22-23 and 23-24.
The one that you had the really good series against Winnipeg where it felt a little.
It was 2 years ago. Colorado beat Winnipeg and then they lost to Dallas in 6 games. No, I think they beat him like 5.
Okay.
That was when Hellbuck was turning in like 790 save percentages.
Yeah. That was a bad although how cool were the scenes of Winnipeg, the playoff scenes and the vibes outside of the arena there. It was awesome. Yeah, Bones is I've coached with this guy before. Man, they talk a big game. They love talking about it's kind of a me versus them. It's a me versus them mentality. They, meaning the entire roster, the entire culture. And you know what the problem with that is? Is that you're also kind of implying that the ownership group and the general manager are also probably a part of the cultural problem there in Columbus. Therefore, I don't expect Rick Bowness to be back. I think there's no chance he's back.
He's made the playoffs many times. He's gotten out of the first round once.
Dallas.
And then you have to go all the way back to 1991-92 for him to get out of the first round. He did it in one season with Boston, and he lost in the conference finals to Pittsburgh in 91-92. I just think he talks a big game for a guy who doesn't really have any market success in the league. Cool it, dude. Cool it. It's Columbus. They fell apart a little bit in the back half of the year in a unbelievably tough wild card race in the Eastern Conference. And we're not talking about this pillow fight that is the Pacific Division in the wild cards, man. We still don't know who the Avalanche are going to play. Have no idea yet who they're going to play.
And there was really no clarity after last night.
There was a little bit more clarity. Like Vegas, you can't play Vegas.
Cool with that.
But Edmonton can still fall to the wild card 2. Anaheim can fall to the wild card 2. And you can play the Los Angeles Kings. Utah locked up their wild card 1 spot last night with a couple of different results. They can no longer fall down into the wild card 2 position. So it's either LA, Edmonton, or I think it's like an 8% chance that you could see Connor McDavid in the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers have to lose in regulation, and both the Kings and the Ducks have to win their final game of the season for you to see Connor McDavid. I don't believe it's going to happen, but the playoffs are here not only for the Avalanche, the playoffs are here for the Nuggets. Your first game is Saturday, and if you want to be in the seats, you can buy your tickets right now, or you can win them tomorrow because it's a Nugget playoff ticket Thursday. Each show is giving away tickets, so tune in for keywords on the 20s only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I thought the play-in was going to be a dud. Turns out I was wrong. That's next. Make sure you guys head on out to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University and Ohio for chili ones tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 5. You can meet Tyson Berry, former Avs defenseman, and Johnny Mitchell, former Avs forward. Also, you can hang with Brett Kane. Sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. There will be tastings and giveaways on site. We'll see you guys at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3 p.m. If you guys haven't had chili ones yet and you are a fan of light libations, chili ones are great. Really crushable light lager from Tyson Berry. So I would get on that, enjoy it. They also make a non-alcoholic version, which is like fantastic. So if you're
it's good for my Monday through Friday.
Yeah, if you're looking to have a cold one with your buddies,
Monday through Thursday.
You know, you got to do some things. You got to drive. You got to go pick up the kids. Chili ones, non-alc I've had it. It's fantastic. There's not a lot of like non-alcoholic beers that like I think are really good. Chili ones taste good.
Very nice.
It's pretty solid.
Get your NA on.
We had the beginning of the NBA's play-in tournament start yesterday. Couple of results. The Hornets get one in overtime. LaMelo Ball, a little layup with 4.7 seconds to go, and then a big-time block at the end of that one. Charlotte moves on. They are not locked into a playoff spot yet, but the Heat have been now knocked out. Bam Adebayo left that game after being tripped by LaMelo Ball. It was a questionable trip at very, very best. But the Hornets move on, and the Trailblazers on the road. That was the 7 and 8 matchup in the West. The Trailblazers have now locked in a first-round matchup with the San Antonio Spurs, and the Suns will await the winner of the 9-10 matchup that takes place tonight between Golden State and the LA Clippers.
Yeah, think about this game tonight between Golden State and LA. A world that exists. Like you talked to Steph Curry 4 years ago, and you're like, hey, man, you're going to be locked into a 9-10 battle against Kawhi and the Clippers. And you tell Kawhi that 4 years ago, like that's a pretty star-studded 9-10 play-in game, even though the teams we know are, well, the Warriors are 37 and 45. Clippers are 42 and 40. But either one of them, man, as we learned last night, anybody can beat anybody.
No, those rosters are great. Don't get me wrong, but the vast majority of those dudes are like 32 and above. Like Chris Dunn's 32. Bogdan's 33. Bradley Beal's almost 33 years old. Nicholas Batum's, it feels like Nicholas Batum's got to be 45. He's 37.
Life comes at you quickly.
Horford's 40 years old. Steph's 38. Draymond's 36. Jimmy Butler's 36.
Isn't it crazy?
Dude, it's just a bunch of old dudes
Doesn't
playing
it feel
tonight.
like, didn't you feel like 3 years ago, before the Nuggets had won their title, all those players a majority of those players that you just named were the guys.
And they felt like the cliff wasn't coming.
And it came fast.
It came quick.
Especially for their teams. Because you can't lean so far into them being the guys every single day out. We learned that with the Lakers. You lose Luka Doncic, you lose Austin Reeves. Good luck putting it on. How old's LeBron now? Is he 39? I
think he's probably 40.
Thought he was.
No, he's 41. He turned 41 during the season. He made a joke about it. He and JJ Redick were making jokes about it. He's 41.
So you got quite a bit of action. Like for me, Raj, we were talking about it during the break. I was kind of hoping that the Suns were going to be the team that plays San Antonio, because I do think that the Suns, they have enough talent. They have a top end young player in his prime that if he gets hot, D-Book can go off. And I actually like the roster in terms of pesky, antagonistic type basketball players. I think the Suns, well, I kind of wanted them to play the Spurs before you most likely get the Spurs and try to extend that series. Well, it's going to be the Blazers. Okay. And I'm just going to lob it out there. I think the Blazers are going to get 5-pieced, maybe 4-pieced.
I think both teams that get through the play-in to face Oklahoma City and San Antonio, if you make it a 5-game series, it's been a success. That's how I view the West. That's how top heavy in terms of like the 1-2 matchup and whoever comes out of the play-in tournament. I think they are so far behind those teams. If you push it to 5 games, you've done very well. So like Jeremy Grant and Time Lord and who's our big booty dude? The French guy.
Oh yeah,
Yabusele.
Isn't he a?
It's Gershon Yabusele.
Yep.
Kabusele.
Isn't he a Trailblazer? Am I wrong? Where's he playing?
Who knows? He's been on like 6 teams since I fell in love with him.
I thought he was a Trailblazer.
You can double check.
I might be wrong there. I thought he was a Blazer at this point, but like Donovan Cleveland ain't getting it done. Drew Holiday ain't getting it done, but they might be able to.
Gershon's he's a Chicago Bull.
He's a Bull. I had black and red. I thought he was a Trailblazer. I really did. I was excited to see that caboose.
Swami, silly, Sammy. Samsonite. I was way off.
You know what I don't hate, though, is throwing Dylan Brooks against Oklahoma City just to piss him off a little bit. Maybe you can rattle the cage there with Dylan Brooks. If there's anyone as punchable as our guy Lou Dort, it's Dylan Brooks.
Oh, Dylan Brooks. He probably leans in even more than Lou Dort does. Lou Dort's a bit more of a Nuggets agitator. Dylan Brooks is an everybody agitator. He plays that role to absolute perfection. So, yeah, Raj, I'll be really candid, man. The playing games of last night really kind of snuck up on me. YouTube TV, which is my provider for what I watch, didn't do a great job of telling me that it was a play. It
was on Prime. The games were on Prime.
Oh, that's probably why. Gosh, I hate sport. Sports TV sucks.
I mean, you just got to do your research.
I mean, my research should be who I pay for my television lets me know what's going on. Like, I obviously know in the NFL that I'm in the rhythm of knowing that a Thursday night's on Prime. How the hell am I supposed to be in a rhythm of knowing the play-in game's on Prime? I was watching the damn Rockies last night.
Maybe I should have told you that.
I was believing that the Rockies were going to get it done.
Would you like to know where
the 4-game losing streak?
Would you like to know where you can watch tonight's play-in games?
Yeah, please.
Prime.
Thank you.
Oh, no! I'm so very sorry.
Where can I watch hockey games? Like last night, I was trying to watch all the hockey games.
It was on KTVD.
No, I watched the Avs. I always watch it on the Altitude Plus app. It's amazing. I was trying to watch everybody else that has
ESPN Plus.
Do you get it free?
No, I subscribe to ESPN.
But I'm saying if you're an ESPN Plus guy,
you get all of those games. You just hop onto your ESPN app, you hit the watch button.
You get NHL for free?
Whatever games are being broadcasted that evening on ESPN Plus, yes.
So
you get them as part of that ESPN Plus subscription.
Are the Avs on ESPN Plus for an out-of-market?
They are. On certain games. Not every single game, but a vast majority, yes.
So is Moj... do you hear Moj's voice?
Yeah, you can get Moj's voice.
If I'm watching from Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I want to tune in on ESPN Plus.
How many hockey fans are out there in Bowling Green,
Tons.
Kentucky?
Very, very big hockey. Love stick and puck. Culturally baked in. So I can watch all the different games that impact the potential seeding for the Avs on ESPN Plus.
I can tell you where you can watch the games this evening. You can watch the Stars and the Sabres, which means nothing on TNT or HBO. The Rangers and the Lightning, which means nothing on ESPN Plus. The Red Wings and the Panthers, which means nothing on ESPN Plus. The Maple Leafs and the Senators, which means nothing on ESPN Plus. And then the Kraken and the Golden Knight are on ESPN Plus.
And that doesn't mean anything either, does it?
Well, Vegas can win the Pacific with a victory, I believe.
But you're not going to see either one of those teams in the playoffs. There's a 0% chance, obviously. Kraken are out. Vegas is locked in.
You could see Vegas in the West Final.
You're not seeing them in round 1.
That's correct.
Yes.
The only teams that you could possibly see in round 1 right now are in this order in terms of most likely to least likely: the LA Kings, the Anaheim Ducks, the Edmonton Oilers. That's in terms of the percentages. However, Anaheim is free falling right now, and LA conceivably has the easier path.
Raj, it's April 15th. Happy Tax Day, everybody. Glorious day. Today, as we stand here, who's going to represent the Eastern Conference in the Stanley Cup Finals?
I want to say Tampa Bay because they've been there and done that, and they're always dangerous, and they've got great goaltending. My heart wants to say the Buffalo Sabres because I believe that city deserves some sort of excitement when it comes to that team. They haven't been in the playoffs in 15 years.
That city believes that Jaquan McMillan didn't actually intercept or wrestle
you know what? Good point.
Away.
I forgot about
so
that.
Screw that city.
Maybe my heart needs to be taken out of it.
You know what?
Maybe my heart can go to Montreal.
I want to go to Montreal. You think the Canadiens can get there?
Dude, if they get good goaltending, that's a fun team.
Ooh, I would not have that on my bingo card.
That is a fun team.
The only thing I don't ever want to see in my lifetime is a Canadian team winning the Stanley Cup Finals for the first time in 33 years. Has it been 30? Is it now 3 decades?
93 was the last time they won it. Patrick Waugh and the Montreal Canadiens.
It was the Canadiens. It would be appropriate for them to. I think it's going to be Carolina, Raj. And I know that they're a player short. They're playing good hockey, man. They've played solid. Like, they are trending in a good direction, and I think the Avs would absolutely mollywop them.
Okay.
I think that they would dog walk Carolina and I'm cool with that. Like you've talked about. I want to see Dallas in round 2. And you're going to. But I want to see it.
You might see Dallas in round 2. Did you hear what their head coach had to say about Roope Hintz? Which, like, we think
very
about
important player.
We think about Miro Heiskanen, and we think about Jake Ottinger, and obviously Mikko Rantanen and Matt Duchene when it comes to the Dallas Stars. One of the dudes who plays his very best hockey against the Avalanche is Roope Hintz, who is, in my estimation, their very best center on their team. And Hintz has been out since he had like an altercation with Nathan MacKinnon in the corner. Hintz had been out for a long period of time, and then he got like tied up with MacKinnon over a month ago, I believe. And it looked like it was an MCL or an LCL injury. Hintz was down on the ground. He had to be helped off of the ice.
The rare knee.
Yeah, very rare knee injury.
But it's probably because it was, were they tangled up like
in the corner, and he came down weird on it, and his boot stayed one way and his knee went the other. It was really odd. It was kind of like when you see a running back or a wide receiver plant his foot to try and go one direction, and the cleat kind of grabs the turf a little bit too much, and his body and all of his momentum is taking him the opposite direction, but the cleat doesn't come out of the ground. It was very similar. Hintz hasn't been back in the lineup, and their head coach, Glenn Gulutzan, came out and said, he's not playing in game 1 or game 2, and I don't know if he'll play in the first round. That's a huge mark against Dallas when they have to play against Minnesota. Because what's the biggest difference that I've said for many, many weeks now between Dallas and Minnie? It's the center depth.
Yeah.
So if you take away part of the top-end center depth for Dallas, that...
It shifts everybody up. Therefore, you're exposing your third line is very problematic.
And it makes a deficiency for Minnesota not as much of a deficiency. I still think Dallas gets through just because they're the Stars and they'll find a way and they're a really good hockey team. But I think this makes it even more of a 7-game series.
Tell me what you think about the current state, the form, if you will, of Mikko. With the amount of time that he missed, if you look at it, his last 9 contests, he's a 6-point player. 8-point player, excuse me.
Those games mean nothing. So I can't really go, oh, yeah, he's...
But then he didn't play since February 4th. That's a long, gosh, man, that's a long time.
I'm never going to look at a player who's, Mikko's top 10 in NHL history in points per game in the playoffs. I'm not going to look at his meaningless games over the last 10 games of the season and go, oh, yeah, he's not playing great, and he was injured in February, therefore... he's not going to be the same guy in the playoffs. He's Mikko Rantanen. He is a future likely first ballot Hall of Famer.
How funny is it that Mikko, who this season he's only played what? He's played 63 games.
That's a solid season.
He's played 63 games. He still has 77 points.
Yeah, he's very good.
He just kind of just finds a way to get his points, man.
He's just good.
Camped out. He's a power play merchant. He's always going to be in the right spot, which it's part of the deficiency that you've been trying to overcome in the last couple of years, obviously here in Denver with the Colorado Avalanche. So I'm curious to see how it all plays out. Still stand by. I think you're going to end up seeing the Kings. I think the Kings are probably in pole position to be the team you see.
Yeah, I don't care. That's a 5-game series at the most, whether it's Anaheim or LA. Edmonton gets a little sketchy because Connor McDavid and if Leon Draisaitl comes home. It gets sketchy with the Oilers, without a doubt. You see the NBA rank on ESPN for best players in the postseason has Nikola Jokic as 3rd behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Victor Wembanyama.
Wait, say it one more time.
NBA rank. They come out with the NBA rank before the season. Yep. They do the top 50 players, top 100 players, and then they redo it going into the playoffs after they get the 16.
So you had, who was 1?
1 is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
2 is Wemby.
2 is Wemby. 3 is Nikola Jokic. Number 18 is Aaron Gordon.
Interesting.
And number 9 is Jamal Murray.
Wow. Holy smokes.
And I quote from the article on Jamal. Murray has always raised his game in the playoffs, and in 25-26, he also finally lifted it for an entire regular season, in the process cementing his reputation as one of the NBA's elite guards. A deserving first-time All-Star, Murray averaged career highs in points, assists, while nailing 44% of his three-pointers and generating free throws at a high rate. When he shared the court with Nikola Jokic, the Nuggets had a whopping 127.8 offensive rating, so you've got two players in the top 10, according to ESPN, going into the playoffs in your first-round matchup with the Timberwolves. It's been varying opinions on what they think this first-round series is going to be, the national heads of Denver and Minnesota. I don't think it's going to be a 7-game series.
I don't either.
I think Denver's peaking at the right time.
I do too.
I think they're healthy at the right time. And honestly, I think if it's anything more than a 5-game series, something's gone wrong from an injury standpoint. If they stay healthy, they are far and away the better team.
And this is a year where if you have the opportunity to get out of a series in 4 or 5 games, boy, go for it, man. Go all in.
Because the road, and we've gone over the road from Minnesota on out, and Minnesota's not a cupcake, right? It's not like you're going to see one of these play-in teams and you could walk all over Minnesota, or rather Phoenix, or you could walk all over Portland or Golden State or the Clippers because of those geriatric rosters. The series against Minnesota is tough, but it becomes one of the toughest paths in NBA history after the Minnesota series.
The thing that I find interesting about this year's Minnesota Timberwolves, it is a little bit different than the team that you lost to in Game 7 2 seasons ago in the postseason. You aren't getting the same types of contributions consistently from some of the players that were major thorns in your side. Mike Conley, he's a 4.5 point per game player that played 19 games this year. And I don't even know if he played 54 games this year, and he's a 4.5 points per game kind of player. He was like, he's getting out of his era of being able to contribute. Naz Reid's your 5th highest scorer. Jaden McDaniels, 14.8. Julius Randle. This is, to me, a very different version of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And you know what it shows me? This is a Minnesota Timberwolves team that over-relies on Anthony Edwards.
And he hasn't been healthy.
He's been battling it all year. 61 games played, missed 21 of those ball games. I mean, your most consistent player this year has been Julius Randle.
You know what? The worst I can see this series going is the Phoenix series from the championship year, where Ant goes off for a couple of games and he drops like 45 and then 47 the next night. And maybe you lose both of those games, but more than likely you probably split them. And those are your 2 games where you go, it got a little tough there. Because Edwards just goes nuclear, just like Devin Booker did for Phoenix. And you look back at that and you go, that was a 6-game series? Are you kidding me? That's kind of how I see this thing playing out. I'm so unbelievably overconfident in the first round for Denver.
Yeah, and as much as there was a flawed build to the Twin Towers model of Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. Karl Anthony Towns is pretty good in terms of being a guy that has length, has size, that can step outside and shoot and rip threes. But there were some problems with having that Twin Tower model that you no longer have. You don't have that anymore. And now you have your center, your big man, is a guy that averages essentially 10 points a game and gets a bunch of rebounds and plays defense and consistently gets dominated by Nikola Jokic. I mean, Rudy Gobert gets eaten alive by Jokic. And I just don't know that team is built to have the agitator. I mean, is the Caruso playing the high side of the double team on Nikola Jokic? Is that going to be Dante DiVincenzo? I don't know. I just don't think that they're not built the way that they were 2 years ago, and they're not playing in that same way that they were 2 or 3 years ago when they felt like a team that was comprised and built by a former executive in Denver to beat the Nuggets. I don't feel like they're that team anymore.
Game 1, Saturday afternoon against the Timberwolves at Ball Arena. Tickets and all of the information that you need to know about the team in the playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. You guys won't want to miss a second of this series. From playoffs to the most exciting team in Major League Baseball. Well, that was short-lived. The Rockies drop another one to Houston. You guys won't want to miss the very biggest game of the Colorado Rapids season. Tickets are on sale now for the Rapids' 30th anniversary match, where they'll take on Inter Miami, back where it all began 30 years ago. That's at Empower Field at Mile High. History, passion, and star power set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April the 18th. You can lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. And if you want to win tickets, you can enter right now by texting the word RAPIDS, 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 with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We'll give away tickets at the end of the show.
Congrats to the Colorado Rapids having a nice season.
The Pids.
Maddie Wells is
Up
getting
the
them
Pids.
dialed up. Kind of missed our weekly show. We'll work on getting some content to you somehow, some way for all you big timers out there. But Pids got a win last night in the U.S. Open Cup. The Lamar Hunt, a terrible human being from Kansas City Chiefs that does a lot of great things for the great game of soccer. But Colorado beats Union Omaha and came off a massive win in front of their home crowd against the Houston Dynamo, scoring 6.
Cool.
Big weekend this weekend for the beautiful game. So
love it.
U.S. women's national team also, as we've heard, going to be at Dick's Sporting Goods on Friday against Japan. So a lot of good soccer action coming in for those that love the game.
Good soccer action, bad baseball action. The Rockies are now 5 games under 500 and a distant, I think they're 6 games back or something like that, maybe even more behind the LA Dodgers. We weren't expecting them to compete in the NL West, but
I was talking for a while.
you might want to turn on your microphone.
I was talking crazy there for a while.
You were talking crazy. They're
the-
already 7 games back.
Yeah.
They've lost 5 in a row. The pitching, which was helping them at the beginning of the season when they were 500 at 6-6, the starting pitching has now started to go under. Michael Lorenzen is struggling mightily in two of his first 3 starts here as a Rocky. I guess a bright spot, like Antonio Senzatella has been sensational.
He's been really good.
He's pitched in 5 games, 12 1/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 15 strikeouts. His whip is .57. He's been an awesome long relief pitcher for them.
Yeah, he's been good, and you've seen. I've liked what you've seen, even though his ERA is ballooned from a bad performance. But like last night, Zach Agnos gave you a chance. He took you. He got through the 8th inning and got the ball back on the other side. And like there was some exciting, 9th inning baseball that there's guys scratching after Hunter Goodman led off with the strikeout. You ended up having a Willie Castro strike. You're 2 down. Rumfield gets you going. Unfortunately, Sullivan gets on base. I don't know if you saw this. This pissed me off. You end up pinch running a catcher that's got some juice, and you get the big hit from Ezekiel Tovar. It's slightly mishandled out there by the right fielder, and for whatever reason, 2 outs. Sullivan's like he's looking back to see, like, do I need to tag up? No!
Get going! Get on your horse!
You would have gotten at the very least, you would have gotten some bonus baseball in Houston last night. So just situational awareness, man. Gosh. And then, of course, Jordan Beck, who's been on the schneid to start this season out. I mean, he started out 0 for 18. He ended
2 of 5?
He had a better game, but you can't look at strike 3, brother. Not with guys on first. I think it was second and third, if not first and third.
They do strike out way too much.
You can't strike out looking game on the line, man. Just go freaking chase. Go put wood on the ball and see what happens.
12 Ks is too much against an Astros staff that isn't buzzing right now. Like, this is not the same Astros staff that we've been accustomed to over the better course of the last, 7 seasons. You can't strike out 12 times against them. But good things are happening. Like, Kyle Karros goes 2 of 3. Beck goes 2 of 5. Ezekiel Tovar continues to hit 1 of 4. He had a run as well. Goodman hits a homer in the first inning. And even though you give up 6 in the bottom of the third, you just found a way to chip away and give yourself a chance. So if we're looking for little silver linings, the Rockies gave you a couple in another loss.
Watching the top of the 9th inning at Houston, I know they're not a great team. I know it's early on in the season. This is game 17 of the year. I just saw fight. I saw guys scratch and claw. And it just, I don't love looking at strike 3 with 2 outs and leaving runners in scoring position. I hate it. But at least there was fight to get into that position with 2 outs. And that's what we're seeing culturally with this baseball team. Like, there are going to be times this year, like you've already experienced in a short period of time, there are going to be times that you like the product that you see and you're like, oh, okay, there's some good things happening. Feels like the culture is shifted.
Again, it's not going to be a season in which you do not lose 100 games. We've gone over that. Like, it just doesn't happen that you can improve by 20. You're going to lose anywhere between 102 or 103 to 107 games this year, but it'll still be a massive improvement as to what you were last season. You have to look at these games. You have to look at a fifth loss in a row. This is amazing with where we're at with this program. You have to look at a fifth loss in a row in a game in which you were trailing by 3 or more runs for 75% of the game. And you have to look at the final and how they got there and go, I'm okay with that. That's where you are.
TJ Rumfield's he's been I think just an absolute gift to this baseball team. There are some good examples. I mean, he's already hitting 304. It feels like he steps up into the big spots, and I think that was a big time offseason acquisition. And instead of having this massive void at first base in the form of an absent Chris Bryant, like, you needed to move forward and have a guy. And you got a 25-year-old that's 6'5", 238, and he's hitting 2 bombs already, 8 ribs, hitting 304. He's playing good baseball.
We heard earlier this week, I believe it was Jim Nantz talking about Augusta and seeing a bunch of NFL guys. He was on with the Kelsey Brothers podcast. And he was talking about all these NFL guys that have found their way.
Arlington Heights? Is that no?
It's something
Cleveland
Heights. New Heights.
New Heights.
New Heights.
There you go.
Arlington Heights. What is Arlington Heights?
Don't know.
Is that where like the Rangers ballpark is?
I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've been to an Arlington Heights.
It was chatting about how he sees all of these NFL players at the Masters all weekend. Really good news for Broncos fans. A course that is notoriously hard to walk. Bo Nix was buzzing around there with Drake May. Don't have to worry about his ankle, coach.
No
He's
question.
fine.
Good to see Bo Nix out and about. But even more importantly, there was a really, really cool piece that just came out on the Players Tribune where Bo Nix writes a letter to his daughter, Riley. Her is, I think, now 2-3-month-old daughter, Riley. And in that letter, and we can talk about it on the other side of the break, there's some really interesting little tidbits talking about the year that Riley will never have known. Obviously, she wasn't on this earth in oxygen partaking manner as somebody who's out. But you're going to hear about this year. And there were a lot of ups and downs to that year for Bo Nix. And he is very reflective. And I thought it was a really cool piece. So we'll react and read some of it. There's some really good stuff in here that gets to the core of who Bo Nix is that oftentimes you don't really get a chance to see because he is so professional and wired to be a quarterback. He was born and bred to be a quarterback. So you don't oftentimes get to see the vulnerable side of who Bo Nix is.
Inside the Mind, Bo Nix, next. the morning sprint rolling into hour number 2. PhD coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. today. I would be listening sometime in the 3:30 to 4:30 hour with Nate and Andy today because there might be some very fun hockey guests joining them today. Just maybe. So set your calendars. I'd listen between 3:30 and 4:30.
Are the hockey guests going to be chilly?
I don't know. Might be.
Will they be?
Might be. Who knows? Don't know. Maybe. Don't know.
I don't know.
Coach, you said that Bo Nix has, well, he hasn't like broken a silence, but he's put pen to paper, penning an essay in the Players Tribune, which are always fun pieces to read. An essay to his daughter talking about the season that she will never see, that season that she will never remember, in which her father rather got the Broncos to the AFC Championship game, and then unfortunately breaks his ankle on the second to last play of the game of the win that got them in that position.
Yeah, Bo Nix, aspiring Nobel Prize winning author. Let's go, man. Dear Riley, you won't remember.
Wait, don't
last
you win the
season.
Pulitzer for writing?
Whatever. I'm sure Nobel's got
Is it the Nobel like a science thing?
That's for peace. There's peace. Peace Prize. You heard of the Nobel Peace Prize? It's one of the Nobels. I think there's a lot of Nobels. There's Nobel laureates, academia mixed in there. I know this because I coached at places that had a lot of Nobels. They were all over the place.
Wait,
the
Western
Pulitzer
Kentucky?
No, that was actually Yale and Stanford, to be honest. So, dear Riley, you won't remember last season. You won't remember Lutz's game winner against the Chiefs, Nick's game-saving stop against the Commanders, meaning Nick Bonito, or J. Mac's incredible interception in Marvin's TD catch against the Bills. You won't remember our crazy comebacks, our win streak, or the deafening roar of our fans at Mile High. You won't remember us being overdogs, leaning into the overdogs. You also won't remember the cameras zooming in on me during the AFC Championship game, sitting in a suite with a boot. You won't remember how close we were to the Super Bowl or how badly I wanted to be out there with my teammates. But one day when you're older, you might hear about it. I just thought it was cool. Like, those are moments to Bo Nix that he was able to really focus on and talk about putting pen to paper, writing this essay to his daughter, who's now several months old. And, knowing that someday she's going to have a chance to read this. I think that this was a really significant year for Bo. And I thought that there were some parts about this continuing on. Our season didn't end the way I thought it would. I broke my ankle one step away from the Super Bowl. It hurt bad, not just physically. It hurt because I love playing the game with my teammates. It hurt because we built something really special. It hurt because when you're that close to something you've dreamed about your whole life, you don't want it taken out of your hands. And so, Bo has all the confidence in the world. He's writing it, that he was truly one step. Like, the misstep is what prevented, in Bo's mind, him being a Super Bowl quarterback.
Without a doubt. They win that game with Bo Nix. They beat Drake May. They beat the Patriots. They win that football game.
I feel that too. And it's pretty interesting to hear him say that. And, one of the things that I think we've seen, Raj, is Bo at times when he is interviewed, heck, even, the 6 hours that I spent with him at the Bo Nix football camp, chasing him around and being his ball boy and handing him footballs. Like, Bo doesn't always come across as the most like easygoing, happy-go-lucky. Everything's going to be just fine. He's not the most reassuring person. Frankly, at times, like, he's kind of a nervous guy to be around. Like, he makes you feel nervous around him.
How so?
I'll let him describe it in his own words. This is just, once again, writing to his daughter. I'm not a very patient person. I like structure, a game plan, an opponent. I don't sit still well. If I'm not doing something, playing something, moving towards something, I get restless. After the injury, I had to find a new rhythm. I was very bored. I couldn't wait for you to arrive. Neither could your mom, because I was driving her crazy being around the house all day. And that's what I see in him. We all on this earth, I think, are given gifts that we can potentially use. And some people are given a lot of gifts. Like, for me, I personally have enjoyed different things than just coaching. That's why I'm doing this right now, Raj. Like, it's something that I wanted to do when I was a kid. I wanted to be in the media space. I listened to Jim Rome as a kid in Southern California. He was a local sports talk radio guy. It's something that I wanted to do. Bo Nix, however, Bo Nix wants to play quarterback. That's it. And that's what he feels very comfortable in this season of his life now, being a new father and even being very reflective. He can be a little prickly because all he wants to do is play quarterback. All he wants to do is move closer towards his goals as an NFL quarterback.
You know who he sounds like, man. And he's not the level of player that he sounds like. The mentality, the fortitude and the drive. He sounds like Nathan MacKinnon. He's not the level of player Nathan MacKinnon is. He will never be if he was Nathan MacKinnon, we would be talking about Bo Nix of is he better than John Elway? That would be the conversation, because the conversation around Nathan MacKinnon right now is he better than Joe Sakic? If you guys haven't read the article on ESPN that Ryan S. Clark, the former beat writer of The Athletic here in Denver for the Abs, just put out about Nate, is that is the conversation. Has he already surpassed Joe as the best skater in Avalanche history? Bo's not that level, but I do believe the mentality and he makes you nervous to be around him because he's always feeling am I maximizing my time for not me, but for my teammates? Bo doesn't feel like a legacy guy. McKinnon's not a legacy guy. I don't think the Rocket Richard really means all that much to Nathan MacKinnon. I believe that even though he scored that empty netter goal, it meant more to Nate to get Marty Necas 100 points than it did for him to lock up the award for the most goals scored in this year's NHL season. That's what I hear out of Bo. And that's what you want out of your quarterback.
This one hits a little bit close to home because the other part that I see with Bo, and just I would call people around him maybe at times don't feel comfortable. And I'm going to throw out another name of a player that I thought was born and bred to play the position from his nurture. Once again, not the caliber of a player that I'm comparing Bo Nix to, but it's Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning notoriously was a guy that you couldn't have SportsCenter on in the cafeteria or the dining facility at Dove Valley, or he would, quite frankly, turn over tables. We have no focus. We're worried about the wrong things.
If you're looking at a screen, it better be your iPad looking at plays and film.
So guess what he had on? He had the news on. Okay, cool. CNN, Fox News, watch whichever one you want. We're not going to worry about what the talking heads say about us. We're going to keep our blinders up, and that's exactly where it's going to be. What was Peyton Manning? Who brought him up? Well, also an elite quarterback. And you know who brought up Bo Nix? A really accomplished quarterback coach, an accomplished college quarterback in the Southeast Conference in Patrick Nix. And he goes on to say this: when I was 8 years old, and he's talking to Riley, your grandfather, meaning Bo's dad, came home one Tuesday in the middle of the day, which he never did, right? He's used to that, the rhythm of football. You don't see your dad at 1 o'clock. The reason I'm a high school coach right now is because I get to see my kids every once in a while now at 1 o'clock on their campuses that I have a chance to be at. He sat us all down on the couch and looked us in the eye, and he told us that he had just been fired as the offensive coordinator at the University of Miami. He told us point blank, no shame, no hiding. Then he picked up the phone and called your great-grandparents and said, it's going to be on the bottom line of the TV. You all see it on the ticker. Bo Nix has understood that when things aren't going well in football, it costs people their jobs. This is a matter of life or death. This isn't silliness. This isn't Drew Lock. This isn't have my backpack on that I use to celebrate when I get a scramble for a first down. No, Bo Nix's backpack, it's a different type of backpack. It's a backpack of preparation. It's the backpack that Sean Payton fell in love with because he learned how important that is. And he goes on, in that moment, he said this: after he was fired, talking about Patrick Nix, he coached my flag football team. He wrote a book. He stayed home with our family for a whole year. He ended up coaching high school football where he won 3 state titles and impacted more lives than he ever could have imagined. What seemed like failure was actually direction. When you learn more and more about who Bo Nix is, man, this goes back to what me, the failed evaluator of a 2024 first-round quarterback draft class. that I thought that Bo Nix's requisite talent, well, I thought it was 6 out of 6 of the 6 quarterbacks. Well, the NFL agreed with my take on that. However, it took about a year and some change for me to tell you that there's something different, something special about Bo Nix. And what was the word I kept using? His ability to respond. He responds to adversity. You hear it in this letter that he's coining to his daughter, talking about what has made up his nurture as a young man to get to the point where he is a serious quarterback. That Bo Nix is the quarterback that Sean Payton desperately wanted because he's serious about the game.
Right. I believe the makeup of Bo and his mentality and his approach to the game, which is the reason why I brought the MacKinnon comparison. I'm not comparing the players. There is a canyon between the two levels of players they are right now. Nathan MacKinnon was a disappointing player between years 2 and 4 of his career. And then he turned it on and he became a unanimous first ballot Hall of Famer, a guy that may unseat Joe Sakic as the greatest Av ever to play the game. His years 2 through 4, without the change in mentality to be the best prepared player in the NHL and spending, the guy spends hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, if not higher than that, on making sure that his nutrition is perfect, his sleep is perfect, his preparation, his body is perfect. And I think that's the reason why he jumps from at age 21, right, getting into the physical prime of your career with 53 points. And then he puts up 97, 99, 93. And now he's got 4 straight years of north of 110 points. And he might hit, if he plays Thursday, I don't think he will, 130 points this year. It's all about how he prepares and how he changed his mentality. I don't know if Bo can ever get to that spot, but I do like the fact that he has that type of process. This year is everything for him. Process only means so much until you can't get it done on the field. He's gotten there. Now, he's dug the holes that he's had to dig himself and his team out of in the first 3 quarters last year, but when it comes down to the crunch time, he finds a way to win. His next step is, can you maintain the crunch time excellence while not putting your team behind in quarters 1, 2, and 3? I do agree with the text coming in from Paul. He's out of excuses now in terms of, and it's funny, out of excuses, they were the 1 seed.
He's also the most, he's the most accomplished quarterback of that 6 quarterback draft class after 2 seasons. I mean, he didn't play like dog piss like Drake made it in year 1.
Right, but
he also didn't wet the bed. Like one of our texters is saying that Nix is a bedwetter, Nathan MacKinnon is a savage. How is he a bedwetter? He got this team in his second year
games.
With 15 games. He beat Josh freaking Allen that everybody around these parts wants to glaze to the ends of the earth. He beat him fair and square.
This can't be the peak of Bo, though. If this is the peak of Bo, is it a failure? It can't be the peak.
A lot of people are asking about this.
He has to continue to climb.
Why is Bo's essay to his infant daughter in the public? This is a normal thing, guys.
Yeah,
it's called the Players Tribune. There are all kinds of really good pieces that have been written. I remember there was a piece written by Karl Anthony Towns. I was living in Minneapolis during the time of the George Floyd incidents and everything that was going on, and he was able to give a story of his parents that had just his grandma, his mother had just passed away of COVID. This is an opportunity for you to see a side of an athlete that we don't typically see.
Yeah, this isn't like he actually penned a letter to his daughter at home and then leaked it out to the press. No, he wrote this for the Players Tribune from a perspective of a father to a newborn baby girl.
And the last part that I'll read,
a literary exercise
that I think is important to Broncos country is just where's Bo? Where is Bo? We started this segment. Jim Nantz talking about Bo Nix walking around, hanging out with Drake May at the Masters. He's already up on his feet, clearly mobile, and he summarizes his letter to Riley in the Players Tribune with this. As I write this, I am finishing up rehab for my ankle and learning how to rock you back to sleep at 3 a.m. I'll be back on the field soon, stronger, wiser, hungrier. But if I'm being honest, the biggest win of this past season wasn't a playoff game. That's awesome. And that to me is the perspective that I think that is why Bo Nix is a great role model to young football players, young athletes of all kinds and variety. But I also think he's been raised the right way to prioritize the right things. But oh, by the way, he's a little bit of a psychopath when it comes to football, and you kind of want that in your quarterback.
NFL notes are on the other side of the break. Every day here at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes, just a handful of days removed from the first game of the first round of the NBA playoffs, Nuggets and Timberwolves. Saturday at 1:30 at Ball Arena. They'll play their next game on Monday night late. I think it's like an 8:40 tip or something crazy like that on Monday, which means we can expect the Avalanche to play on Sunday and on Tuesday of this week. So we'll go every other day for the first 4 days of the postseason.
All
Nuggets,
at Ball
Avs,
too,
Nuggets,
right?
Avs, all at Ball Arena.
That's crazy. How good is playoff NBA, playoff
Fantastic.
hockey?
Nothing like it.
Like I'm of the accord that playoff hockey is like otherworldly.
It
But I
is.
think regular season hockey is pretty intense. Like it still has a level of intensity, the way that the players play the game.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago for sure. Last night,
But I think
Thursday,
that the NBA turns almost into a different sport.
it is a completely different sport.
Like hockey kind of.
I also think it's baseball, man.
Oh yeah.
When you get into the postseason in baseball, different sports.
The baseball environment's so significantly different.
I think you hit that on the head. Yeah, the NBA is a different sport. Again, I thought it was going to be a flop last night in the play-in. Both games were fantastic. Guys are going balls to the wall. Even if it was the 7-8 or the 9-10 matchup, it was awesome. Before we get too far off the rails, KJ, NFL Notes, what do you got?
Let's do it, baby. The Masters lived up to the hype on and off the green.
Yes, it did.
Because we got a Bo Nix tea leaf drop from none other than the great Jim Nantz. And here's Jim talking about Broncos quarterback Bo Nix from his time at the Masters.
You were talking, Pat, about you saw some pictures of some of the people I was with this week. There are a lot of NFL guys that are hanging around Augusta.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how they're all getting in, but just again, I ran into Drake May.
What?
I ran into Bo Nix, who looked very healthy here.
Bo Nix was walking that place?
Obvious. What's that?
Bo Nix was walking around Augusta?
He was walking around, and it was fascinating. Bo and Drake took the whole Augusta experience in together. And you said it earlier, the undulation, the grade at Augusta, it is up and down more than anybody could ever imagine. So Bo and Drake spent a couple of days together hanging out.
So it was with Pat McAfee and not the Kelsey brothers. I misspoke a couple of segments ago. But walking around Augusta National, not a very easy thing to do.
I'm just surprised that with the Patriots, kind of insider with Drake May, it was not on a Rossini podcast, but I digress.
We'll get to that in a second.
It's really good.
In like 2 minutes.
It's good for us to hear that, according to Jim Nantz, Bo Nix is dealing with, he can already get around the undulation of Augusta, which is good. It's good
I'm
news.
not
Bo Nix
saying
is back.
because he can walk Augusta, it means he could play in an NFL game tomorrow.
He's fine.
But he's fine.
He's back. He's fine. He's healthy. What all of us need to see is a full season and hopefully a long postseason run.
Well, you've only seen full seasons of Bo Nix. Brett said it really well today.
You got to finish the job, buddy.
Don't allow yourself to believe that Bo Nix is Michael Penix Jr. You can't do that. It's not the same thing. Bo just plays. He just shows up and he plays and he wins. And I know he got hurt at the wrong time of year, but he's played more than any other quarterback in his draft class. More than anybody.
Caleb?
More than Caleb. He's played more playoff games.
Oh, playoffs, sorry.
No.
Yeah.
In terms of total games played, Bo has played more than anybody in his draft class.
I thought Caleb played too. Because then they beat the Packers.
Did they play last year?
Doesn't matter. How many did Bo play this year?
Oh, good point.
Played one.
Oh, maybe it's even then.
Yeah.
I thought he had one on Caleb.
No, they both.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, it's all right.
KJ, what's next?
We're the overdogs. Former Denver Broncos quarterback Paxton Lynch was attempting to make a return to the NFL, but a devastating injury seriously derailed that comeback bid. Lynch landed with the National Arena League's Colorado Spartans before the 2026 season, but in his third game, Lynch suffered what is believed to be a season-ending torn LCL injury. Lynch had 3 touchdown passes in his first 3 games with the Spartans, and he told the Denver Post he's not sure if he'll attempt to return to professional football in 2027.
Raise your hand if you knew that Paxton Lynch was playing football.
I did.
What?
Yeah, I've been following this story, man.
No,
dude, this has been
Coach, I swear I have.
Coach, this has been one of the coolest stories in football, man. This offseason.
Come on.
Dude, he's been spinning it down there for the NAL Colorado Spartans, baby. And throwing that sucker around, I got to see the highlights.
I didn't know the National Arena League was a thing.
Dude, you obviously need to hang out more at the Broadmoor World Event Center, or whatever it's called down there.
Yeah, it used to be a rink. I'm no longer there because there's no ice there.
No, it's NAL football, and a couple concerts a year. Maybe I don't know if you can fit a Monster Jam in there or not. Monster Truck Jam, probably not big enough.
KJ, you said it was one of the coolest offseason stories of the year. This is the first time I'm hearing about it on this show.
I don't know how, man, because the Denver Post has been detailing this thing from beginning to end this year, man. Like, they have been wall-to-wall coverage, Paxton Lynch.
I don't like this. Why are we talking about, like, the biggest draft bust in the history of the franchise?
Dude, Paxton's a good dude, man. He's hanging out, training young quarterbacks. It's all good, man. You don't have to hate on him because he's 32 years old trying to make his comeback.
He's the reason why Josh Allen wasn't the quarterback here. He's the reason.
He's not the reason. The decision makers of the Denver Broncos are the reason. Don't fault him for just being in the position as a really good quarterback at where was it?
A really good quarterback?
College.
He played at Memphis, and he was okay.
So
I know it's revisionist history, but I don't love giving all of this airtime to a quarterback that set the franchise back damn near a decade.
Well, you know what's great? The next story will be more up your alley. We'll talk less about actual football players, and we'll talk about those that get to know coaches very intimately.
A good quarterback. Paxton Lynch in college, man. He had one good year.
It was awesome.
In the American.
Quit hating on my guy, Pete Lizzle. That's Pete Lizzie.
He threw for 3,700 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions in his junior season. He didn't really do anything before that. He was drafted because he was 6'6" and 245 pounds. He sucked.
He had a sweet mustache, though.
He did have a pretty good mustache. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Okay, so from football story, or this still feels football adjacent, the National Arena League. It's like us doing a show on, like, if someone was playing hockey in the Fed. You know what the Fed is?
It's not the K?
You have no idea, right? You've never heard of the Federal Hockey League, have you? Nope. Didn't know it was a thing. Just like I didn't know the National Arena League. Well, the ECHL's legit. The ECHL is like the
Idaho Steelheads, one of my favorite products to watch on planet Earth, ECHL hockey.
The ECHL is like the XFL or the USFL.
What you know about the Long Beach Ice Dogs?
I don't know much about it, but you tell me. There's a new ECHL team going in Albuquerque, the Goatheads.
Oh, I like
Great
Goatheads.
nickname.
Big fan.
That felt football adjacent. Let's continue football adjacent. KJ.
We're the overdogs.
Well, the biggest NFL social media story took quite the turn yesterday as NFL reporter Diana Russini has resigned from The Athletic less than a week after published photos of her and New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel were at an Arizona resort prompted by an internal investigation at the New York Times-owned sports outlet. Here is just a small snippet of what she had to say about her resigning from The Athletic. Quote, I have covered the NFL with professionalism and dedication throughout my career, and I stand behind every story I've ever published. When the page 6 item first appeared, The Athletic supported me unequivocally, expressed confidence in my work, and pride in my journalism. For that, I am grateful. In the days that follow, unfortunately, commentators in various media have engaged in self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts, end quotes. So Diana steps down. I want to ask you guys, does this lead to this story potentially having some truth to it? And when will Vrabel face the fire?
Yeah, real quick before we get into that, ECHL hockey, just two teams of note. In Wheeling, West Virginia, the team are
Nailers.
They're the Wheeling Nailers, and then Worcester, the Worcester Railers. So back to Rossini we go.
I didn't know what you were doing, and I just got it.
Sorry.
Oh, I love you so much.
Sorry, I had to. Yeah, I'll grow up. I promise you I'll grow up. Maybe when I hit 50 years old, I'll grow up. I don't know. I thought it was going to be when I hit 40. It hasn't happened. Maybe 45. That's coming up. It's a benchmark, but listen, why resign? Why step down? If you were just on a girls trip with the gals, I'm still waiting on the girls trip picture. And you know what, Vrabel? Yeah, at some point you're gonna have to get in front of a microphone, bud.
And you know what we're not going to talk about? who New England selects at 31.
You know what we might ask? Any truth to the rumors about A.J. Brown that were widely reported by Diana Rossini potentially linked in a trade to New England?
Yeah.
That's what we might be asking.
Seems as though you want a wide receiver and you'll talk to one person. Yeah, Vrabel does
Proud
deserve...
of you. I'm so proud of you. You said wide receiver and you didn't take it to a dark place. Good for you, man. You have so much more maturity than I do. So much more.
Vrabel needs to face it at this point. Like, they are both at fault now. I think there's a little bit more responsibility on Rossini's part because of the nature of her job and journalistic integrity. It's not a good look for either one of them. And I do agree that, like, if you're stepping down, it's kind of an admission of guilt that something actually happened here. So I don't believe half of the stuff that was put in that letter of resignation, like, they're unfounded claims. No, you're stepping down because the claims got loud. And yeah, it's affecting your home life as it should. It's affecting your work life as it should. You don't step down if something didn't happen. It's so very clear that, like, there was an improper relationship. Is that the proper term here? Sure.
Yeah, and like it's a good question from the 994. Like, why does anyone care about their relationship? I think it does matter because sourcing matters. And, you know, this is a $1 billion sum game that we're talking about in the National Football League. It is one of the biggest, and actually, you know what? The NFL is about the only thing in this crap economy that has not struggled. It keeps getting bigger and more. There's more wealth. There's more advertising dollars. It's like it's the only thing that feels like it's completely recession proof or economy downturn proof. And so, yeah, a lot of the games that are played with sourcing and with media, like, that does matter. It does matter. And you know what? A lot of people are saying that this is solely a moral conversation for Vrabel. No. You want to know what head coaches do? You want to know what the Patriots have done for a long period of time? Any possible way that they can manipulate those that they get close to be able to get a message out, to gain an advantage, gain an edge. It's part of the game. I get it. But that's why it matters. If Diana Rossini, who was covering the Tennessee Titans, that was the voice that was saying that Mike Vrabel doesn't get hired because he's big and intimidating. That was her telling everybody. Remember those? On NFL Notes, we used to talk about Vrabel, is he ever going to get a job? Well, Diana Rossini said that GMs in the league are saying, well, maybe not because he's just intimidating.
Yeah, he's physically imposing.
So now everything from Mike Vrabel, while Diana Rossini was the beat reporter for ESPN, she was the Jeff Legwold of the Tennessee Titans when Mike Vrabel was the head coach there. So do we
Jeff,
trust?
what you know about couples retreats to Sedona?
Absolutely nothing. Jeff just grinds on ball, just watching film as we speak.
KJ, what's next?
We're the overdogs.
Well, the Las Vegas Raiders obviously are expected to take Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall, coming up here in about a week. But GM John Spytek did talk to the media yesterday about the possibility of trading the top pick. Quote, "We've gotten a few calls and those teams know where they stand. If there's a player that stands out that we feel is not worth losing, is not worth even picking up the phone, then we'll just make the pick. But if it's a player that we're not as excited about, or there's a group of players that we would love to pick from and we can get value for that, we're certainly open to listening to that," end quote. So he's not necessarily closing the door all the way, but he's obviously not leaving it open for just anybody to come through. What type of package would it take to even make the Vegas Raiders listen to a potential thought?
Not going to happen. John Spytek all along has maintained this exact same stance. He has not once said that we are taking Fernando Mendoza. He's playing his poker face. He's a young general manager. He doesn't want to get involved in a national headline, so say nothing. It's smart.
It's either say nothing or come out and say we're taking Fernando Mendoza.
And he doesn't want to do that even. Because I think he wants to, somebody wants to give the entire franchise over to you in terms of draft capital for the next 5 years.
Right. So how many picks would it take for you
It's
to
not going to
move
happen.
on?
It's literally not going to happen
It's not gonna
because
happen.
of the very thing that Darren McKee always says: you can't choose when you suck. And if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have a quarterback.
Especially at number one.
And
with the guy
especially
who
a
won
guy-
the Heisman and looks like he is a prototype NFL QB.
Guys, it's still Indiana football. And I know my takes have gotten criticized that I've compared the 2026 run of Indiana football in the playoffs to the 2019 LSU Tigers. Dude, the difference, Joe Burrow had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase playing wide receiver. Nobody's talking about Fernando Mendoza's wideouts and tight ends being top 5 picks in the draft. Like, these are guys that are good players. Like, Omar Cooper's a great player, but he's probably a late first, maybe early second. And that's the best surrounding cast. This guy was he's a generational player that elevated a program that has never been in that space before and didn't just win games. They won every single one of them against teams from the Big Ten and the SEC and did it over and over and over again.
Would you trade the first pick if you're John Spytek, right? You are Mike Spytek. I give you 5 first-rounders. Will you trade the first pick?
No, because I still don't know if there's a quarterback in next year's draft that I like as much as Fernando. I think Dante Moore's still a big fat question mark at Oregon.
Yeah.
I think that Arch Manning's a humongous question mark. So, no, hell no. Fernando Mendoza is brilliant. He's a football nerd, just like we heard Bo Nix is a football nerd.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? He's not the guy that's doing all the branding and marketing. He's freaking taking care of football and his family. That's it. And all these other guys that want to get involved in all these other things, starting to get a little bit distracted, aren't you? Fernando Mendoza is a football guy.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. There are many times that the country of Canada pisses me off. They're dead to me as of this morning. I'll tell you why on the other side. dare you, Canada? How dare you? Your prodigal son. The guy who nearly won you a gold medal. I know it didn't happen, but I'm sure in the next Olympic cycle, Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar will have gold around their neck.
Yeah, but close only counts, Raj, in horseshoes and hand grenades.
It sure does. But you love Nathan MacKinnon every other month of the year. And just because you have a diminutive American on your national team.
Who's this?
Cole Caulfield and the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh, yeah.
The entire country of Canada has now resorted to calling Nathan MacKinnon an empty net merchant. That's the only reason why he's going to win the Rocket Richard. And I say to you, Canada, how dare you?
How many empty netters does Nate have
I
on
think
the year?
8.
It's
a decent amount, but he also has I think he's got 42 or 41 even strength goals.
Cole Caulfield, I wonder what his numbers look like.
Cole Caulfield,
I bet is he a power play? Is he a power play merchant though?
He does not have any empty net goals this year. Caulfield, he has 11 power play goals this season,
which is how many more than Nate? Nate's got 5, 6. I don't think it's very high.
I think he's
kind of been part of the problem that we keep talking about.
Oh, no, he's got 11.
Oh, shoot.
He's got 11.
So he's got 19 where you're essentially facing less resistance.
Yeah, Caulfield scored more with goalies in the net.
How many does Cole Caulfield literally have? 0 empty netters? There's
zero
no
empty
way.
netters. He has 0 empty net goals.
You know what, Canada? You know what, Cole Caulfield? You know what, Montreal?
Put him on the ice.
Don't be mad at the Avs for being in so many situations.
No doubt. Great
that
point.
they have to play with an empty net.
Fantastic
That's every freaking night. They're set the franchise record or tied it with most points in a damn season. So don't get mad because it is what it is. Freaking Canada.
Caulfield scored 5 3-on-3 overtime goals this year.
Do those count in just regular statistics?
What doesn't count as a shootout goal.
Okay.
So you don't get credit for a shootout goal. It doesn't go into your total tally. So
why doesn't
Caulfield had 5 of those in 3-on-3, and MacKinnon had just 1 this year.
Let me ask you this, Raj.
In fake hockey.
Why did the NHL go all the way down to 3-on-3 for overtime hockey?
Because they wanted games to
quickly decided in regular season.
Yes, and they found out that 3-on-3 before teams started taking the puck back and taking their time and just making it a possession game, it was heart-stopping levels of adrenaline.
4-on-4 doesn't. I mean,
there's not as much ice. I like 4-on-4 hockey better. It used to be 4-on-4. It was
how long ago was that?
2007, I think, is when they instituted something like that.
Were you still getting to a ton of shootouts? Or did you feel
did they put the shootout in 2007? 3-on-3 hockey debuted in the NHL in 2015.
That's pretty recent.
2015.
Was Olympics 4-on-4? Was that the overtime?
Olympics was 3-on-3. Right? Because the players on the ice for Team USA were Jack Hughes.
Yeah, it was 3-on-3. It
wasn't a Kachuk brother. But MacKinnon, Makar, and who were on the ice? McDavid. MacKinnon, Makar, and McDavid were on the ice for Canada. It was 3-on-3.
It's a lot of mix.
McPickles, as they call him.
Yeah, but they're killing the guy for being out there when his team's up. Caulfield is never on the ice when Montreal is winning a game because they just rely on their bottom 6 forwards and they go, you guys go kill the game. Bednar plays his top guys at the end of games. So even in a tie game or you're down by 1 or you're up by 1, Bednar plays his top guys because he believes that they can defend well enough. And I also agree that they're just as good as a defensive line when they commit to it, their top line, as your 3rd and 4th lines are.
So what we're basically learning here.
Shootout came after the 05 or the 04-05 lockout. There we go.
Okay. What we're learning here, Raj, is that we're going to, you alluded to it earlier when I asked you in this program, who's going to represent the Eastern Conference? It's going to end up being Cole Caulfield, the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh,
and
we're going to be able
to, we're going to harbor a lot of anti-Canadian sentiment in these parts.
If it's the Canadiens, I will say this right now, and I hope that you're listening, my lovely program director, Kevin. I need a spot on that flight. I need to see a Stanley Cup final game at the Bell Center.
If you own a multi-million-dollar company and you're listening right now, can you sponsor me and Raj?
We just need like $1,000. That's all we need.
Oh, yes! I mean, but can we get like at least some good French Canadian food?
Of course we can. I've got friends who have places and family up there. We don't even need to be put up in a hotel.
Do you have friends in Montreal?
Just put me where they put the dogs and the luggage on the flight. That's what I need. That place rocks.
I want to go so bad. Please, multi-million-dollar business owner, sponsor us. You can. Hey, you know what? I'll even give you my personal cell phone. 303-504-0925.
That's not your personal cell phone, you lying son of a
biscuit. You son of a biscuit-eating bulldog.
You're lying to me. Yeah, Nathan MacKinnon's going to win the Rocket Richard. He will be the second Avalanche player to do so. Milan Hajduk did that back in the mid-2000s. The William M. Jennings Trophy will go to Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood, assuming the Avs don't get 21 goals scored against them on Thursday
night. Wouldn't that be something?
They lose to the Kraken 22-0.
Speaking of 21 goals, did you hear about this Costa Rican world? I think it was a Gold Cup in CONCACAF.
No.
Costa Rica was playing the Cayman Islands in women's soccer, and they won 21-0.
San Juan, mi-ho.
They won 21-0. So hopefully the Costa Rican women's team doesn't show up to play the Colorado Avalanche tonight, because that was wild. And they had their leading goal scorer in that game this is against Cayman Islands. Their leading goal scorer her last name was Chinchilla. It was Priscilla Chinchilla.
There's no way. That's an Onion article.
No, it was.
You're making this up. Priscilla Chinchilla? That's not a real name.
21-0 victory led by Priscilla Chinchilla's 7 goals. Scored 3 in the first half and 4 in the second.
Oh, brother.
There is no way that's a real thing.
It's 100% a real
Priscilla Chinchilla?
I heard Brett Kane say it, and he only says true things. He kills you with truth. With you.
I thought that was DMac.
Well, I think Brett does too.
Oh. He's stealing that from him?
All right, Priscilla. Go for it.
Priscilla Chinchilla, a real person. That is unbelievable. That's actually a cruel thing for her parents to name her Priscilla Chinchilla.
I'm leading a mission trip to Costa Rica in June. I'm gonna meet Priscilla Chinchilla. I'm gonna get an autographed Costa Rica national team jersey. How cool is that?
What's the equivalent of like an American naming their kid Priscilla Chinchilla? What's the most American pet that you can find?
Would it be like Daryl Dog?
Yeah, but it doesn't rhyme the same way. You got to find something like that.
Dang, dude. Priscilla Chinchilla also, she's 5 feet tall.
She's kind of a chinchilla. Those things are,
Little
small
guy.
and fluffy and...
Little gal. What are you watching tonight?
What am I watching tonight?
Yep.
I am making sure that the Avalanche don't have to play the Edmonton Oilers. We're not really going to know that up until Thursday. I'm watching Vegas and Seattle and seeing whether or not Vegas is still red hot under John Tortorella.
Do we want Vegas to lose?
I want Vegas
because we want Edmo to win, right? The Pacific.
I would prefer Edmonton to win the Pacific over Vegas. And in order for them to make that happen, Edmonton just has to win in any fashion in their final game, and Vegas has to lose in regulation tonight to Seattle. Anaheim cannot win the Pacific, but they can drop into the wild card. I don't want to see Vegas or Edmonton. That's the only thing I'm looking for tonight. I want those two teams to have to face off against either each other, right? Like Edmonton against Anaheim and then Vegas against Utah, or Edmonton against Utah and Vegas against Anaheim, so Colorado can play the LA Kings.
Play-in tournament, now that I know it's on Prime. Thanks for letting me know, Raj.
I got you.
I'm rooting for... I want Golden State to win tonight. And then I want Phoenix to beat Golden State. And then Phoenix to give a little scared Oklahoma City. That's what I want.
Cordell texts in, Matt Cat. It's a great name, Priscilla Chinchilla. How about Weaver Beaver?
Jack Black?
Yeah, but that's not. What's
Freddy Spaghetti?
We're talking about pets here, not spaghetti. I like
Jack
Matt
Frost.
Cat. Matt Cat's pretty good. I love this thing, man. Oh, too good. Too good. That's going to do it for us today. Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. Berto's here filling in for DMac again. PhD's coming up next. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Maddie, you sicko.
What's up, Mile High City? Welcome to PhD on this Wednesday, April the 15th. Tyler is out. DMac is out. And we're joined by the legend known as Scott Hastings. Scott, what's your middle name?
Alan.
Alan. Okay, Scott Alan Hastings
I knew
joining us
that.
live from the. Did you? Why?
I don't know why, actually. You know why? Because I care about Scott.
All right, man. Is okay. You know what? I'm moving on. So today we will. Well, we got a lot to talk about because there was a lot of fun things that happened yesterday. Obviously, the Avalanche won, and we'll dive into that because some fun things happened in that game. The Avalanche, and I did not realize. I mean, I did not think this would be the case, but the Avalanche have a chance to have the best regular season in franchise history with a win tomorrow when they close the regular season against Seattle. There'll be more points than they've ever earned in a hockey season before. There'd be 121 points, which is such a metric ton of points.
That's a lot.
In the NHL.
And in essence means absolutely nothing.
Right. Like win or lose tomorrow, it means nothing. But if you get the 2, and matter of fact, if you get the 1, if you just lose in overtime or a shootout tomorrow, you set the record. So, I mean.
But again, who plays?
Right, who plays tomorrow? Well, yeah, that's the question because Nathan MacKinnon basically locked up the Rocket Richard last night with his goal because Montreal's season is done. Cole Caulfield can't score any more goals, and Nate's got a 2-goal lead. It's mathematically Connor McDavid could score 7 or 8 goals in the last game of the season for Edmonton and tie or pass MacKinnon, but I doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean that's so. What's the most goals by an individual ever scored?
Oh, Wayne scored 101 goals in a season one time.
No,
right?
I don't mean in a season. I'm talking in one game.
Ooh, 6? Well, Mario Lemieux has one of the sexiest damn NHL records ever. And he scored 5 goals 5 different ways in the same game. So he scored an even strength goal and a power play goal and a shorthanded goal. And he scored. He got a penalty shot, and what am I forgetting?
Empty netter.
And an empty netter. So yeah, and it's. I mean, that no one's ever going to do that in a game, right? Right? No one's ever going to do that in a game.
I don't see how.
But you know what? I mean, what's the most goals a single player scored in a single game? That's a good question. I don't know what that is.
I mean, some of them old-time guys, you would think somebody had to drop 5, 6, 7, didn't they? Before when the goalie wasn't wearing a face mask, and he's saying, "Yeah, that's too high."
Let's see. 7. Oh yeah, dog! It's set in 1920 by Joe Malone of the Quebec Bulldogs. Homie scored 7. Yeah, there he is. Look at these dudes. Look some old school names, dudes. His name is Newsy.
The top 7: 20, 20, 20, 21, 21, 44, 68.
Listen, Newsy. Dude's name is Newsy. We got a Sid in here.
Hey, look at
we got a Red.
Joe Malone for Quebec. How about Quebec? There you go. Had 7. He had 6. He had.
That's a goal
5.
scorer full.
He had 5. He had 5.
Look at Joe Malone's all over this list. Yep. But look at these names: Red, Babe, Mickey, Newsy, Joe, Harry, Sid, Cy, Corb.
The most. In the top 20, the most modern guy in the top 20 of goals scored in a game, you had Sittler for Toronto had 6 and 76. Benson had 6 and 68. Other than that, there's no one. Well, there's a 1929 was the next earliest.
Ooh. You think that's Bones' like great grandfather?
Harry Hyland?
Yeah.
Well.
Man, you think Bones has got some hockey heritage going here? 1917. That's probably not your grandfather.
Harry Hyland in December 1917, scored 5 for the Montreal Wanderers, and yet Joe Malone for the Montreal Canadiens on the exact same day scored 5.
Yeah.
So Montreal one time had 2 professional teams.
Yeah, Montreal loved them smocky. So yeah, I mean, Connor McDavid would have to set the all-time NHL goals record in his last game to catch MacKinnon or to pass MacKinnon. So Mac's winning
Probably
the
ain't
Rocket
gonna
Richard.
happen.
Find me the most current.
In 1976.
Is it 76? Is there anything from the 80s or not? Keep going.
No.
Keep going down. There's
In
75.
Well, okay. Once you
78.
get, not in the top 20. So now, once you get to 28, there's a 75, 76, 29, 77, 30.
Yeah, and then here's all the Waynes. Because I guess Wayne scored 5 goals in a game, a ton of. Look at all these Wayne Gretzkys. Man, he scored look at Dave Andrewchuk. Look at Dave Andrewchuk scoring 5 for the Sabres in a game.
There's Mario Lemieux
Yeah, there's
in 93.
Mario. Yeah.
Peter
Newendike,
Bondra
baby.
in 94.
Yeah, there's Peter Bondra. Man, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
But that's 31 years ago.
Yeah.
When Peter Bondra did it.
Yeah, so it's crazy how, because I believe goal scoring in the NHL has gone up in the ever since 2020. Goal scoring has keep going up in the NHL.
Right.
And so I keep hearing people saying that we might get back to that 1980s golden era of hockey where it was always like 5-4 hockey games and stuff like that. But I don't necessarily I don't know I guess that would be pretty fun to watch. I was about to say hockey's pretty fun right now, but if you had a mountain
but
of
it's
goals every game.
like soccer. I've all of a sudden fell in love with soccer. And I was one of the guys that poo-pooed a 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 game.
Yeah.
And now you watch it and you realize, how good it can actually be because you notice the shots. Last night, the Avs ended up winning 3-1 with the empty netter.
Mm-hmm.
How many great shots and great attempts did they have in that, especially the first 10 minutes of that third period?
Yeah.
They're just blasting the net.
Yeah. NHL goaltenders are sickos. All of them are good. Even on the worst teams in the league, can you imagine trying to stop Nathan MacKinnon from scoring in a game? If we rolled Dan Tanner out there, I bet you wouldn't stop a single shot. It's ridiculous, the level of talent in the league.
Well, unless he caught one in the cup once. Seriously, if you're a pro hockey player and you saw Dan Tanner was going to go in a game,
yeah.
Do you think they're trying to score? Do you think the first 8 or 10 shots are trying to just pepper him?
Oh, I would. That's exactly my first. I would bomb from outside, just aiming for your face. That's exactly what I would do. And I think it'd probably work out well. I don't know if there's never been a goaltender that just cried uncle and was like, get me the hell out of here, right? And was like, I'm done with taking all these shots.
Patrick Waugh kind of did that.
See, I was about to bring up Patrick Waugh. Patrick Waugh got traded because they embarrassed him and kept him out there when he was getting shelled. And that's when he was like, get me the hell out of here. I'm done. And that's when Colorado was like, we're going to win a Stanley Cup because we're trading for Patrick Waugh. But Scotty, did you think that when the season started that this might be the greatest regular season in Colorado Avalanche history?
I never think about it in history. I said before the season started, and then when they started making trades, I've been pretty consistent all along. I think the Avs win the whole thing this year.
Yeah.
It just felt like it was set up going into the season. And then they started as high as they did, and then they made trades that just added even more depth to a pretty good team anyway. We haven't seen Kevin McCarr in 10 days.
And then he steps on the ice and he was like, how about 3 points?
How fresh did his legs look?
He's going to tear up the playoffs. He's going to tear up the playoffs. It is weird because it was 6-7 games that he'd missed, and then he shows up, and then like his first assist is ridiculous, and his second assist is dumb. And then you're like, man, homie got 3 points like it was nothing. Just rolling. Marty Natchez got to 100. Which is, if you would have told me Marty Natchez would have 100 points this season, I would have thrown a party. Because, I thought he might be in the 80-point range, but he gave you an extra, 20, 25 points this season. He was looking good. I guess the greatness of the Avs is that we talk about how Jamal Murray's having the greatest season he's ever had in his career. For the Avalanche, there's like 4 or 5 of those dudes who are having the greatest season of their carear.
And that's why you got to take advantage and win the whole thing.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
So you know what? So how many points Mac would have to score just to get to the points lead that McDavid has?
7.
So he'd have to have a 7-point game tomorrow. McDavid needs 7 goals and MacKinnon needs 7 points.
Well, and McDavid still has a game to play, too.
Right. McDavid still has a game to play, and it's an important game for them.
Actually needs 5 to tie and 6 to win, so it only needs to come up with the 6er.
My math is terrible. Yeah, so Edmonton still has a chance with 1 game left to, catch Vegas as the number 1 team in the Pacific, or those chuckleheads could fall all the way to the wild card. Yes, they have 1 game remaining, and it is a huge one. It's a huge one. Actually, you know what? Just for my own, I'm going to see who they're playing. Who are they playing? Who are they playing? Who is their last game against? It's tomorrow, and it's against the Canucks. Man, McDavid might actually score 8 goals against the Canucks. Damn, you know what? I did not realize they're playing Vancouver. Oh, no. I mean, I guess we shouldn't celebrate that Rock Richard yet, because if there is a team that's going to let somebody score, put 9 or 10 on them, it's Vancouver. So that's tough. You know what? Yes, McDavid's going to get some points tomorrow.
Does Edmonton have to win?
Yeah.
Or are they already good?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to make the playoffs. They're in the playoffs, but where the problem is they're currently second in the Pacific. And so, well, here, he'll bring it up right here. So here's how crazy. The Avs will not know until tomorrow night who they will play this weekend. And we're almost guaranteed Sunday, right? We are going to be on Sunday. It hasn't been announced, but because the Nuggets are playing Saturday, Monday, that means there is no other place to put the Avs than Sunday, either, whenever. So see how there's Edmonton right there, number 2, with 91 points. They still can get 2 more to get at Vegas. Vegas still has a game to play, though. Anaheim could catch Edmonton, but not Vegas. Anaheim could be the team that faces the Avs in the first round if they fall, because the Kings still have 1 game that they can pick up 2. Yeah, this is all a mess right now.
Yeah,
It's
and
so weird.
Edmonton does have the tiebreaker over Vegas, so they technically could still win the Pacific.
Okay, so
Vegas lose and Edmonton win, then
that's right.
And Vegas's last game is tonight, right? Let me see who they're playing. Oh, they're taking on the Kraken. Okay, well, I mean, the Kraken have nothing to play for. They've been eliminated, but yeah, Dan, do you want to tell the people who your preferred opponent for just pick me an opponent. Pick me a second wildcard team right now.
Who do we got here? So it's going to be Utah, LA, or Anaheim. Who would be the best, the easiest opponent for the Avs?
Well,
or who would I like to see?
It could be anybody.
I don't want it to be LA because I hate the way they play. They just muck it up.
It's most likely going to be LA.
Probably, but I would probably go with Utah. I think that'd be cool to have like a Rocky Mountain rivalry too in the playoffs. Let's get that going.
I mean, this is why
don't be one of them dudes that force rivalries.
I'm not trying to force it.
That's what the commission's trying to do in the
right
NHL.
now.
Scott, this is how it starts.
It's not a rivalry until they beat you. So you want Utah to beat you?
No.
All right.
Yeah, Avs Mammoth is not a rivalry. Nuggets Timberwolves now. Now that's because what?
They beat them.
Because they knocked you out in the playoffs. Because you knocked them out of the playoffs, and then they came back the next season and knocked you out of the playoffs. And now you got the rubber match, and it's going to be fun. Matter of fact, I think we're talking to not 1 but 2 head coaches today, Dan. We will be speaking with the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Matt Wells, and the head coach of your Denver Nuggets,
TBD,
David Adelman. Hopefully. Matt Wells will join us at 1:30, and we'll talk about just the crazy month of April the Rapids have had and the match coming up with Inter Miami this weekend. I don't know how many tickets how many people are going to be there. I know they sold 30,000 in the first 48 hours when those tickets became available. So there's going to be a massive crowd at Empower Field to watch the Burgundy Boys get it done. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. You should also say what's up to Brett Kane and some of my favorite hockey players of all time. Tyson Barrie and John Mitchell are going to be hanging out with Brett Kane. They're going to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University and Ohio for chili ones. This is tomorrow from 3 to 5. So you can hang out with Tyson Barrie, John Mitchell, Brett Kane. Sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets. Tastings and giveaways are on site. See you Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3. The Nuggets are in the playoffs, and Game 1 is Saturday afternoon against the Timberwolves at Ball. Tickets and all the information you need about the team and playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. You won't want to miss a second of this series. If you want to be part of the program, the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, 303-504-0925. Text in, say hi to Dan. And Scotty, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question. Listen, I'm about to take a shot at the NBA regular season, despite the fact that, Dan, what was it? It was, how many more viewers this season did the NBA have than last season?
Well, I know it's up.
It's 100.
It was up 86%.
Viewership was up 86%.
From last
now
year.
Take a shot?
Yeah, now let me take a shot after they just put together just an incredibly watched regular season. Why is it that the grind of the NBA season gets to where it gets and I love basketball. And sometimes these games, I'm like, nah, man, I ain't got time for this nonsense.
Well, wait, you ain't got time for it. So how about the guys that got to go play 40 minutes?
No, I get it. But why is it that as soon as the playoffs start, we get games like last night? And none of those were good teams, and those were great games, and those playing games were amazing last night.
Actually, having saw all of those teams, in fact, I said yesterday, I said I think Portland's going to win that game.
Yes, and they did.
Because that's a young,
Denny, man,
young get after your team, and everybody goes, "Why didn't you beat them more?" And Denver actually did beat them. One of the games like 50.
That's right. That's right.
And
Greatest road win in history.
Charlotte was a couple games you had to play your butt off to win.
Yeah,
that's another good young team. Here's my thought, and I listen. There's some knuckleheads. What Smith and Harmon or something that's on our show syndicated. And one of the guys is filling in. What a couple of uneducated dudes they are, but they're football guys. They used to do football fantasy shows. Viewership is up, and they were basically saying, "Well, no one's even watching this year." Well, you're wrong.
More than ever before.
They're also their social media hits, whatever that's called, activity, whatever the word is more than the NFL, NHL, and baseball combined, because they figured out the social media stuff way before anybody else. But they put that in-season tournament in, which is stupid, which is funny because the championship game is just an extra game, doesn't count to your stats.
Right. It's crazy.
And yet it counts as a game played if you're Wemby, so you're eligible for postseason.
Right, which is weird. Like, he could have scored 100 in that game, and the NBA wouldn't have counted it.
The NBA wants to take care of faces, and he's going to be the future face of this league for the next decade.
Yeah.
But they condensed that, which condensed all the travel and condensed all the games. They had a chance at COVID to maybe start the season, soft opening the second week in December, play this a big grand opening. Maybe every team plays on Christmas Day. Who knows? Just some big surprise package. And then go until July. Go the 4th of July weekend, you got your NBA Finals. You extend the season a little bit. That way you don't have to play all these, back-to-backs. Denver played more back-to-backs than anybody this year. But they didn't do it. They could still do it. They could still start it when they started and just finish 2 weeks later, and you're cutting down half the back-to-backs. But I was doing an interview today, and here's what I said. Joker, 10 years in the league, right? Aaron Gordon's, 12 or 13? Murray's 9. Hardaway's, 14? Something like that.
Yeah, he's had a long career.
Bruce Brown's 7 or 8, I think. Even Christian Brown's like 4 or 5.
What's Jonas is at?
Jonas is a decade plus. Veteran teams, the regular season is in the middle of the season. You got to get through it, and because what really matters right now, and the NBA doesn't want to admit that, and that's why this rest and stuff, and that's why they put in the 65 games. We can't be resting. NBC's paying us $1 billion. Okay, but we're trying to get to now.
Yeah.
What I say, the Elway line: you make your fortune in the regular season, you make your fame.
Yeah, in the postseason.
This Nuggets team trying to get to here right now. Here we go. So is everybody else, especially the more veteran team you got. Man, you're just trying to survive the regular season.
Yeah, some of those Popovich Spurs teams with the old,
they were nice.
35 plus Tim. He was like, I don't care about the regular season. I only care about the playoffs.
Yeah, he actually said that. He was resting dudes before it became an
Right.
epidemic, right?
He's the reason. He's the reason the whole thing got kicked off.
Probably so, because they started realizing, wow, you mean 5 or 4 through 12 still pretty good players.
Yeah.
These guys were all Americans once. And I remember the one time they sent their starting 5 home and lost to Miami in overtime when Miami was really good. And everybody's going to go. And they got mad. Nuggets went into Philly this year and beat Philadelphia with their full roster, and Denver didn't play anybody. NBA was mad at them. And I'm like, but if you watched the game, that was a great game.
A good game, yeah.
I mean, that was an entertaining game.
But they want to be able to promote.
They just want stars.
Yeah, they want to promote the stars. They want to be able to say, "Hey, come and watch."
But if you watch it and you go, "Oh gosh,
that was a lot of fun."
Boy, this is a fun game. San Antonio. Denver played Joker and only played him 18 minutes. And then basically all bench guys. San Antonio played everybody but Wemby. But if you watch that game, pretty fun game.
Yeah, just like the last couple for the Nuggets, where I'm like, look at David Roddy go. I was, having a good time watching Roddy ball, man. Watching, you know what I mean? Watching some of these dudes.
So I don't know the answer. I think you need to spread the season out a little bit further. Everybody said, well, we'll just cut down 70 games. Well, guess what? You just signed a $76 billion contract.
Yeah.
That ain't for 70 games a year. That was for 82.
Man, the playoffs are, it's a different beast because last night we had a crazy game between Miami and Charlotte in Charlotte that the Hornets won in overtime thanks to I want to ask you about Arturas and his time in Chicago, but only because, and I only bring it up because the man who hit that 3 to send Charlotte, like the Heat had a 3-point lead with seconds to go, and then Kobe White, of all people, knocks down this crazy 3 to tie it up and force overtime. And I was like,
good, man,
the Bulls just gave that dude away. What is going on in Chicago? But anyway, okay, we got to get into LaMelo. So LaMelo, first off, the Charlotte Hornets are, if you're a fan of the Charlotte Hornets, I understand it because that team is chaos, and I love chaos. Yeah. That team is all over the place. You never know what's going to happen. And in the final 60 seconds of overtime, LaMelo Ball was like really stupid and then really great. Like just back to back.
That's who he is as a player.
It's crazy.
I mean, he still always tries to do too crazy, fancy. He'd rather be pretty than good sometimes.
Yes.
And that's that. And when they're bad, it was, I'm going to try to be pretty all the time, and it just created more of the bad. But Kobe White competes now.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy goes after a little bit. And in Portland, I told you yesterday, Portland's good, man.
Yeah, they're good.
Portland's, and they're all young except for Holiday. That's a young team.
Yeah, I think they get San Antonio. They clinched the 7. They clinched the 7 with the win last night.
They'll compete, but they won't stand up to it.
So, but yeah, at least that's not going to be a sweep for the Spurs,
I don't think so.
right?
I don't think so.
Portland's going to get a couple or one at least at home, right? So there was an incident in the Hornets-Heats game that Erik Spoelstra was really upset with afterwards, and that some people are saying right now that maybe LaMelo should be suspended, which is absolutely not going to happen. But in the game, LaMelo goes up for a layup. He gets hit. He goes down. And Bam Adebayo was trying to save the ball. He was going to save the ball. And LaMelo's angry because he just got put on his butt. And he grabs Bam's ankle and sweeps the leg. Like in Karate Kid. Sweeps the leg. Bam falls. Hits the floor on his tailbone. Bam! He's out of there. Their best player's out of the game.
Bam.
But yeah, he is out of the game. And here's what's even crazier. Because afterwards, the officials said that if Bam hadn't saved the ball, if that ball would have gone out of bounds, they could have reviewed the play and looked and see if LaMelo had intentionally, which he did. He intentionally tripped Bam. But they said because Bam saved the ball while he was getting tripped, the play continued, and they weren't able to review it once there was a stoppage again. So they were like, well, we can't judge where.
I disagree. I think in the rules they can stop at any time if they think there was a hostile act.
Yes, I think you're right.
That they missed.
Yes.
So that was just the officials probably excusing themselves.
Because
I think if they think there's a hostile act, I think they can go back and review it. I don't. I could be wrong.
That sounds right.
Seems like you should be able to. I don't know if he'll get suspended, but he should get fined a lot.
I'm sure he will. But the NBA probably doesn't want to mess with the playoffs. They're not going to yank. Just like when
Well, they're not going to
threw that
suspend him
heating
for
pad
that.
on
Well,
him.
maybe you do. You spent like a 1-game suspension. You suspend, and they ain't got a shot against. Were they 7 or 8?
They'll have to. They have to win 2, right? They have to win 2, so they'll have to play the.
Well, they were 10.
The loser of the Magic Sixers game today.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So the winner of Magic Sixers is 7.
I don't know if you can beat Orlando, or they can beat Orlando, I think.
So that was, so there was a lot of, you know what? Let's hear from Erik. Here's Erik Spoelstra and what he had to say after the game.
I didn't see it, but I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's funny. I think it's a stupid play. It's a dangerous play. Obviously, our best player is out. I'm not making an excuse. The Hornets played great, and they made those plays down the stretch. We had our opportunities to win. I just, that's a shame. He should be penalized for that. I don't think that belongs in the game. Tripping guys, shenanigans, and Curtis was there. It's his responsibility to see that. And if it's not his responsibility, then Zach's got to see it. If somebody has got to see that, and that he should have been thrown out of the game, for that. I don't know him from anyone. There's no place in the game for that. Obviously, it took Bam out of the game, but that did not deter us. If there's anything about our locker room, we just the guys just got into the competition, and like I said, we had our opportunities to win this game.
Calling the refs out by name. That's what
Curtis Blair and Zach Zarba.
But so he kept trying to say it's not the reason we lost the game, but also it was a dangerous play that cost us our best player. So, I mean, I don't even know how to adjudicate that.
Well, you know what? He may get suspended for a game, especially since Spoelstra will get fined for calling out guys' names.
Yeah, by name.
Which
you can't do
me,
that. Which is weird.
When you get mad at that, then that just shows you he was probably right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but let's penalize the guy for being right. I don't know, man. Listen, I'm not a LaMelo Ball fan.
Yeah, no, not me either.
Because I like I said, talent. Woo,
mm-hmm.
He's as talented as anybody in the league, but he's got an immature arrogance to him that I'm over with.
Khan had himself an off night. He's going now. He gets another playoff game to give it because since they won. But man, Khan was just throwing up bricks.
And what was that though? It was a rookie.
I was about to say
who had a great year, but 20 years old.
But once you hit the playoffs, it's a different beast, right? Like I remember Kobe's first playoff game. He was just launching bricks from 3, and it was like, oh man, this is not how he looked in the regular season. But the playoffs are a different beast, aren't they?
Yep, a different beast, and great players always up their games. He'll learn for it. He'll be a good player. He shouldn't be the rookie of the year, but I know he got a lot of momentum late, so they'll probably give it to him. But
yeah. You know what's weird? I don't even know. Nobody's voted yet on any of these awards. At least I don't think so.
It's supposed to be in by. I thought like right now. Yeah, by the end of this week.
I think the NBA will send out. They send out an email to all the voters that says, "All right, here's your ballot. Vote. Let's get it done." And I think they probably have to do it all this week. But does that mean no? That doesn't mean. No, never mind. I had old.
Well, I read a John Hollinger article today in The Athletic, and his article said they were supposed to be in already.
Oh, really?
And that the playing games aren't supposed to be counting in your
right. Playing. You know what's crazy? That's another thing. Like Danny Avdija went nuts last night for Portland. He put up 41 points and 12 assists.
And what hand do they always let him go to?
Well, yeah. Listen, man. I mean, Phoenix is not known for their defense. I'm sure was their coach like, don't let him go left. Like, don't let him. But they he went crazy. And you know what that means in the NBA record books? Nothing. Those points don't exist. Danny could have scored 101 points last night, and it wouldn't have made the NBA record books,
they don't even count them as a post.
Nope. It doesn't count for anything.
But they're in the postseason. They should be postseason games.
It's a playing game. It doesn't mean nothing.
But it should.
It doesn't mean nothing. So it's kind of crazy. But yeah, so the Blazers beat the Suns. I don't know. Like you this is exactly what you predicted yesterday before this game happened. Is that just because you're a believer in Portland or a doubter in Phoenix?
Doubter in Phoenix. I mean, after all the moves they made, they were supposed to be a lottery team. And I think the first-year coach there, I think he did a great job. Booker settled down a little bit. I just don't think Booker elevates his game in the postseason like stars are supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he can do it without help. And Portland, I'm telling you, Portland pulls 8 dudes out at you that's just athletic and fast, man. Portland's. We talked about it yesterday. Portland's going to be a beast over the next 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
it's almost bad they're going to bring Lillard back.
Yeah, it's cool. It's kind of weird that he's just hanging out in Portland, man.
Well,
just after tearing that, yeah. I wonder, like, the Western Conference is just going to get, like, Portland's going to be better. Like, the Spurs are going to be better because they're so young. The Warriors are going to be worse.
OKC ain't going to go anywhere. It's just
San Antonio ain't going
eventually
nowhere.
with OKC, they're going to get bored of the regular season. So you probably, the 62, 64 wins in the regular season.
Yeah.
Probably going to drop down to 54, 55 because the regular season is going to become boredom. Again, like we talked about a while ago, just get through it. But San Antonio's got another year, a couple of just being, first night out on a date.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Why don't we go parking?" You're like, well, "Okay." Portland's got a bunch of years like that. San Antonio's got a couple of years left like that.
So of the teams that are dominant, right, or made the playoffs, you can tell the teams that are on the come up and the teams that are there. But there is one team that I'm curious about and want to know what you think. Are the Rockets going to be better or worse next? Are they going to get better or worse?
Well, they'll have a
season?
point guard. They played all year basically without their starting point guard. I mean, he got hurt in preseason, I think. I think they'll be as good, if not better, because other than Durant, most of their stars are young player. Thompson's still a young player.
Mm-hmm.
Sengun is still a young player, so they're going to be fine. They got to find a point guard. So they'll be absolutely, and they're well coached. So they're always going to be just in the mix.
I mean, we got to go to break, but I do want to ask you about. I saw a story this morning, or was it last night, that the Magic are going to move on from Jamal Mosley.
Probably.
And I mean, you know Jamal.
And again, a guy, they said, come in here and coach our young guys, get them to the postseason kind of last year and get them in the playing game this year. So he's done a pretty good job with a lot of young players. But didn't we talk about that? Hey, tank. Make sure you tank for us.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you start getting good, they're going,
yeah,
it's got to be something better.
But I guess the weird thing is that the rumors came out before their play-in game. They got a play-in game.
But they got to the postseason last year. They were top 16 last year.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
So now they're top 10.
Now that even though they're in the play-in, they're like,
and
that was a
never
failure.
going to look, wow, the whole league got better.
Yeah.
No one thought Detroit was going to be this good. Look what they've done.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Mosley's a good dude, man. I like him a lot, and he'll land on his feet somewhere.
Yeah, people love Jamal, so he will get another job somewhere because he's good at his job. But it's tough that you know what I mean, just like Jordy in Brooklyn, you're just like, man, you got asking these dudes to lose is kind of tough, man. It's not the easiest thing to do. All right, we'll roll on with PhD after a quick timeout. The playoffs are here, and the first game of the Nuggets is on Saturday. If you want to be in the seats, you can buy your tickets now, or you can win them tomorrow. It's a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Each show is giving away tickets, so tune in for the keywords on the 20s, only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back to PhD. No P or D today. The fellows are out. The legendary Scott Hastings joins us live from the Backers and Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice. Scotty's passion, I don't know, what's your passion right now? What are you passionate about right now, Scotty? What's your most passionate?
Well, I could say the most passionate other than my family, so we'll leave that off. Fixing my back, which I got fooled yesterday.
You thought, you're like, it's feeling pretty good, and then...
No, I went in to get a shot. They said, you're going to do this injection, and they'll put some painkiller, and they'll come back in 2 weeks. If it didn't work all the way, they'll go in this area, do it again, and then in 6 weeks, they'll go in there and they'll laser some of the nerve endings. So it'll help my back. Okay. So I finally did. I've been waiting to put it off for 2 years. Wasn't an injection. It's 12.
Oh, yeah. That's false advertisement right there. It was like, hey, Scotty, you'll be all right. Just one little,
Saying that, my back felt great yesterday.
They had 12 syringes lined up in front of you?
I don't know. I laid down before anything came out.
Oh, and then they're just like, stick.
They go boom, boom, boom.
You're like,
that's the shallow ones, and now we're going to go deep.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So they gave you, no.
And then he got done, and I was about sweating.
Oh.
I go, you got more? He goes, yeah, that was just the left side.
Oh.
Now we got to go the right side. Yeah, that was so. Yeah. Anyway, that was me yesterday. So I'm passionate about getting my back fixed. Nuggets play. I mean, it's the playoff basketball, playoff hockey. There's nothing better. I mean, regular season football is great. I love that. But let's be honest, when it gets to postseason,
yeah.
I mean, postseason play in almost everything. I mean, aren't you kind of in it?
Although I do feel like like NHL hockey goes up a level. Like NHL playoff hockey is stupid, ridiculous, exciting, and it takes the game up 3 or 4 notches. But in the NBA, I feel like it goes up to a completely different level.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I don't know what I mean.
But again, I think like what I said a while ago, I think teams, especially the more you experience the postseason, the regular season becomes let's get through this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get as many wins as we can. Let's get through this. I was on a championship team with the Pistons in '90. In the middle of the year, sure enough, about 5-week period, we couldn't win a game. We're giving 11-point leads. We're giving them away. Probably our clutch numbers would have been way down. And it was because it was a veteran team that was like, hey, can we just get this regular season over with?
Mm-hmm.
And then once the playoffs came, you win in 5, you win in 4, you win in 7, then you win in 5.
Yeah. The Minnesota Timberwolves and the Denver Nuggets know each other very well. And this will be their third playoff series in the last 4 years. No, 4 years, right? Because that was 22-23. When they bounced them in the first round. And we know the schedule now. Saturday, Monday, Thursday, Saturday is the first 4 games. So the first 2, Saturday, Monday here in Denver. Then Thursday, Saturday in Minnesota. And then if we need a game 5, 6,
probably
7.
Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Monday.
Probably whoever's schedule they can fit it into.
Yeah. So that'll be So the Nuggets would host a Game 7 or Game 6 April 27th. If there is a Game 7, they will host that Saturday, May the 2nd. So we're gonna get going and just start going. But the good news is, I mean, the Timberwolves respect the Nuggets respect the Timberwolves, and I have an example of that. Here is Rudy Gobert talking about the great Nikola Jokic once again, I don't know where Joker's going to finish in the MVP voting, but he is going to do something this year that no one has ever done before, and he's going to do something that's absolutely stupid, ridiculous, and average an almost 28-point triple-double for the regular season, and he's going to finish like third.
He had a 60-20-20 game this year.
That's right. He put 50-something on the Timberwolves on Christmas, right?
56.
He put 56 on the T-Wolves on Christmas night. So, and that was a great game. That was like
Edwards had 44.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
43.
I bet we're going to get a couple of those games in this series, right?
Yeah.
Where they're just going back and forth and just going. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. But Rudy Gobert talking about Nikola Jokic and the respect he has for the big fella.
whatever he does, he plays to win. He's selfless. You know, he tries to make the right play every time. Try to find his teammates, so he creates for himself when that's what the defense gives him. And I like his humility. You know, I think he's someone that doesn't really care about the outside noise. He's just here to show up, help his team win, and go home. And I like that.
Well, yeah, respect is earned, not given, and Joker's earned his respect against Rudy. Because was there ever a time that we thought, or Minnesota thought, that this is the Joker stopper, that Rudy was going to be the Joker stopper?
Well, that's why they got him. I mean, because they already had Towns, and they thought, okay, now we get a bigger guy. And I've said it a million times, Tim Connelly, when he became the GM at Minnesota, he built a team to beat Denver.
Yeah.
That was his goal. Now, he struggled for a couple of years when they played anybody else in the postseason, but they built him to beat Denver. Didn't the first year, did the second time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still the same thing. They didn't like the headache of Towns in the locker room, and so they brought in Randall, and he's a physical force. They're a good team when healthy, man.
I agree, but
they're a dangerous team.
Do you think there's a little bit of hubris or a little bit of arrogance for Tim Connelly saying to himself, I think the best team in the NBA for the next 5 years is going to be the team that I helped build in the Denver Nuggets. And so my main goal when I go over here to the Minnesota Timberwolves is to create a team that will beat who I think is going to be the most dominant team in the league.
Remember the first year he went over there, Denver won a championship.
Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot. It was just a year later.
I think he thought they were the Bell standard. I think he has a lot of respect for Nikola Jokic. You hire two coaches that basically help coach Nikola. And so if anybody could figure out a weakness, it would be those two coaches. Mm-hmm. Everything they did was to beat Denver. And you know, that's to me why it's a scary opponent.
Well, yes, because you know each other so well. And I keep seeing that stat from Dan Hyatt where it was like the record is completely even, right, over the last 4 years?
14 and 14 in the last 28 games.
Man. The Nuggets, though, are the favorite in this series. Obviously, it's the 3-6 series. But Dan would like to know what you consider to be the biggest challenge that the Minnesota Timberwolves will present to the Nuggets. And is it just Ant being Ant?
No, you got Ant. If Ant's allowed to do whatever he wants, then watch out. They've got long wing defenders that'll get up in Murray and make Murray. I think they've kind of finalized it. So listen, Joker's going to be Joker. We ain't going to make it easy on him.
Right, but
Joker's going to have to really work to get his. But let's shut down Murray.
That's what I was just about to ask you. I was just about to ask you. Not only that, how physical are they going to get with Jamal? Because it feels like Minnesota is like, let's just beat up Jamal Murray and see how that works out.
If Joker's Joker and Jamal has a year, playoff series like he played this season, they're going to sweep Minnesota.
Ooh.
But Minnesota, I'm telling you, they're going into this game, son. We need to beat up Murray. They'll start with Ant on him. They'll put Walker on him. Not Walker. Walker went to Atlanta. What's the other cat?
Dante DiVincenzo.
They'll put bigger guys on him. You know, DiVincenzo is a guy that, can hit shots, so you got to watch out for him. He ain't going to do much else, but he's going to make some shots on you. They're a good team, man. They're a really good team. And I think they got into, can we just get to the postseason this year too? They
right. At the end of the year, they were
out.
just like, we're a little banged up. Let's
just settle in. They rested Ant a lot.
Mm-hmm. Right. I just can't find, you know what I'm looking for the secret sauce for the Timberwolves because I'm looking to, take this from the other direction because I'm fairly confident the Nuggets are going to win the series, but I hate to be that cocky about it. But when you look at it, because Ant's not 100%. He's not going to be 100%. He's still dealing with that knee.
Says who?
Jaden McDaniels, well, I guess you're right. I'm just assuming that he's not going to be right because he wasn't right at the end of the season. He could be, maybe that knee is great. Maybe he just gets that needle and he's good to go. Jaden McDaniels is a little banged up.
He came to last couple of games. He'll be the guy on Murray.
You know what? Is Julius Randle a weakness for Minnesota?
No, he's an X factor because if you let him go off, he'll beat you too.
Yeah.
But he's also a guy, and this is regular season. To me, I'm not sure he's a guy that understands, he's got it going. Let's just let him get it going.
Yeah.
Let me do everything else. He's going to go in there with that left hand. He's going to bang. If you can take that left hand away from him, I think he becomes a very, handleable type of player. But he's physical, strong. That'll be him and Gordon will be banging each other pretty good.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
In fact, you may see Gordon on Rudy. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it is, and you need. I hate talking about health because it's just like you can't predict that kind of thing. But you need Aaron healthy, not for this. You need Aaron healthy for the next series. You got to have Aaron Gordon to make life difficult for Wemby in the second round. And I hate also just assuming the Spurs are going to beat the Blazers, but guess what? Spurs are going to beat the Blazers, right? And, that would be an epic upset if Portland could pull that thing off. But at that point, you know what I mean? For the Nuggets, defense is so important for the Nuggets because their offense is the best thing in the league, right? There is no team there is no person on planet Earth who can guard Nikola Jokic, not even Wemby. What happened in that last game against San Antonio? Man, Joker cooked him. Cooked that whole team. I'm not worried about the offense. It's just the defense. And you tell me how good was the defense? How good do you think the Nuggets defense looks going into the playoffs?
Well, they were better down the stretch, but they were also healthier down the stretch. I think the key to their defense, I think that is misinterpreted by a whole lot of, the orange stained fingertip crew.
What do you think it is?
When their defense struggled, their offense struggled. And I'm not talking about in points scored. If I'm turning the ball, having live ball turnovers, and I might only have 13 turnovers. I think the league average was 13, 14, somewhere in there. But if that's leading to 26 points, that ain't your defense. You just gave them 26 points on your offense.
Okay.
You gave them 26 points for being sloppy and taking chances you don't need to take. So when Denver has had better than average defensive performances, go back and look how many points off turnovers aren't allowed.
Interesting.
They might have 7 turnovers, 11 points off the turnovers. You can live with that. But if you're going to have 13, 14 turnovers and you're giving them 21, 22, 26 points, those are tough games to win. Now, they've won some of those games, but you just made it tougher, and now all of a sudden defense, well, you can't stop anybody. You gave them 131 points. 26 of them were on your turnovers. 26 of them were on 2-on-1 fast breaks, 3-on-1 kick-out threes in transition. That ain't defense.
Yeah.
Your offense gave them that. And so do they have a lot of great shutdown, get in front guys? No, but they got good enough team defense. But we lose track of it. We just look at the point total and say, their defense.
That's a lot of points they give.
Their points are giving up a lot of points. How many points off turnovers you give? Now, you give off 5 points of turnovers and you give them 131 points, your defense sucks.
It sucks.
But when you give them 130 points and you gave them 27 points off turnovers, probably your defense wasn't the issue.
So is that the one stat? Like if Scott Hastings could wave his magic wand and have the Nuggets either have the best 3-point percentage in the playoffs or the or the high, what is that the one thing that you think that if the Nuggets can handle, they're making it to the NBA Finals?
I think
points
if
turnovers.
Denver averaged sub 10 points off turnovers, they'd get to the Finals.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? Because Kaz talks about the points off turnovers all the time too.
They're going to have, and I think I taught him that. Yeah. and they're going to have games where they shoot 29% from three, and they're going to have games where they shoot 44% from three.
Mm-hmm.
But they got guys that can shoot threes. And David, hey, let's go, let's get after them. But what you can't control is trying to do a cross the court path. It gets picked off, and now you got 2-on-1 come back at you.
Yeah.
There's no defense for that. You're not playing defense, and yet it goes to the point total. It goes to the efficiency of field goal percentage. It does all this stuff where they go, well, your defensive efficiency. What about the points off turnovers? Where were they? Mm-hmm. In games where they people just screamed about defense more times than not, go and look at how many points off turnovers they gave up. There's no defense for that.
Mm-hmm.
Give them the transitions.
Fix it, and things are coming up different.
It's kind of like turn around the NFL. Boy, Denver's defense sucked. They gave up 27 points. What defense is going to stop anybody? And you're well, wait a minute. How many times did your offense go 3 and out?
Yeah.
And you know this. You go 3 and out, 6-7 times in the first half, start of third quarter, and your defense is playing twice the minutes the offense playing. Guess what happens in the fourth quarter? Your defense is worn out.
Yeah.
Now here comes a little misassignment. A guy blows by a guy. missed tackle on the open field.
Mm-hmm.
And also, defense sucked today. Really? How many 3-and-outs the offense have? The offense didn't help your defense, and turnovers don't help your defense.
Yeah. All right.
Does that make any sense?
No, it makes all the sense. I'm with you on that one. Matter of fact, I'm going to be watching Florida game 1. First time they get points off turnovers, I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, I'm with you, Scotty. I'm with you. All right, we're going to talk.
And conversely, guess what?
What?
Turn them over. Score.
Yeah. Man, the Nuggets, they're great in transition. Just run out, Christian. Champion Christian, go, baby. We will find you, man. All right, we will talk to the head coach of the Rapids at 1:30 and the head coach of the Denver Nuggets at 2, and we'll continue with PhD next. PhD rolls on this Wednesday. Welcome back to the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Part of the program, if you would like to be part of the program, 303-504-0925. Text in the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Go to ramoslaw.com. We've got, we got more playing games tonight. The Avs start their playoff. Well, we think they're going to start their playoff run on Sunday. There's just 2 days remaining in the NHL regular season tonight. And then tomorrow, the Avs will host Seattle tomorrow. If the Avalanche win that game, they will have the most points in the history of the franchise with 121 after winning last night against the Calgary Flames, a 3-1 win over Calgary. The Avs are going into the playoffs hot, Scotty. Hot.
Should after we just talked about the playing games for the NBA, should the NHL go there and go the more traditional postseason?
Yeah. Good call. Should the NHL add? So let's see. Let me do this math. 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's 16 teams that don't make the playoffs in the NHL.
Yeah.
And if we played, we knock that number down to just 10. 14. Because let's see, that would mean
7 would be 8, 9 versus 10.
Okay, well let me pull up the conference. We'll do it by conference. So wow. Man, that you're right. The play-in in the NHL would be good. It would be right now in the Western Conference. If we had a play-in tournament,
7 and 8 would be.
It would be the Anaheim Ducks and the LA Kings, and the Nashville Predators and the San Jose Sharks. Although the St. Louis, yeah. So that would be the play-in to figure out who would face the Avs in the first round.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that would be the winner of those.
7-8, the winner would play your second place team, which
would be Dallas. And then you wouldn't have Dallas and Minnesota meeting in the second round if you did it like this. So you wouldn't have that nonsense happening. Yeah, you know what?
One game, winner take all. I was kind of skeptical when they saw this. But other than Golden State this year, every single team in the play-in was plus 500.
Yeah,
so every team in the NBA except for Golden State
had a
winning record.
Yeah, and usually in the East that's not the case. Usually in the East there's teams multiple.
Yeah, Miami's out now, and they were 10th at what or 9th? No, they were 10th. 42 or 43 wins.
Mm-hmm. So
wouldn't that be better than what we're going to see this year?
Probably. I mean, obviously. The owners would probably like that because you're much more likely to make the playoffs if you have a play-in, and I love
and you get finances to sell the play-in tournament to whom
right.
Fox or
once again we'd have to extend the season a week, but that's all right. I'm all right with that too. They're already adding extra regular season games next year. We're going to 84 regular season games.
Well, listen, the season would have been over 2 weeks ago for the Avs had they not had the Olympics.
True.
So really, it's only every 4 years that it kind of gets extended funky.
Yeah.
So you'd already have the playoffs started right now.
Yeah. We'd be playing games right now.
And with the playing games, guess what? So one of the winners will play Friday night. And guess what? They're going to turn around and play Sunday in the first game. And so what?
Yeah.
Hey,
bring it, man. Bring it.
We're giving you a chance to play in. We ain't resting you 3 or 4 days. You're going to keep playing.
The one thing that the play-in tournament does for the NBA that the NHL doesn't have. But, I mean, the NBA doesn't have one of the greatest things in sports that the NHL has, which is sudden death over time. Right? But the NBA has something that it has a lot of things that the NHL doesn't do the same. But when it comes to just the playoffs.
Your ears are smoking a little bit right now.
My brain's.
You think it's kind of hard. By
turning.
the way, congratulations today.
It's my birthday. What?
Was it your birthday?
No, it's not my birthday.
April, I found out today from my daughter who's married to a military, my 2 grandkids. It's Military Children's Month.
Oh, is it?
You're supposed to honor the children of all the wonderful men and women who've served our country.
What's up? Yeah, that's me. What's up? That's me. I need to tell the colonel. I need to let him know. I bet he has no idea.
He got to send you a present or something. And today you wear purple.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Because it's all 4 colors. You put them together and it makes purple.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that.
I didn't until today.
Until you got told? Interesting. I had no idea. But I'm here for the greatest thing. The play-in for the NBA, my point is the play-in for the NBA has something that the NHL doesn't, and that's the one-game winner-take-all. You know what I mean? One game winner take all. You have to get to a game
But
7 to get
baseball's
that.
been doing kind of that.
Yeah, and
right?
I love the winner take just a one game. Just like if tonight the Kings and the Predators were playing for a chance to make the playoffs for one game, just one winner take all game.
You don't think that thing would be?
That's got juice. That's got juice.
Would that not be juice?
Yeah, you know what? I like that proposal.
I always think it'd be better in the NHL than it is maybe even in basketball.
You know what? Yeah, I'm definitely here for. I hadn't thought about it before, but adding a play into the back in the day, I used to poo-poo all. I'd just be like, whatever, man. It's the 8 best teams on this side and the 8 best teams on this side. Let's go. But the NBA playing has been. I mean, obviously, just look at last night. That was crazy.
Right.
That was like 5 straight hours of just wild basketball. Let's go in both those.
So you
games.
don't think it'd be the same way in hockey?
I think it would. I think it would.
I do too.
So
San Jose and say last night or tonight, San Jose and Nashville playing. Winner wins the 7th spot. Because is that 7 and 8?
Yeah, it would be Ducks Kings for the 7-8 spot, and then the loser of that game would pay Preds Sharks for the 8 spot.
Yeah.
The loser or the winner of the Preds Sharks game. So yeah, man. I wonder what is there. Dan, can you think of a reason why the NHL wouldn't, other than that the NHL is sometimes like this is our game. Don't mess with our game. We don't want to change our game. Just leave the game alone.
But again, you have in this one. I think the NBA did it just like baseball kind of did the play-in scenarios too. It's an extra revenue source.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And what does the NBA or the NHL always cry?
Yeah.
We got to try to. In fact, I read an article the other day because they're talking about Bettman's out of here and they're going to move somebody else in. That maybe they got to figure. The new guys got to figure new revenue sources.
Yeah.
Well, guys, think about this. The NHL's going to 84 games next year in the regular season. How about scrap that, stay at 82, and just do a play-in tournament? There's your 2 extra games.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
for a couple teams.
Absolutely. I'm here for it. There's no reason that shouldn't work.
It's a television. It'd be 3 nights. 4 nights.
4 nights. Yeah, 4
nights. It'd be 4 nights that hockey would own in the play-in scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And winner take all. Well, I'm telling you what, I think that.
Yeah, because, there was a chance. Like, if Edmonton loses tonight and Anaheim wins, the Oilers would fall into the play-in. And then you got a scenario where you got Connor McDavid playing a winner-take-all game. Like, you know what? Like, yeah, man.
You don't think
everybody
in the world would check in with that?
I wonder, what's the gymnastics that you have to go through to get this approved? Like the NHL, it takes them years just to approve a jersey change or, uniform change. What would it take to get
somebody could get to the owners and say, hey, listen, we can add close to $1 billion in television revenue if we do a play-in scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you're an owner, you're not going to say yay,
right? And if you're one of the TV partners and you get extra play, you're like, yes. I'm sure there's some argument against, but I can't think of it right now. Other than the fact that this is how we do it.
Well, you can't argue the fact. Well, it's a dangerous sport. We're going to give our guys that'd be extra game. We don't need to put the danger in our game. Okay, well, why are you letting them go to the Olympics?
Yeah, and why are you adding 2 extra games to the regular season?
Yeah, why are you adding 2 extra games to the regular season?
Yeah,
and why you go to the Olympics? Because that's I don't know if they're making money on the Olympics, but maybe they are.
No, I'm saying that's why they're adding the 2 extra games.
Yeah, 2 extra games revenue. But what if you can average? What if you can make those 2 extra games you can make up just in a play-in tournament, and say a streaming service, say Prime says, dude, we'll give you $1 billion.
Yeah, sell it.
We want
sell
the next 10 years of
exclusive rights of the play.
One game night a week, and we want the exclusivity of the play-in tournament.
Yeah, I like it, man. I like it. Once again, I mean, we aren't TV executives, but I think we figured it out. I think we've solved that problem.
But you're right. To me, the NHL is too stuck in their own ways.
Right. Sometimes they just don't like change. And I'm like, Major League Baseball was that way forever. But now the game of baseball is better because of the shot pitch clock and because of ABS. Like, you've made the sport better. So why can't you do that? But either way. All right. We'll continue. We're going to talk to the head coach of the Rapids next. We're going to talk to the head coach of your Burgundy Boys coming up here at the bottom of the hour when we are joined by Matt Wells of the Rapids as the Rapids play their 30th anniversary game this Saturday when they host Inter Miami.
Assistant coach for Tottenham Hotspurs just a year ago.
Yeah. And now he's cooking in Major League. The Rapids have had a crazy season, just in a weird April. So we'll talk to them and break it all
listen,
down.
They're 4-3, so you still got 27 games.
Yeah,
right?
And what's crazy, and I'm going to have to ask Coach how they're going to handle the World Cup break, because at the end of this month, MLS is like, all right, we're going to pause the season for 2 months. Because
2 months?
Yeah. So their last game, I think the Rapids' last game is like March 24th, and then they don't play again until like July 17th, somewhere like the end of July.
Yeah, it's like 2 months.
So, yeah, and I wonder how you're going to handle because there are MLS arenas that are hosting World Cup games. There's like 5 MLS stadiums that are that are hosting some of the games. So
the secondary games.
Scotty, let me ask you this, because we were talking about you asked the question yesterday if you could be great at one sport, if like you could go back to time 15-year-old Scott Hastings could pick one sport.
I pick soccer.
Let me ask you this right now. If you go back in time, if you started playing soccer, if you played soccer at Arkansas, did Arkansas have a soccer team?
We like to call football.
Football. If you went back and played football, how good do you think? Like, I mean, I don't know how many. There are some tall soccer players.
I never in my life played soccer.
Really? Not even as a kid?
We didn't have it in my hometown. We didn't.
It was just baseball and football.
It was baseball, football,
and basketball.
Played tennis.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, because
baseball and tennis in the summertime. My high school team didn't even have a baseball team with the high school team, so we were playing. Once spring came, we went automatically. We're practicing with our Legion team, American Legion team.
Man, that's crazy. You might be the first person I met who didn't play soccer as a kid. Dan, you played organized soccer as a kid, right?
Yeah, sure, I did.
Intramural?
I guess, yeah. I don't even hardly remember.
Yeah, no, it's why I'm always surprised that the sport hasn't exploded here in America like I always thought it would. Like people keep telling me it's going to over the past
it's
10,
not
20
because
years.
we've already put a system in of pay to play, and it puts too many kids out.
Yeah, you think like AA basketball and
yeah, and they've gotten around in AAU basketball in the sense that some of the shoe companies have got in on a handful of clubs, and so they pay for the travel and everything else but it's always top end players. Now, basketball, I mean, you can still see kids down at the park playing basketball. You go down and watch a park, if there's a football game picked up, it's usually somebody that's not from here.
Yeah.
It's usually somebody that came in, played it wherever they're from, and so they're, doing pickup games and stuff like that. My daughter was fortunate enough, she got to go to Norway for a couple of weeks and just for training and stuff over there.
Ooh.
And her and her coach went over to this park, middle of Norway somewhere, middle of Oslo, and found a pickup soccer game.
Really?
Yeah, and just played pickup soccer one afternoon.
All right. Well,
I mean, but you don't see that very often here.
No.
You might see some men's leagues or something like that, but
yeah, I don't know. I would like maybe could the president just be like, I'm gonna take the top 5% of athletes in this country and I'm gonna make them play soccer. Make them play football.
Well, Coach Wells will give you an understanding of the European model versus the American model. It's night and day.
Is it?
Well,
you're right, because I have no idea. What
I've
it looks
looked
like
into it a
over
lot
Europe.
lately, and the European model's fantastic.
Is it?
In my opinion.
Okay. Well, listen, man, it probably should be because they dominate this. Hey, look who's joining us right now. It is the bench boss of your Burgundy Boys of the Colorado Rapids, Matt Wells. Matt, thanks for spending a little bit of time with us. Appreciate it. How's your day going?
How's it going, guys? Good to see you.
I want to start off, and I guess I want to ask you first about just this month of April. You've had it's obviously a very busy month, but the crazy game in Toronto, one of the weirdest games that I've seen in a good long while. Then the 6 goals you put on Houston, and of course you won in the U.S. Open Cup last night, and you got the big game this weekend with Inter Miami coming in. So how do you feel like what form is your club in right now?
Yeah, like you said, it's been a really exciting schedule. It's been busy. It's been relentless. Hence why you can hear my voice is barely holding up. A lot of screaming and shouting, a lot of demanding of the guys. But No, we're in a really good spot. We're learning from every game. Like you said, we had the Toronto game, which was crazy, but we learned a lot about our football and what we're capable of. And we also learned that if we drop our levels, then we can get punished. So we had that. Then a real good evening here in front of our fans against Houston, where we put on a real show of the attacking team that we want to be. And then a really a really important win yesterday in the Open Cup. That's a trophy we ultimately want to win. So it's been a good month so far. We got to keep it going now.
Coach, coming over from a Premier League team and seeing the MLS now firsthand right there on the pitch, where is the growth that you've seen over the years in the MLS, not just the Rapids, but with the MLS in whole, and what would you like to see maybe changes to keep bringing that level of competition up to where, maybe you're getting more MLS teams traveling to Europe and stuff like that?
Yeah, I think, like you say, it's improved exponentially over the last couple of years. I think the caliber of player that's come to this league now, and every team that we play, every team that I analyze, I look at 4 or 5 of their players, and I'm like, wow, these are top players. I mean, Houston was a great example. The likes of Guillaume and Anali, I'm looking at those guys. I think these would be top players in the top European leagues as well. So I think it's great for the league, great for the MLS that we've got such good players here. Really, really high level coaches. I think tactically every game is a different challenge. And that's obviously something I'm trying to also bring here to Colorado, is make sure that we are a massive tactical headache for other teams. So I think that's great. I think it's a very transitional league. I'd say that's been the big difference from European football, and me trying to convince these guys about controlling games, enjoying the ball, dominating possession, as opposed to just constantly attacking. We attack, you attack, we attack, you attack, which is the type of game that I don't like. I want it to be a game of territory and us constantly attacking. So that's a little bit of a challenge, I think, culturally, but it's a challenge that I'm enjoying. And I think the big step for me would be, I think the officiating can improve. I think there's just on the level of red cards, there's way too many red cards throughout. I'm not talking about against us. I just mean across every game that I watch, there seems to be a red card in way too many games, and I think it ruins the spectacle for the fans, for the teams, and I would definitely like to see less red cards in the league, and let's have more 11 against 11 football.
How do you deal with that adversity? Like in that game in Toronto, where they're just throwing reds all over, just 3 reds all night, and I think they even called one back. Like, I mean, how does that help your team at all when you get through that adversity? When you're down a man and then you're down 2 men and then they go down a man, like, or are you just like this isn't how the sport is supposed to be played? This is way too many reds.
Yeah, I think the sending off for Jackson, to be honest, was fair. I don't think it was a red card, but I think just in the nature of the modern game and with VAR, as soon as you slow something down and you see that frame, that still of when Jackson made contact, it did look a bad one. And I'm sure if it was the other way around, I'd also want a red card for it. So that one's fine. And in those moments, you do learn a lot about your team. I learned that we can be a top team in this division because the way we played 10 against 11 was sensational. The bravery, the courage. Most teams go a man down and then you can still win. But generally you suffer. The other team has all of the ball and you just defend, and you rely a little bit on luck, and maybe you score a set play goal. But for us to keep playing our football, keep playing out from the back, could take control of the ball and score 2 really good attacking goals. I learned a lot there. Once we went down to 9 men, and obviously we were 2-1 up, we'll go down to 9 men, and that the player dived. It was never a second yellow card. And I think the ref was way too card happy in that moment, knowing the impact it would have on the game. Once you go down to 9 men, it's very difficult to play with any sort of pattern or cohesion because you simply don't have enough players to cover the space on the field. So 9 men's a challenge. 10 men, I'd prefer not to have them, but I definitely learned a lot about the guys in that moment.
VAR, you pretty excited proponent of VAR and all these issues?
I am, if it's used well. I think I used to say the same in England. I do think it's good for the game because there's so much at stake now. So I think as long as it's used well, and we should manage to get to the correct decisions much more often than not because we have the benefit of the video. So I think for me, it still comes back down to the person that's operating it and the person that's in the studio. But I think as a baseline of technology and being able to review big decisions, I do think it's good for the game. But I also understand the argument. It definitely detracts from the fan experience. I think over here, it's probably something they do better than in Europe. Like off the top of my head, at Tottenham, I can remember probably 10 examples of VAR taking 5-6 minutes to come to a decision,
Right.
and that ruins the intensity of the game. It ruins the fan experience in that moment. But to be honest, maybe it's just been luck. I've not experienced that here. Any VAR has been relatively quick decisions. So on that side, I don't have any complaints.
So when it comes to the offense and where you want your team to be at and where they are right now, can I expect 6 goals a match? I guess is what I'm asking. Is that what I'm looking for now?
It's something I'm always saying to the guys. We're capable of it. If we stick to our principles and at the very crux of everything we do, we're thinking about attack and offense and scoring goals, and that means when the other team has the ball. If the other team, when Miami want to have the ball, we want to have the ball. So it's going to be a fantastic clash at the weekend because they're going to try and take the ball away from us. We're going to try and take it away from them. There's going to be no backward step from anyone in a Colorado shirt. We're going after them from minute one. I always say to guys, this is our pitch, and it's on us to go and prove that and try and dominate the game. So it's going to be a fantastic spectacle from that respect. I always want, no matter who we play, no matter where we play, no matter what team we put out there, I want every Colorado fan to see that we are trying to dominate the game. Whether it materializes on the night, who knows? But we'll definitely give it our best shot. And that'll be the mantra for Miami. 3 days later, that'll be the mantra in Los Angeles, and 3 days later in Vancouver, we'll try and do exactly the same. So it's a hell of a schedule, a great week to look forward to for the guys.
Matt Wells, our guest, the head coach of the Rapids. We saw, what was it, a couple weeks ago, the Summit's inaugural home game. They played it at Invesco Field, 63,500, which set a record on the women's side. They've already had 30+ thousand pre-sales for this game coming in against Miami this weekend. Expecting a similar crowd, and what will it be like for your chaps playing against in a crowd like that?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I said to the guys last night after the game, like, I want the excitement to start now. We couldn't focus on Miami before the Open Cup because we got knocked out. As you saw, a lot of MLS teams did get eliminated, and it was a great challenge for me. As obviously I'm in my infancy as a head coach, and I was really conscious going into this game that, like, wow, if the guys are even thinking 1% about Miami, we're going to get knocked out of a trophy that we're all desperate to win, and we believe we can win. So it was a good challenge for me to make sure the guys stay focused throughout the week and make sure that we gave the opponent last night the respect that they deserved, because they're a good side. And I knew if we didn't do that, we would have got eliminated, like you saw with some other MLS teams. So pleased that we checked that off. But straight after the game, I said, guys, it's time to be excited now, because we're going to play in front of our fans. Maybe let's say we get up to 60,000 plus of them in the stadium. Ooh. What a magnificent platform to go and put on a show, the same way we did against Houston. I want us to approach the game in that same way, but improve like we do week on week. Let's put new elements into our game. Let's take the feedback we take from each experience, keep growing as a team. But the biggest thing for me, we have to go out there and play with our mentality. What I don't want to see is we go out and, because the crowd's bigger, the stadium's different, the opponent has some superstars in it, that suddenly we change our approach and we take a backward step. We don't play with the right level of courage and personality. That for me would be the only crime that we could commit on the day. So I'm looking forward to it. The guys are in a great place, and now we're just counting down the days.
Yeah. How many people does Wembley hold?
It's a great question. I should know, because I've been there numerous times and watched games there.
Because they always have a big cup championship there, right? And yeah. that's always huge. That's another thing, and I think the NBA and I work.
Ooh, 90,000? That holds 90,000, Scotty.
Wembley. Well, there you go.
That's a big.
Yeah, that's big.
I play in the NBA, and the NBA started the I don't even know what it's called, the Emirates Cup. I think it was called this year, where they're trying to have a separate tournament in season. Football, soccer has been doing that for decades, maybe 100 years, if not longer. Talk about the uniqueness, and like you said, you're going for a cup in season too. You want to win the league, but I mean, there are mountains to climb within a football season, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I love the cup competitions. Obviously, I would say that, given that my best moment in football was lived in the Europa League with Tottenham, and seeing the joy that brought to 250,000 fans when we did the parade in North London was incredible. And like I say, the emotion I had the second the final whistle went, and I knew for the first time in 17 years, me as a Tottenham fan as well, first time in 17 years, this football club is lifting a trophy. What an amazing feeling to be a part of that. And that's what I want to create here. That's why I'm here. I wouldn't get out of bed otherwise. I want to come to work, create something special. It's not about just winning games here and there. It's about creating a team that the fan base can be proud of, a team that steps on the pitch and is desperate to win. Right now, we're the youngest team in the MLS. Right now, we're the top scorers in the MLS. So it's that level of excitement that is building, and hopefully we see the impact of that by the attendance at the weekend, because there's no doubt if we were playing poor football, losing every week, and there was nothing for a fan to tap into, I'm sure we wouldn't be getting a massive crowd against Miami. Or maybe we would, but the main draw would just be messy. Whereas I really hope in my heart of hearts that the main draw at the weekend is that Colorado fans are coming with hope that, wow, this is a team we can be proud of. This is a team that puts everything onto the pitch. They play beautiful football and they can win games against anyone. So I hope that's coming across.
Yeah, I got to apologize to you because, by the way, our radio station, the Nuggets I work with, the Rapids, were owned by the same guy. But when you say North London, all that comes to my mind is North London forever, whatever.
It's got to do, man.
As soon as you said that, I apologize right away. But that's the first thing that came to my mind, Coach.
Yeah, well, no, they've earned that respect this season for sure. They're having a wonderful campaign.
Well, Coach, thanks for spending some time.
Yeah,
with us.
anytime, man. We'd love to have you back when you got
really
time.
enjoyed it. So, and good luck this weekend against Inter Miami. It's a huge, huge game.
And next time we have you on, we're going to try to break down the American system versus the European system and how different they both are as far as developing young players.
Yeah, no, let's do it. We obviously gave a debut to Nathan Schumber, who's 15 years old the other night. So that's a big part of my remit here. I want to bring through the young
That's
talent.
huge,
so let's
isn't it?
definitely talk about that.
That's
amazing.
awesome. That's great.
Amazing for him, his family, and amazing for the club. So again, something to be excited about for the fans.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Coach. We appreciate it. Have a good game, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Coach.
Great to see you.
Best of luck.
That was Rapids head coach Matt Wells, and you know what? We're going to give away tickets to that game right now. You won't want to miss the biggest game of the Colorado Rapids season.
Wow.
Tickets are yeah. You said Invesco instead of Empower, bro.
Empower ain't paying me.
I was about to say, I don't think Invesco even exists anymore. Is Invesco a thing? They're gone,
it's
right?
gone.
Well, Sports Authority.
That's gone too.
They gone too, bro. Yeah, they gone too. All right, tickets are on sale now for the Rapids 30th anniversary match where they'll take on Inter Miami back where it all began 30 years ago in Power Field at Mile High. History, passion, and star power are set to collide in the Rocky Mountains on April 18th. Lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. If you want to win tickets, you can enter right now by texting Rapids. That's Rapids. Text Rapids and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck.
My friends over at Trajan Wealth offer tailored wealth management plans. They're going to take the time to determine your risk tolerance level, along with learning about your goals and your timeline, working with you and working for you. They develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. So call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and schedule your free consultation. It's truly never too early to plan for retirement. Whether it's decades away or just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. So contact Trajan Wealth today, 303-900-1189 to learn more. Trajan Wealth is going to help you feel calm and confident in your future so that you know that your money is invested in good places and you've got good people managing your portfolio. Visit them online at TrajanWealth.com or call 303-900-1189. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb questions, not a single one of them. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
Dude, I am worried about you. You're just never going to get cheaters, are you?
Nah, man. Nah. I mean, it doesn't affect my day-to-day life. It's only when I have to read stuff. Like...
You don't go home and read the newspaper?
No, I do, but I do. I have computer glasses that I wear for my computer, you know, that
like
makes
blue screen type thing?
Yeah, and it works. Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's fine. No.
I'm just worried about you because you hold that paper up about 7 inches from your face.
All right, Dan, you have a question that is not dumb.
So, Berto, you mentioned earlier if the Avs win tomorrow against the Kraken, that would be the most points they've scored ever, correct?
Yeah, it would be the greatest season in Avalanche history, points wise.
Okay, so here's my no dumb question for you guys. If the Avs win a second cup, I'm not even saying just this season. If this era, the MacKinnon-Makar era, wins a second cup, how would you compare that to the previous golden era of the Sakic, Waugh, Forsberg era of Avalanche hockey? How do the two eras compare in your guys' mind?
Because they both have 2 cups, right?
So if you had to pick an era, who was better if they win a second?
Dumb questions. I think you've missed the entire bullseye when it comes to dumb questions.
But there's no dumb questions.
You just ask sports questions.
Yeah.
Your question becomes dumb and breaks all the no dumb question rules because it's a good question.
Oh, thank you.
The segment is not called No Good Questions. Or maybe we ought to make the segment.
No good
maybe
questions.
That's what the segment ought to be called.
Maybe that's what we should call it. No good questions.
Right? You know what? That's what this segment should be called.
That's how you're viewing it.
Because that's a good question.
Do you have a no dumb question? Do you have a
we'll
question
get to
that's
it,
not dumb?
but listen, championships, you mentioned it yesterday when I'm trying to say this guy's the greatest and all this. Championships, you got to start saying yay. I will just say this. This is where I thought you were going. If you score the most points you've ever scored and then fall short of the Stanley Cup, does it not become a disappointing season?
It becomes a terrible season.
It becomes a very and I go back to Golden State winning 73 games, setting the record, lost in the finals, man. No one really talks about how that season they won 73 games because guess what?
Yeah.
They lost to Game 7 at home. The Bulls won 72, but guess what they did that year?
Yeah.
They won the championship.
It's like the Patriots.
To me,
it's like the
winning the games they've won, I think he adds in the realm of history even more pressure on this team this year than maybe they had in the year they last won.
Well, guys, think about this. Do you remember a couple years ago, the Bruins they had 135 points, I think?
Guess what? Yeah, what
they
happened?
lost in the first round.
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Florida that beat them in the first round?
I think it was, yes.
And that was when Florida started, they won. Then they went back-to-back.
Then they won a couple of cups, yes. Yeah, I think so.
I believe that's
so.
Was that their first cup year?
For Florida, when they knocked Boston out in the first round after they put up.
Actually, I think that was the year they lost to Vegas,
or the year they lost the Eastern Conference Finals to the Lightning.
Well, no, they went to 3 cups in a row. They lost to Vegas, and then they've won back to back.
Oh, so no, it was way before that. I thought it was they beat Boston because that was a bunch of years ago. They beat Boston, and I think they lost to Tampa Bay, and it was during Tampa Bay's run.
Was that the year that the Lightning won the cup?
Of a couple championships.
I mean, once again, and I hate to harp on it, but I believe
135 points.
Ooh,
that was the year after the Avs won the cup in 22.
Okay, yes, you're exactly right. The year after, because they won in 21-22. That was also they put up 118 points that year, so they have one more point than right now with one more game to go in the year that they went and won the cup, right? Or no. Let's see. When it was 2020, they had 119 points that year too. Not 118. 118 points was the season that they won the cup in 01. That's how many points they had in 01 when Joe and Peter and Ray and all them won the cup back then. But yeah, man, just disappointing. all the way around.
135, and you lose the cup. I mean, no one talks about that team anymore, other than in disappointment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, winning and having the greatest record of all time.
If the Patriots would have won that Super Bowl and went undefeated, would we have to consider them the greatest football team of all time?
Yes, you have to. And now you don't.
No, now you don't.
I mean, the Giants won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, now you can still argue over it. But when a team goes undefeated and wins the whole thing, you have to crown them.
Chad Brown was on that team. Wasn't Chad Brown on that New England team that lost in the Super Bowl, I believe?
Wow, that Eli beat. Tough. That's
tough.
tough.
I mean, seriously, that's what this season, and it may have already, here's a no dumb question, is it already at that point that anything but a Stanley Cup, it becomes very, very disappointing.
Yeah.
Becomes a disappointing season.
Yeah.
You know, forget comparables. You know when we get to talk about comparables, late June, we can be sitting in there, you know, a week after the parade and go, okay, fellas, McCarr and McHale, Juan and Sakic, go ahead, compare. Compare. Let's go.
Oh, no, it's good. I mean, like, Nathan and Kale are going to finish with more points than,
Well, I got a no dumb question.
All right, what is it?
Well, and it's a no dumb statement. And this is probably a get off my lawn old guy, because I got to witness the birth of hockey back in Colorado. After the Colorado Rockies, I wasn't here during the Colorado Rockies era. But I got to see the rebirth. I was season ticket holder the first year that they came here and won the cup.
Nice.
I was a season ticket holder.
Nice.
I got to go to all 4 games. They swept Miami. I got the 2 home games as season ticket, and then I traveled to Miami as a media guy and covered both those games.
Nice.
McKinnon's never going to be better than Joe Sakic. And he's going to have more points. He's going to have probably as many, if not more, records. I just don't think he'll ever, in my eyes, I don't see the day where I will think McKinnon is better than Sakic, because I think Sakic was fuller. I thought he's more rounded. He was a better leader than McKinnon is. And Joe Sakic, to me, will be their best ever. Something drastic will have to happen.
If he gets 3 cups, how would you feel?
The cups doesn't have anything to do with it.
It does. So he gets 6 and it wouldn't matter.
Because guess what? If McKinnon has 6, so he's got to win 5 more.
Well, it also means Joe won another.
So that means Joe's got 8.
That's a good point.
You're right. Yeah.
But we're just talking player-wise, though.
You're right, Joe. No, you're right.
But that's part of the legacy.
Every time Mac wins one, he's adding another one to Joe's. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Joe will have the same amount of rings, but plus 2.
Yeah, you're
right?
absolutely right.
It's just hard for me. I think Joe Sakic would be the greatest of all time. Now, last thing I'll say. You know who needs to be groomed for Joe Sakic? He's not getting any younger, and eventually he's going to want to just step away and just play golf.
Gabe Landeskog?
Landeskog.
Yeah,
the day Landeskog says he retires, the Avs got to pull him up in the front office to start grooming him to take over for Joe Sakic.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Oh, no, I'm here for it. I'm here for that game plan. Absolutely. I'm here for it. If that's what Gabe wants to do post-career, he might want to just go sit on a beach, but I bet you're right.
Eric Johnson thought that for a while, too.
Yeah,
now he's like a star of the NHL. He's a bigger star now than he was when he played.
That's not crazy. It's crazy. All right, we're going to talk to the head coach of your Nuggets next. Welcome back to PhD. Polumbus and DMac are out. Mark Burton only. Scott Hastings coming to you live from the Backus and Schenker studios. We'll be hearing from the head coach of your Denver Nuggets. The David Adelman Show is presented by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Buick, and GMC. All at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. The Nuggets did just have practice this morning. And, yeah, you got to turn on the mic, brother.
Well, today's Wednesday?
Yeah, it is Wednesday. Man, I'm losing all track of space and time.
I know, right?
This week. Speaking of which, let's bring in the head coach of your Denver Nuggets, David Adelman. Coach, thanks for spending some time with us. How's your week going? Are you just relaxing, catching up on your favorite TV shows? What's been happening lately?
Just a lot of meetings. A lot of film. But it's been a successful week. You know, the guys are really locked in. I think there's a good emotion kind of building off how we finish the season. So, yeah, that's what this week is. It's got to be careful not to go too far with it. You almost have too much time before you play. So we're trying to be simplistic but prepared.
You know, it's funny you said that, and the story comes up. Doc Rivers was playing with Pat Riley when Pat was the New York Knicks coach, and I saw Doc that summer. He said, man, we had that week before we started playing. We were basically going 2-a-days of 2 hours a day. He said, when we got to the first round, we had no legs. So it is a balancing act. And listen, we got to call you the juggler because you've been juggling all year long anyway. But it's got to be a balance. Is, hey, we got to get work in. We got to know where we're going, what we're doing, where we want to be, how to clean up some stuff. And yet, Aaron, I need you okay. Jamal, Christian, Joker, you need those guys okay too.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I think the players have to be responsible to, you know, what's asked of them every day, so you can be extremely efficient with your time. Because you want to get them off their feet, but you also want to make sure you're prepared for something that's going to be, you know, as challenging as the playoffs are. But you're exactly right. It is a balancing act, and you have to understand that these guys have gone through a lot. You know, Bruce played 82 games. I have to take that into account. So, yeah, but the guys have been good about it. You know, I think when you've been through all these playoffs that our players have, they understand that this time is about coming in really focused, getting things done, and like you said, getting off their feet, getting prepared for, you know, what this is going to be.
You've seen the Minnesota Timberwolves a lot. You're very familiar with this team. I guess let me ask you this question first. What makes Anthony Edwards Anthony Edwards? What makes him special?
Yeah, you know, what's funny is he's such an incredible athlete. But I think what stands out to me is his fundamental base. The guy is such a good ball handler. I think he's improved his three-point shooting every year with his step back off his left hand. You see the footwork in the post. It's a credit to him. You know, I think there's a lot of highlights of him dunking on people, but how he gets it done is just a really sound fundamental base. He doesn't get enough credit for that. So, yeah, he's an extremely challenging player to guard. We know what the challenge is. A lot of different guys are going to have to take that challenge because Ant is, you know, one of the best players in our league.
After going through 5.5 months of the regular season, nearly 6, what is it about the playoffs that maybe the regular fan doesn't understand that you guys understand? As you mentioned, you're an experienced playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the physicality of the game. You know, and I think guys understand that getting through an 82-game season – you know, you have to balance how much you bring each night to make sure that you stay healthy for your teammates. Coaches, you know, we try to do our best to keep minutes at a certain place when you can. When you get to this, it's just all bets are off, and it's just a complete whatever it takes to win the game. If I got to play somebody 40-something minutes, you just do it. And I just think it's, you know, the NCAA tournament is really unique because it's just a one game and you lose. These series are just the ebb and flow of these things is insane. And there's so many adjustments made, you know, game to game. And that's what makes it really special. But I just think the competitive nature of it, I mean, these are the best players in the world going at full tilt. And you know, it's such a atmosphere to it and the pressure and the anxiety of each game and all those things. So, you know, you have to be professional with it. I think our guys have been through enough. You know, they've seen success, ultimate success, and honestly, ultimate failure. And so you understand what you know, what you're going up against here. So it's just a totally different level of competitiveness.
And it's funny, kind of going on what you're talking about. You go the last time you played Minnesota, if people remember, you lost those first 2 games at home. You guys had home court advantage. And everybody thinking the series over, and then you guys go and win games 3 and 4 in Minnesota. That's kind of the beauty of the playoffs. Each game kind of has its own life, if you will, doesn't it?
Yes, 100%. And that's why I think I know people say this all the time, and it sounds like I'm just repeating it, but it's so true. You prepare the best you can all week, but you really don't know anything until game 1 about halftime. And then you see what they've been preparing for us. And then you have to react to it, just like they'll have to react to us. So it's just these series, you just have to keep yourself, balanced, and your temperament has to be the right place, because there's going to be ups and downs. Both teams are extremely talented. The whole Western Conference is going to be that way. And luckily I have a veteran group that's seen a lot of things.
Do you have an explanation or a reason why your team was so good on the road this season?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think having the veterans, the veteran guys, like I said, guys that know their routine in cities, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but it really is true. You travel as much as we do, and you've been in the league for a long time. Some of these cities almost feel like home, because you know what the hotel is going to be like. You know you're going to eat that night. You have friends in that city. And I think with older guys, that kind of schedule really works out. And you almost want to stay out on the road when you're on the road, because your routine is the road. I think younger guys struggle with that because it's their first time. They're going out. They don't understand their own sleep pattern, all that kind of stuff. And our team has been so responsible this year in that sense, that just, being prepared in each city. And then on top of all that is you know how to play on the road when you're a veteran team. The ups and downs, the crowd noise, each arena's got its own feeling and emotion. And I think our guys have understood over the years. It's a learned experience as you play through the NBA and all those seasons. Why we lost at home, I have no idea.
Well, you had a lot of one-offs and back-to-backs. It was kind of crazy year.
We did.
I would say about on the road, too. Once you get a little older, and especially if you get a family, man, that's your quiet time.
You're like, yeah.
I mean, my first couple of years in the league, I was tearing it up. And let's be honest. I mean, this is let's go to bed. Bars close in New York at 3 a.m. Let's go. But once you get a little older, you're like, man, getting a little dinner and going home is pretty nice. Hey, last night we saw just 2 fantastic playing games, and I've been talking about it here today. I don't think either game really surprised me after what we witnessed this year, the talent Charlotte has, and we saw Portland 4 times. I mean, that's a good up-and-coming team. Did those games surprise you at all?
No. I thought both games were going to be exactly like they were, super competitive. And the 2 teams that lost, we know what Miami is and what they bring every year to those kind of games. And then Phoenix had such a good start to their season. They had some unlucky breaks with guys going out. But you're exactly right. 2 of the most up-and-coming teams won last night. I mean, Charlotte is, you could argue, the most, as far as young teams, the most talented team. And then Portland, with the way they can play defense, their size. Avila has just had breakout season. He was so good last night. Both those games are so entertaining. They're good for the league. I got to admit, I wasn't a huge fan of the play-in thing when they first came up with it.
Yeah.
But these games are proving that it's fun to watch. It's competitive basketball. And I imagine any basketball fan last night really enjoyed it.
And a new revenue stream for the NBA. And I was still yelling at my table like a TV like I did last week. Avila likes to go right. He wants to go.
Scotty was coaching
right.
coaching defense.
Keep him off the right.
Yeah, it's funny. My dad always told me a story about his coaches yelling at him because he let Jerry West go right. And he said, look, man, I'm trying my best. Jerry's going to get right. Like whether he's on the left side of the court or the right side of the court, he's getting right. And he's going to get to his spot. And Avila's got that kind of ability. He's just a shifty player that finds a way back to that left shoulder in his right hand.
I had Hubie Brown yell at me in 1982 when I was with the Knicks for allowing Alex English to go by me with that long little floaty step that he had.
You were like, "That's Alex English, coach."
No, first of all, we didn't have TV like you have it now, so I didn't even know who he was. But Coach got him a timeout. He's yelling at me. He goes, "Don't you know that's what he does?" And I go, "No, I do now."
He was such a good player. Unbelievable.
He only led the '80s in scoring.
Yeah, the highest scoring player in the 1980s.
I'm a dumb rookie from Arkansas,
and he's cooking you immediately.
He cooked me that fast.
Coach, I'm sure you were asked about it after practice, but could you give us an update on how healthy your team is going into this playoff matchup?
Yeah, it's Spencer and Peyton still. We're still, working them through all these things. Spencer a little bit more than Peyton, but they're still in the same place. Everybody else is good to go. But we'll work through the week, and I'm hoping to have, both those guys available. If it's not Saturday, it's game 2. And, it's unfortunate all season, and we've really had injuries to that wing position, especially defensive wing position, with Aaron and Spence and Peyton. We need those guys. They all bring a very unique, different way of guarding really good players. So we're trying to be careful with them, but, I would love the timetable to be moved up, obviously, for Saturday. But, both guys are going through it, and they're working at it. I'm watching both guys daily in here trying to get themselves back to a spot where they can get cleared to play.
And it's amazing over the last, David, 3 or 4 years, that wing position, especially defensively, is just blown up in the NBA. Everybody's looking for long, athletic wings that can guard.
Yeah, 100%. Just because it allows you to switch down the line, and you can trust each person. And what that does is it keeps people in front of you. You know how it is. If you get into rotations in the NBA, that's trouble. You can work on it all the time, but, once somebody has an advantage, you have to bring a secondary body. It leads to ball movement. It leads to breakdowns. So when you have guys like that, you can just say, this is your matchup, or we're going to switch down the line. It's such a huge advantage. And you're right. You've seen it over the years. I think it was a reaction to the Golden State teams. I really do. With all the splitting, the shooting, the space, more people wanted to switch. You saw that Rockets team with Chris Paul, Harden, PJ Tucker, all those guys. Like they were really good at that. Ariza, and that's why that team took Golden State to the end. I just think everybody's trying to find that now. Just those guys, irreplaceable players that can make a shot, but on the defensive end can guard 1 through 4.
You know what? Speaking of injury, I want to ask you this. Your counterpart down the hall at Ball Arena, the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche, fractured his face coaching a game.
Yeah.
What's the worst injury you've ever had coaching a game?
Coaching a game?
Yeah.
I've definitely, when I was a high school coach, I got ran through by somebody on a loose ball, split my head open. Yeah, that was not fun. And I stood there and took it like I was the man. And then I ended up, with like 25 stitches. But I saw that. That was crazy with the hockey puck. That was insane.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, and I mean, I just can't even imagine that. I feel for him, and thank God they've had such a great year that he can take a few days off and get right, because that's just a horrific injury, man. I can't even imagine a puck hitting your face. It's crazy.
Yeah. Have you been able to just take a breath and look back on the last year? Because it's now been 375 days or something since you took over as head coach of the Nuggets. Have you even been able to look back on that yet?
I really haven't. I'll be honest. I thought in the off season, I had a chance to kind of look at the playoffs and what that all was, but I hadn't gone through a full season of, doing this role. I've been through a lot of NBA seasons, but this is very different. And I think when it's all over, you take a deep breath and you always want to take a look at yourself and what you can do better and what you do worse. And when you do that, then it's kind of reflective and you kind of understand what just happened, because, even the other night, I had no idea. ESPN was telling me that my dad and I were the first, father-son to win 50 games in a season. And I didn't even really know our win total, to be honest. I was just trying to get through the next game. So I think when it all ends, that's a time to be reflective and, take a look at it. But it's been a wild season, man, with all the injuries and all the stuff that went on. But this team has really stayed together. I give them a lot of credit.
We'll talk about in the summer league over a Wellers or something.
Yeah, exactly right.
Coach, thanks for spending a little time with us. We much appreciate it, and good luck in Game 1 on Saturday.
I appreciate it. I'm excited to see the fans on Saturday.
Thanks,
That's Coach. Head coach David Adelman. Yeah, Ball Arena is going to be rocking. Ball Arena is going to be going crazy.
Next week is going to be stupid.
Oh, yeah, 4 straight days of fans losing their mind.
Yeah, they're going to have to check roof tiles.
Yeah, that place is going to be going crazy for 4 straight days.
4 straight days.
It's going to be awesome. All right, that was head coach David Adelman. We'll roll on with PhD next. It's Let's Football Go. Dan, you had an NHL coach throwing his team under the bus in the middle of your NFL.
That's right.
Why'd you throw Rick Bonus in there?
That's a preview of we're going to play the whole clip later.
Man, he was crying and burying his own team at the exact same time. That was crazy.
Yeah, he was not happy.
Yeah, we'll get to it. All right, Let's Football Go, Dan.
All right, guys. Yesterday, per sources, Kliss tweets out, the Broncos hosted Vanderbilt tight end Eli Stowers. He played 2 years at Texas A&M, 1 year at New Mexico State, and then he took off his 2 years at Vanderbilt. Guys, 2 years at Vandy, 111 combined catches, 1,407 receiving yards. Where would you put the importance level to upgrade the tight end position for the Broncos? Do you think that's the weakest? Do you think that's the weakest spot on the Broncos offense right now?
No. I don't know.
Well, if you don't, Scott, what would you say is their weakest position on offense?
Well, it's kind of like the Nuggets in the playoffs. You're talking about health. If Dobbins is healthy and plays 15 games, including the last couple, healthy for the playoffs, then your running back room's okay. But I'd like another body just in case. Tight end, that's great. Everybody gets excited. Oh, they need a tight end. Okay, why? Has this offense shown any propensity to throw to a tight end? You went and got a high free agent last year, a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
He's still here. Did Sean Payton show any propensity to pass to the tight end last year?
Well, he
Or
did
Bo
in New
Nix?
Orleans.
Huh?
He did in New Orleans.
Well, he had Daniel Graham, who was basically a
And-
wide
and
receiver,
Shockey.
and he posted up outside. Daniel Graham's just thicker, but I don't think any bigger than Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
And Cortland Sutton was your first down get merchant. He was your Daniel Graham.
That's an interesting point I hadn't thought of before. Do the Broncos put less emphasis on the tight end position because Sean Payton's current offense, it's not as valuable as other positions
Or
on
is it
offense
because of
right
personnel? Or is it because of the personnel they have
they
at
just
the position?
decided, I can't throw the
Like,
ball.
if they
I
had
can't
a
act
legit-
like Troutman is Kelsey.
If they had a
something like that.
legit receiving threat tight end, would they utilize the tight end spot
Well, I thought
more?
that's what they got in free agency last year.
That's
Right,
true.
with
I mean,
Evan,
that's a fair point, Scott.
Wasn't Ingram?
Yeah.
Wasn't he supposed to be your
and
threat?
I was kind of excited about it too. I was like,
everybody
ooh.
was excited about it, and they didn't hardly even use him. So was that the play calling? Was it your quarterback in the areas where the tight end would go? Does he like to throw in those areas? Was the plays going against what Ingram could give you? Maybe Ingram can this year. Maybe their thing is, listen, if we use the tight end position right, we've got our tight end.
Yeah.
We've got a group, a guy that they paid a lot of money to get last year, right?
Do you think? I mean, we started this conversation because the Broncos. Kliss was talking about them talking to Stowers, right?
They hosted Eli Stowers yesterday.
But there's no way Eli is there at 62. So this also maybe confirms a key talking about how they might move up in the draft. Is that what this is all about? Like, because you're not getting Stowers at 60. You're not getting Stowers at 60. And well, I guess you could if something crazy happened, right? Or if there was a run on another position somewhere. But no, that's wait. So what? So they must.
This is
so
going to be
they're
a boring draft. They're going to stick around 62.
Yeah,
if anything, they move down and take an extra pick in the third round.
Yeah.
And because,
be a
62s might as well be a
something.
third rounder almost, right?
Basically. My guy is Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame. If they're going to move up, I would like to see them go after Jadarian Price. Where would you guys put the running back positions?
Well,
priority
if you can
in
get
the
Price,
draft
I'm more in Price than Stowers.
Me too.
Yeah.
100%.
So, wait. So you want
if they're going to move up, I want them to move up for a running back, specifically Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame.
Well, if you're talking about moving up, then just move up and get Jeremiah. Right? If you're talking about a running back from Notre Dame.
Move up to 4?
I'm just saying, if you're going to get cocky, get cocky.
Well, you ain't getting up to 2. You can get Price at 30.
Love's
I guess,
projected to go at number 4 to the Titans,
yeah,
Berto.
Yeah, he's the best. Well, he might be the best football player in the draft, but he's definitely the best back in the draft.
Yesterday, that had the Vikings taking Jadarian Price at 49. At 49.
Really?
Yeah, so if you could move from 62 to 49.
I was about to say, that could be done. Well, but could you do it with draft picks, or am I going to have to give up a player for this? If the Broncos going to have to give up a player to move to where they want to get to?
Not necessarily.
It'll be just picks. But I guess you can.
But you got to remember, everybody's telling us is next year's draft is supposed to be phenomenal.
Yeah, you need.
And then no one wants to give away picks from next year.
Right, but the Broncos are almost to the point where they're at, where like the Rams are at when they're like, to hell with them picks. You're almost at that point, but Or are you? Would you? How much of the future do you mortgage for a possible Super Bowl next season? I guess is the question.
Well, how much of the future did the Avs?
Well, listen. Do you
Well, a
care?
good chunk of it.
Do you care if you mortgage next year's draft if you win a Super Bowl this year?
No. If you win a Super Bowl,
you
it doesn't
don't give
matter.
a flip. But that's the gamble you have to take. Okay, we just screwed ourselves in next year's draft.
Yeah.
However, you turn around and win a Super Bowl. Do you care?
Nobody cares.
Do you guys care about the Avs first round pick next year?
No.
No, I don't either.
I thought they traded it this year anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
No. No.
It's like, who cares?
Yeah, but once again,
But
you have to ask.
they went and got the Michigan captain, though, didn't they?
They sure did.
Yeah,
good
they
player,
did get
too.
the best free agent in college. So, I guess. I mean, who makes that decision? Does Greg Pinner or Sean Payton or
Greg Payton?
They say, "Hey,
George Payton." I mean,
George Payton says, "Hey, this is it. We're going. We're selling out to win a Super Bowl this
George
season."
Payton's history is he wants draft pick. So if you could sell him, the price is the difference that puts us over the hump and allows us to win a Super Bowl, then Penner will be involved. And he may have to even convince George Payton, right? I mean, if you can move up, say, hey, we got a way to move up. What we got to do is we've got to give our pick 62 and next year's second round pick to move up to 49.
You could,
or if it even says next year's first round. Well, if you win the Super Bowl, guess what? You're picking 32.
Yeah, nobody cares if you win the whole thing.
If you win the whole thing, that's the gamble. But if you don't win the whole thing, and then we get here a year from now, and we're like, well, dude, the Broncos don't even have a pick until day 2 again this year.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who makes that decision and when they make it. Who decides it? We're going balls to the wall. We're selling out. We're winning this.
Somebody has to sell George Payton on it, and then the owner has to give approval.
All right. So yeah, they have to go to the Walton Penner Group and say, "Here's what we're thinking."
But it's not about money. It's just listen. We're taking a gamble and sacrificing next year's draft a little bit.
Yeah.
Are you in?
Yeah. This year's draft is fascinating to me. At like not in the top, but right there, that like 9, 10, 11, 12, because there's picks by the Chiefs, the Cowboys at 12, and Dallas likes to do stupid stuff, and then the Rams at 13. Like, there's some stupid stuff is going to go down there, right? Because Dallas is going to do something crazy. The Rams are looking to win a Super Bowl, man, and they're going to do something wild with that pick, right? They're going to do something crazy. They're going to sell out to win the whole thing.
Boy, you want to hear
and
something
Kansas
I heard?
City at 9, Chiefs are going to get a really good player.
Heard yesterday that there's smoking rumors that Joe Burrow ain't super happy in Cincinnati and wants out. And it might have been Raj and Coach said it. He said, "What about Joe Burrow to the Rams? Could you imagine that?"
Boy, with Sean McVay.
Oh, he'd have.
Oh my God.
I mean, he'd have a 6,000-yard season. He'd throw
and with Puka.
Oh man. Yeah, well, that wide receiving course.
He does have Jamar Chase.
I mean,
in
I'm not saying
Cincinnati.
the Cincinnati. It's not like he's throwing a bunch of bums, but you're right. I mean, it would
Well,
be.
you got two pretty good wide receivers there. But they put all the money on receivers and quarterback, and they have nothing on the offensive line.
But if people were talking about giving up 3 firsts for Myles Garrett, what are you going to give up for Joe Burrow?
5.
But is that worth it? Is that worth it? Is 5 if you're like, we're not going to have a first-round pick for the next half a decade, but we have Joe Burrow as quarterback.
I don't think I think even the NFL has rules. You can't trade more than 2, right, or something like that. Didn't they put that in a couple years ago?
Right, and you can't trade more than 5, right? Because who was trying to? It was Cleveland or somebody was trying to change the rule and push it out that you could trade 5 years worth of first-round picks or whatever.
Well, just 5 years in advance of any draft.
Okay,
pick.
5 years, and then everybody was like, "No, that's a stupid idea," and they even pulled that idea off the table. Right, they're like, "Never mind, let's just keep it."
Well,
the
the
way it is."
NBA does 7.
The Rams, say for example, would you not trade this year's first round, which is 12, next year's first round, and Matthew Stafford, to Cincinnati for for Joe Burrow, yeah,
in a heartbeat. Yeah, you don't even have to think about that. That's not even one where you have to send out the group text. You're just telling people this is what's happening.
Yeah.
We're going to trade for Joe Burrow.
Well,
Deal with it.
And listen, I'm not a betting guy and all that stuff. Could you imagine if that move made, though, what all those betting apps and Vegas would do? I mean, what the odds of Vegas and the Rams to win it would go?
Oh. I mean, they're already co-favorite right now, right? It's them in Seattle again, isn't it? Who are co-favorites? Isn't that what it is? At least I thought that was right after the Super Bowl ended. I was like, really? We're going to do this again? Because...
and you're talking about going into next season, and he had a phenomenal year. But you still got a 41-year-old quarterback, don't you, or a 39-year-old quarterback?
Yeah, no, he'll be in his 40s, right? I think he will be 41. I think he might have been
just
40.
win the MVP.
Yeah, and he was throwing the ball all over the place, and he looked amazing.
He was phenomenal this year.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, Scott, longevity-wise.
Yeah, but you still make
Joe
that
Burrow,
deal
you might have
in a
another
heartbeat.
10 years.
Yeah, in a heartbeat. And that dude can throw. That dude spins the rock. Yeah. Joe Burrow's great. All right, Dan, what's the next?
Well, that'd be ugly if that happened. Okay, hold on real fast. Pick 62, next year's first round, and Bo Nix for Joe Burrow. Would you do that, Dan?
Oh man. Okay, say that again. Say that again.
If they take it, yeah.
62 this year.
Next year's first round.
Okay, which hopefully is in the 30s.
Maybe in next year's second round, I'll throw in there. And Bo Nix for Joe Burrows. Would you do that?
Oh my God, Scott.
Hold on.
What do you mean? What are you doing? You do that in a heart? Are you kidding me? Dan, don't be stupid.
I'm a big Bo Nix believer.
I don't care if he's your son. You know.
I'm
Are you
older than
kidding?
him.
Joe Burrow? You make for that? That's nothing for Joe. Are you kidding me, man? I might give him 3 firsts. I'd give him 3 firsts and Patrick Surtain for Joe Burrow. Are you kidding me, man?
Would you do that, Scott? 3 firsts and Pat Surtain?
Ooh. I don't like 3
I'd give him
firsts.
the best player on the Broncos. And all the
well,
firsts I can
according
give
to Dan, it's Bo Nix.
I didn't say
Cincinnati
that.
needs a
I didn't
quarterback.
say that.
You can have Bo, too. You can have Bo
Hey,
and Stiddy and Ellinger.
Bo-
You can take them all.
Bo is a young, up-and-coming quarterback, so Cincinnati still needs a quarterback, so I think that would almost be more of a want than anything else.
The only thing that would concern me with Joe Burrow is the injuries, the health-wise. He has a propensity to get hurt a lot.
And why?
Because his offensive line sucks.
Yeah.
Do you understand
Dan.
what Sean Payton and Davis Webb could do with Joe Burrow? Yeah, you crazy, Dan, for even just thinking about it, man.
I don't know. I'm higher on Bo Nix than you guys are. So,
Joe Burrow. All right, Joe Burrow for Bo Nix straight up. You do that?
Well, yeah.
Joe Burrow
So
and
it's
this
the
year's 62.
it's the first round pick that's throwing you
Joe
off.
Burrow and pick 62. Bo Nix and the 62 for Joe Burrow. You doing that?
Yeah.
See, are you crazy, man?
So then what's one more first round pick?
I guess. I guess.
Unless you think Bo Nix is going to win more Super Bowls than which might be possible because if he stays in Cincinnati, he ain't going to win.
Right.
Yeah, you crazy. Yeah, Joe Burrow's great, man. You take Joe
Again,
Burrow in
the
a
only
heartbeat.
concern is the health thing. That's it. But I get what you're saying. His O-line sucks, and the Broncos' O-line is good.
All
right, guys.
I got you excited, though, a little
You
bit.
did. That was a good question, Scott.
Yeah.
Save
because
that for,
there's no bad.
What did you call it?
No bad questions. Or no good questions.
good questions.
No good questions.
No good questions.
Yeah, no good questions.
We got to do a whole segment, no good questions.
Good question. All right, guys. Las Vegas Raiders GM John Spytek confirmed yesterday that multiple teams have contacted the Raiders about trading the first overall pick in next week's NFL draft, but indicated the organization remains committed to selecting Fernando Mendoza. He said, "We've gotten a few calls and those teams know where we stand." Spytek did acknowledge his openness to trade discussions in principle, noting that compelling offers can surface on draft night, but he drew a clear line when conviction exists on a specific player. How likely or shocking would it be if the Raiders did indeed move on from the first overall pick?
I think it'd be A, very shocking, and B, that it would cause me to pause, and I'm like, why doesn't Tom Brady like this pick?
Yeah, that's the first thing I would think. I was like, oh, Brady hates Mendoza. That's what it means, right? It's like one of the greatest quarterbacks to really dislike. But what would you take? What's that balance when the scales come to, we like Mendoza, we want him to be our franchise quarterback, but that's a lot of firsts that you're offering. That's a lot
Well, I mean, if and some people do, and some people are stupid. What the second quarterback in the draft is it Simmons? Is that
from Oklahoma. Ty Simpson, right?
Ty Simpson from Alabama.
From
Alabama.
Oklahoma, man, losing my mind. Yeah, from
So
Bama.
so
This is
he's,
the one on
he's
Orlando
considered
Stevens.
the second quarterback. If for some reason you're the Raiders and you like Simpson just a little bit better, and you could swap first and fifth and pull away another second.
Well, Dan Orlovsky likes Simpson better than Mendoza.
Well, I've seen a couple guys. I think Mike Mayock likes him.
Yeah, really. So, and remember, who was it? Who was defending? It was Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper was like, and he used Shador as an example. He was like, listen, he might actually be right on Ty Simpson. I don't think he is, but you got to stick to your guns. And then he was like, I really love Shador, and he fell in the draft, and people made fun of me, but now I think he's going to be the starting quarterback of that team this season. So stick to your guns, Orlovsky is what Kiper was saying.
No good question. What's the last great finished at Alabama quarterback that we've seen?
Are you talking like in the NFL or just
that made it to the league?
Finished his career at Alabama and then became just the stud in the NFL.
I mean, I guess Tua is the most recent.
Did he just get traded?
Bro, I'm gonna go Joe Namath.
Oh, hold on.
It's Namath.
Well, he didn't finish at Alabama, but he did play there. Jalen Hurts.
Right, but
he finished in Oklahoma.
That's right.
Yeah, now and even then, I don't think you can't put Jalen up there with Joe Namath, right? And you can't put Tua up there with. I don't know.
Tua had a rough year this year.
I tell you, who ain't
got traded, right?
Yeah, he's
Dan
a Falcon
is a
now.
huge AJ McCarron guy.
I like AJ McCarron because I think
How about Bryce Young?
Well, we'll see. He actually had a good year. We'll see.
But I'm all ready to say he's not going to get to Joe Namath territory. So it's Joe. It's 1977. Scotty is probably when the last time they had a truly great quarterback. Well, I mean, their best quarterback, right? It's got to be Joe. You can't put Tua and Jalen up there. They had Skinny. They had Kenny Stabler, right?
I was just saying Stabler was an Alabama guy, right?
Yeah, and I like Stabler more than I like Joe, right?
He was after Namath.
Yeah, he was after Namath. So, yeah. I guess that's not really what
the point
Bama's known for.
I mean, they had a run where didn't Saban win 7 or 8 championships, 6 in a row, and yet has any of the quarterbacks like super succeeded in the NFL?
No, I mean, Jalen's won him a Super Bowl.
But he finished at OU.
Tua got $250 million, and I guess that's success in a lot of ways, right?
Well,
right?
Yeah.
Like, like his children's children ain't gonna have to work probably if they don't want to because he's a quarterback. But the wins are a problem, and I guess the concussions as well. All right, that was Let's Football Go. That's Dan's favorite segment. We'll wrap up PhD next. Oh, sorry, Dan. Sorry, me and Dan were having a whole conversation there coming back.
Did you try to put it on the air?
Yeah, that's my
you
bad.
Trying to put it on blast?
That's on me. Welcome back to the final segment of
Have you had
PhD
fun
on this
today?
Wednesday. I've had fun today, yeah.
Hey,
I like both coaches. Matt Wells was really good, and so was David Adelman.
I thought Matt Wells blew it up. I was super impressed. And no one got it. But when he said, when they was with Tottenham, he came from the Tottenham Spurs, which is a Premier League team. He said we were holding the cup up last year and how great it was and da-da-da. And North London, 250,000 people in North London. And, the Arsenal's big song that they always sing is, North London forever, right? Whatever the weather. So I thought that, because I think Tottenham and Arsenal are kind of rivals.
Yeah. I think that, this weekend, once again, we are in the golden age of sports in this city. Right?
If the Rapids could get right, man.
Yeah.
And
if
the
Wells
Summit
can get it right.
The Summit blow up.
How many games have the Rockies lost in a row? Like, once again, we don't care.
Well, 5.
We love them. We love them, but we don't care that they're.
But it's 5.
It's 5 straight losses.
5.
And they're back at it tonight in Houston. Let's see. Here at 6:00, first pitch in Houston against the Stros. Your Rockies are now 6-11 on the season. They got 2 road wins. So yeah, if the Rockies could turn it around,
win a couple games in Houston, finish it up.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're not going to see Major League Baseball playoffs in this city for another 3-4 years, right? It's
probably at least.
It's a tough ask.
But it'd be nice because listen, the Avs are going to have a run. They're still in their window. I think they still got. Listen, Natchez ain't an old dude.
No. Well, neither is Mac or McCarr. Like, Kale's going to get paid this summer, right? Right, Dan?
I sent you all that thing where they listed McCarr could probably get $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
He said if he stays in Colorado, it'll probably be a sweetheart deal. And what's a sweetheart deal? 15, right? But he said if he tested a free agent, he said he could probably get $20 million somewhere.
Yes.
There would be a team out there that would give Cale McCarr $20 million a season. Guaranteed.
Yeah. To be, he's the best defenseman of his generation.
Anybody remember when Joe Sakic almost left?
To New York. They gave him that check. Curtis Lecision was telling me he saw the check. Like, New York sent him a check, and it was a massive check. It was millions of dollars.
It was like
Did you guys see the documentary?
Like a $30 million deal at the time, but a $10 million signing bonus or something. So I think it was
I think he had a $10 million check or something.
It was like either 10 or 11
from the
million.
New York Rangers.
Scott, did you ever see that documentary, Saving Sakic?
Oh,
yeah, about the movie, the Harrison Ford movie.
Yeah, it's about that Air Force One.
Air Force One.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch Saving Sakic. It's about that whole ordeal.
If that movie would have been a bomb,
awesome.
Yeah,
it never would have been.
That cable company that was the owner at the time wouldn't have had the money.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
Air Force One had to be a success in order for them to be able to pay Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
And luckily, it was the #1 movie in America.
Right, thanks to Harrison Ford, we have how many Stanley Cups in this
city?
And
they interview Harrison Ford in the documentary about that whole thing.
Yeah,
it was
that
really
was
cool.
actually a good movie.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Oh, Air Force One. Yeah, get off my plane. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. So the Avs, we still don't know when they're, but we have no idea. Tomorrow is the last day of the NHL regular season. Tomorrow is the last game for the Avs. They play the last game of the NHL regular season.
Is anybody going to play?
I don't. Yeah, well, some of them will have to play just because the NHL has rules about how many. You can't just throw the entire AHL lineup out there and be like, hey, good luck. So you have to actually have some. So some of those guys will play.
Let me ask
but
you
I don't know what those.
The guy who starts in net will not be the game one starter in the playoffs.
Ooh, maybe. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Because over the back-to-back, Wedgwood played on Monday, and Blackwood played last night. They get tonight off. So
played good.
It'll be interesting.
I thought Blackwood was good last night.
Yeah, they both look pretty good over those 2 games. So we'll have to see. Scott Wedgwood's going to finish the season with the highest save percentage in the NHL, right?
Do you want to keep Wedgwood? Do you feel he loses an edge if he doesn't play for 4 days, 5 days?
Oh, you know what? That's a good question, too, that maybe the coaches are like, that's probably a question for him.
And Blackie will take the second, third, or
yeah, it's gonna be interesting how they handle it because once again, you're right. They have nothing to play for, and I think almost every personal goal has been reached as well. You know what I mean? Like everything that a player might be like, you know what? Let me get one more point tonight to get what. So because Marty got his 100s last night. Okay, Mac basically wrapped up the Rocket Richard last night.
Here's a no good question. What is Bednar's input going right now while he's convalescing?
Oh, that's a good question. I bet he's going crazy, right? I bet he's going crazy. Well, first off, Tyler told us that he also had the say it for me, really? Corneal
abrasion.
And he said, and this is an NFL football player, and he said that
Nailed it.
hurt like a son of. He was like,
So
I
it
was
heals
in
quick,
serious pain.
but it said it hurts for like 2 days.
Yeah, so he's probably just been in pain for 2 days. But now I wonder if he's like, how if you're the coach, a head coach of a team that's won a cup and you've been there for almost a decade, and now you've got to sit at home and watch your team play regularly. That would drive me crazy. Wouldn't I mean? Had to be.
Yeah, but he's still got to be involved or on Zoom calls or phone calls or something.
Yeah, texting the guys.
I mean, while you're fixing up alignment, okay, who plays the last game of the year? Is it Joe or Joe? Is it MacKinnon? Is it not? Is it McCarr? Is it not?
Yeah.
McCarr looked good last night. I don't think you need to play him tomorrow. I mean, he looked fresh last night. I don't know if you guys watched it, but he looked pretty.
Yeah, he missed 7 games. So
quick and fresh.
But yeah, he came out with 3 assists right out the gate, just like bam, bam, bam. So.
And they just getting the 100th point. Cheapy way to do it, or that's just hockey?
No. 100 is 100 is 100, man. I don't care how you get there.
Yeah.
Just like when it hit Mac's 53rd goal was that empty. And at that point you get it how do you get it?
That's the only thing I was saying because I'm watching and I was talking to Warren. She goes, "Why are you watching this?" Because I said I want to see if Nate just gets his 100th point for this year. I said, and MacKinnon's trying to win the scoring title. But it's an empty netter. It's a hockey assist on an empty netter.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's still a point.
Still, it's 100 points in a season, which is stupid. Like, Dan, would you have guessed that Marty would have put up 100 this year for the Avs?
Yes.
Really?
Playing with Nathan MacKinnon? Absolutely.
100 points is a metric ton of points in the NHL.
How many points does MacKinnon have?
That's like a dude averaging
year, I think he's got
39 points
127.
per game or something in the NBA.
MacKinnon has 127.
Whew.
Yeah, he's 3rd in point total in the NHL.
Yeah. Behind McDavid and Kucherov.
Right, McDavid's sitting on 130 what? 130.
5 or 6.
But, I mean, that's the best player in hockey.
34, because remember he had to get 7 points to catch
Dan's
McDavid.
acting like 100 points is nothing, like you just fall out of a tree and
I
get 100
didn't say it was
points.
nothing. I'm not surprised that he got to it because he's playing with Nathan MacKinnon.
He's like tied for the 6th, 7th most points in the league, brother.
I get it.
And you acting like it's nothing.
No, that's not what I'm at. I'm not surprised because he's playing with Nate.
Actually,
that's what
I don't
happens
think
when you
he's
play
as
with
high
Nate.
as 7th.
Is it? I mean,
he is. He's tied with David Pasternak for 7th.
Oh, he is
in scoring.
I guess when we're talking about the Avalanche, like Nathan MacKinnon's having a career year. Marty Natchez is having a career year. How many more dudes can we name? Brock Nelson, career year.
Is Brock Nelson having a career year as many years as he's had?
I know, that's a good question.
I think he's having a year. I think people assume because of his age he wouldn't have as impactful as year.
Yeah, maybe that's my assumption that I've thought both Brock and Marty would have fewer points this season than they had.
Here's what we got to look into. I know Nate will be a guy to look this up. How many guys have a gold medal and a Stanley Cup ring in the same season?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because Brock Nelson could be that guy.
Yeah, I don't know how many dudes have done that in the history of the sport. I'm sure there has been.
I mean, Joe Sakic has a gold medal, and I know he has obviously Stanley Cup rings, but I'm not sure he won the gold medal in the year that he won a Stanley Cup.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good
question. Or does
question.
he have World Cup rings and not Olympic rings? That'd be something to look into.
Yeah, that's a Dan question.
So we have a show, Nate, it's called No Good
Well, the
Questions.
Avs won the Cup in 96 and 01 with Joe Sakic, neither of which were Olympic years.
Yeah, but he has won gold for World Cup teams with Canada. But Brock Nelson might be one of the first guys to win a gold medal.
Gold and then a Stanley Cup.
Cup in the same year. That's kind of
right.
I mean, that's
within
cool.
4 months of each other, or something like that.
Right.
That would be pretty awesome.
The most recent is Jeff Carter and Drew Doughty won the gold with Canada and the Cup in 2014.
Doughty,
with the Kings.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
So it's limited company. Wow.
And did Doughty win a Norris that year? There you
Well,
go.
I'd have to
Let's
look
keep
that up,
adding
yeah.
layers to the research.
Probably, you might be right there too, because he did win a handful of them, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Nate, did you enjoy the play-in games last night?
I
Were
did.
you locked in?
Yes, I very much did. Overtime of the first game was, not television's or streaming's finest moment.
Streaming.
Nate, let me ask you this.
You cord cutters?
Because I was just asking Scotty this. I was told, and you might know the answer, that if you were illegally streaming the game last night, it didn't cut out. And it did on Amazon.
I mean, I was illegally streaming in that I have somebody else's Amazon password.
Okay, but it still crashed on you, right?
Yes, it
just
didn't.
Nothing. Like the audio went out, and I was like, huh, that's it. And then it goes black. And then I was like, oh,
yeah, it was like technical difficulties.
How long did it stay like that?
Oh, no.
It was like a minute or two.
Did a bunch of housewives across America get on the app and start ordering Prime delivery? Is that what happened?
Maybe.
It could have been. I don't know. Everybody scanning the QR code on their screen or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It just blew up their server.
Yeah, they're never not selling me something. I know that. Second game was terrific.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Neither game surprised me, by the way.
Avdia was wonderful. Phoenix made a hell of a comeback. And then they settled things down. It helped that Dylan Brooks fouled out of that game. But they just settled things down. All-timer of a game from Denny Avdia. By the way, did you guys know this? I did not know it until I read it in the Denver Post today, courtesy of Bennett Durando. This was the first NBA play-in tournament that did not feature Jonas Valanciunas.
Oh, I did not know that.
He has played
in
every play-in tournament.
Wow.
Yes, I believe he's played in like 9 play-in tournament games in his career.
Are you telling me?
He might be the all-time leader.
I was about to say, you're telling me Jonas is the greatest play-in tournament player of all time.
Tournament points.
Yeah.
And rebounds.
And he just got to skip it this year.
Wow.
That's a bummer.
That hurts the stat line.
He just rolls right into the 3-6 series, no problem this year. But yes, he's been in the play-in every other year since its inception.
We asked this question earlier. Should hockey not adopt this?
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It is fun. And one game hockey, winner take all.
Crazy.
Yes, is really fun. I'm with you. Yeah, absolutely. Do it, NHL. Why not?
I mean, it would be better. And then now you can set your brackets so they aren't as convoluted as they're going to be coming up here in a week.
Yep.
But I think it would be outstanding in hockey.
Is it? Okay, tell me this, Scotty. Is it an advantage? Like, obviously, if you're Denver, you would have wanted a 1 or a 2 seed. You get more home court advantage. But are you at any advantage by knowing your opponent for a whole week? For being able to prepare for exactly who you're getting ready for. And granted, it's not as though there's any lack of familiarity between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, but when you know exactly who your opponent it is, and then it's like you don't have to wait for anything.
Well, it's funny. One year when I was in Detroit, I think the year we won it, we were all passed out New York Knicks booklets on all their plays and everything else.
Yeah.
And they got upset. And all of a sudden, the next day, we come in and everybody's got Indiana Pacer booklets to go over. We didn't have to have the New York Knicks.
And you guys were great, but like it did throw you a little bit, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think it's a disadvantage for OKC to not know who they're playing until the couple of days before?
That's what I'm saying. Now, again, they'll destroy whoever it is that they're going to play.
Yeah. It gives
Phoenix or
it
whomever.
may give a better upset chance in game 1.
Right.
But in a 7-game series, I mean, that evens a lot of stuff out. But I think it does give you an opportunity for an upset in game 1.
Yeah.
Plus, you've now been sitting for 5 days and your competitive juices are down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So they've been resting and.
Right. Now, again, you have the advantage of being the 1 seed and being the best team in the NBA and the defending NBA champions and all of those things. By the way, along those lines, okay, so this is Adelman's first crack at this whole thing as the guy that coached 82 and now leads his team into the postseason. Last year, everything was just fly by the seat of your pants, figure it out as you go. I think David Adelman did a great job this year, and it was one of the ways that he showed us like a direct contrast to what Malone always has been. It was always the long game with Adelman. I thought he did a really good job of big picturing this thing, especially through all the injuries and everything else that the team dealt with. But you remember last time they played the Timberwolves, Nuggets lost both the first 2 games of that series in their own building.
And then somehow we had Adelman on. I asked him about it.
Yeah.
Then you win 1 game 3 and 4 there.
Yes. And then you win an all-timer in Game 5, and we
What
don't need
happened
to
in
talk
Game
about.
6?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about
Well,
what happened
but
the rest of the
Scotty
series.
said, this is something we talked about.
Yeah.
Scotty, I'll ask you, don't you think this time around, you had kind of felt like they played as if a team that knew they had Game 7 at home and all that, they ain't going to play that way this time, right?
I'm always leery.
Plays that again?
I'm always leery of Game 6 like that. You just don't show up.
Yeah, because you know you have home court in your back pocket.
But just the opposite. You go back to that Portland series you lost in Game 7. Was Game 6 the 4 overtime game? Was that Game 6 or was that Game 4?
It was Game 4, I think.
Was that Game 4?
Yeah.
Game 6.
I mean, you win that game. You win that game, and then the series is over.
Yeah. So now Adelman goes into a Game 1, and in a year in which he's been big picture, how does a David Adelman coach Nuggets team respond to a Game 1? Like, again, I say last year is just like anomaly, last year's survival. We don't know that part of it. We really don't know how this team will react to it because the Timberwolves, and this is what makes them so tough, they just smacked you in the mouth the last time around. They came out, and in Game 1, they were like, we are going to be aggressive. We are going to play downhill. We are going to get our shots. And they took it to a Nuggets team that I thought was sitting on their heels to start that series. And even being up 3-2, we're playing catch-up the rest of the series.
Well, and if you remember, other than Game 4, Murray struggled in that series, and that was the year he wasn't 100% healthy. And remember what the summer looked horrible with Team Canada, and just was not right. He really struggled.
That's a great point. Like this is healthy playoff Murray right off the jump.
Yeah, but more so than you've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And plus, now as it turns out, he was able to get not only this week where he can now just train.
Right.
He got 4 days off leading into this week.
Yeah, a bunch of guys did.
So. I don't know, man. Listen, you never have a rivalry until somebody beats you in the playoffs, and that's why this is a rivalry.
It's a rivalry. This is the trilogy, man.
And I will stick by this, and Andy and I have talked about it 100 times, and I've even got confirmation out of Minnesota from this, that when Conley went there, he built the Minnesota Wolves to beat Denver.
Yeah.
That was everything he tried to do, knowing that what Joker was and what they were going to be. That's going to be the bell cow in the West. We got to be able to beat these guys, and they've set the team up to do that since he's got there.
I would argue they're still that team.
I do too.
They're very big. They're very athletic, and they know you. They know you inside and out.
I agree with this though. I think they've gotten to the point where they realize, and probably why they got rid of Towns. Joker's going to be Joker.
Right.
Because initially it was stop Joker.
Yes.
And instead, let's get some long wings and stop Murray. Let's stop.
Oh, and wings don't get longer than Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah, let's stop Robin.
Yeah.
Batman's still going to bring out the Batmobile, but Robin he's got that stupid motorcycle.
Right. They will, and they'll hide Ant defensively as much as they can. And I think he's a good on-ball defender when he wants to be, but they just want to preserve him. They'll hide him as much as they possibly can.
McDaniels be early, and then Ant maybe late.
Yeah,
tight game.
McDaniels will be on Jamal. Rudy and Julius Randle will take their turns on Jokic. I mean, they'll
with Naz Reid.
They'll throw everything at Jokic. He gets the kitchen sink, and it'll change from possession to possession probably because that's the only chance you have to. You can't stop him. You just have to hope that you can just make him stutter a little bit.
And if Cam Johnson is a starter and Tim Hardaway is a bench guy, or your legit outside threats, the whole series, you win the series.
Yes, make threes.
Yeah.
That to me is the biggest factor in this series. Make threes. Make threes. Make threes.
Yep.
That's it. Force the ball out of Ant's hands and make threes.
Yep.
Those are the two biggest things I need them to do. Guys, great job today.
Goodbye.
PhD, Mark
Good
Bertoli,
day.
Scott Hastings. They were terrific. It is.
My new mic.
I said good day.
Yeah, why do you have
good afternoon
several microphones today, by the way?
I want to try experience because Dan was crying about it.
Okay. All right. It's Dan's fault.
Is it because you're moving it too much? Yeah.
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 I'd like to get the Pat Paulson set up.
By the way, are you guys not doing the first round?
No, the new TV contracts.
Good job, NBA. Yeah. No.
So you
great
don't get
job,
to do
NBA.
any of them TV-wise?
Oh, we're doing an hour pregame and an hour postgame. Every game.
Tune on into Altitude.
And you'll do radio with Kaz, right?
No one's told me. I don't know.
Okay. Well,
in the past, there was moments in the past I have.
Moments. Those are, and some of those
like
have
10
been
straight years before last
Some
year.
of those have been important moments in franchise history.
They call it NBA championship.
I've heard that
Scott
before.
Hastings, the only man to call both the first Super Bowl and the first Nuggets
That's
championship.
right. Yes.
Come on,
nice little nugget on a resume.
That is.
Pardon the pun.
I think you got a chance to make it in this broadcasting business there, buddy.
Well, if everything else fails.
I think Scott Hastings might have a chance here. But yes, welcome into the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have so much to do here on the program. Hey, head out to Bonnie Bray Liquor at University and Ohio for chili ones tomorrow, 3 to 5. Meet Tyson Berry and John Mitchell. Hang with Brett Kane. So wait, you meet them, but you hang with Brett. Okay.
That means
Is it like bones?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Brett's there to have to
Brett's
give
there to
you
hang.
at least 10 minutes of his time.
There to meet.
It's a quick handshake
Yes.
with the other two.
Yes, you were shuffled right
We're
past.
kidding. We're kidding.
Tyson
Don't
Berry
take
and
it
John
that
Mitchell.
way. Just, yeah.
But with Brett Kane will give you a ride
If you're
home.
not careful, Brett may come home with you.
Yes. You have to make him dinner.
But you better have clean carpets or he's going to be a snob about it.
He will
You know,
be.
I know some people that
He
could help you
does.
with this.
So-
Is that dust in your air duct?
So he's a real Mike snob. Meet Tyson Berry and John Mitchell. Hang with Brett Kane. Don't give him any allergens, and sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets, tastings, and giveaways on site. We'll see you at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3. Andy, is David Adelman is he well equipped to lead Denver into a series against the big, bad, annoying Minnesota Timberwolves?
You know, it's interesting. I guess we don't know. I think he is, but we're going to find out.
Right.
And here's why I say that. I didn't think about it, but you're right. Last year was such a different deal. Last year was just come in and refresh the room. You're the palate cleanser, right?
And I think he did a great job of it.
I think he did too.
He was
I
like,
would
hey, we're allowed to play zone defense.
And we're allowed to, I'm not going to be as angry and all that other stuff, right? Now, look, I would also say, just to be fair to Michael Malone, there are points during the year where I was like, maybe that's why Mike got a little chap backside going sometimes.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe certain guys, maybe even Nicola needs somebody telling him, hey, calm about this. Calm down about that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And maybe that's something Adelman will have to get in his game next year. I don't know. Look, I think he's equipped, but I can't tell you for sure.
Right.
We're going to find out,
Right.
just like it was his first full season coaching where he's the regular teacher, not the substitute. Now we find out in the playoffs how it feels too. Here's the bottom line. Here's what I love for his cause. The coach on the floor is still with him, and that's Nikola Jokic.
He
the
is.
guy that's had enough of the crap, and we saw it during what was it, the Utah game where he'd had enough, or Portland where he didn't think they were playing defense right, so he screamed at everybody in the huddle. That guy's still there.
2024, the Nuggets lose Game 1 by 7 in their own building. Game 2 by 26 in their own building. I mean, Andy, I remember coming on the air after that and just being like, well, it was fun. It was nice. The Nuggets blow out the Timberwolves in Game 3. They win a tight one in Game 4. Game 5, all-time Jokic performance. And suddenly it was like, oh, yeah, they're the champs, and they have all of that to them. I do believe that Joker and Jamal and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown, but really, let's focus this on the big three. I think they will have a greater sense of urgency given the way it went last time against these guys.
Yeah, and I also am curious. Let's not underestimate we had a group of guys together that I don't think thought they'd get broken up.
Right.
And then this past offseason, Michael Porter Jr. gets traded. Some new guys are brought on.
Yeah.
And I think if you're not named Nikola Jokic, quite honestly, and to a little bit of a lesser degree, but still a pretty high degree, Jamal Murray, then if you like it here, you probably need to show another deep run is in the offing.
Yes.
Or they're going to have to make more changes.
And I think it's exactly, because there's been since a championship, now we're staring down the barrel of what, 2 failures?
Yeah.
Let's not make it 3 in a row right here. Let's make sure this thing goes as far as it can. You know, there's the uncontrollables, the
the health and
the they who shall not be named, the hamstrings of several members of the team, but there's nothing you can do about all of that, right? It's those situations, to use one of your favorite expressions, they is what they is, okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so the Nuggets, they have to do the controllable part, and that has to be coming out with a serious urgency, physicality, and determination right away in game one. Because I think if you blow this opener on Saturday, the Minnesota Timberwolves now – You put it right back in their head. And you don't have to do much to puff up the confidence of Anthony Edwards.
Or Julius Randle.
Or Rudy Gobert. These guys have got it in spades, okay? And they know that they can beat you. So I think this is a massively critical game one. Don't come out and sleepwalk your way into this series. And, don't fall victim to you're playing a matinee in game one or anything else like that. Just go out and kick the crap out of these guys right away. Dominate them in the first quarter. Win the first half. They've been losing the first half a lot. We've been just seeing that, too much of that out of the Nuggets. That's, again, one of those areas where I'm like, okay, how is Adelman preparing now for this series? Does he have this team playing with that kind of intensity and energy right away? But just go out and win yourself a game one. Play well. Play sharp. Force Minnesota to adjust. Make them play on their heels. That's what the Nuggets have to do more so than I think anything else in this series.
Yeah, and just get it handled as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not that they wouldn't. Not that that's not the goal, but...
Probably. I got Nuggets in 6. What do you got? Where are you at on this series right now?
I'm not sure yet. I want to believe that the Nuggets team that was cruising and beat them Christmas Day and all that is in there, and maybe it can even go 5. I just don't think it's gonna. I think 6 is the minimum. I'm just not sure if I think it goes 7. And I'm not sure I feel about 7 after what happened last year. But I got Nuggets.
None of us
winning in
want
6.
7,
no,
dude.
So you know what? Then I better go with Nuggets in 6. How about that?
Okay.
You know what? I'll just ride along. But it doesn't feel. You and I said it yesterday. I feel like the projected likely path by the percentages is going to be all 7-game series because you're going to have to deal with San Antonio and then Oklahoma City.
Yep. And those guys are pretty good.
So then maybe you get 5 in the finals.
Kreckman and Lindahl, welcome into the program. Wednesday afternoon, we are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Guys, we've been talking Nuggets in the playoffs, and game 1 is Saturday afternoon against the Timberwolves at Ball Arena. Tickets and all the information you need about the team and the playoffs are available at nuggets.com/playoffs. That's nuggets.com/playoffs. You do not want to miss a second of this series. Get your tickets. Be in the building. It is going to be absolutely electric. We have so much coming up today here on the show. We don't know everything that's coming up today on the show.
Something very special may happen today.
It also may not.
Something very mundane may just make it a Wednesday. But if the special goes down, and we're not kidding,
yes,
you're going to want to be here for
We want it to be Wednesday.
We promise you that.
Not mundane.
How about this? How about this for the tease of what we can't, and believe me, once we can, we'll tell you.
Okay.
So there may be a first in Kreckman and Lindahl's nearly 7-year history today.
Oh.
So you got to stick around and see if it's going to happen.
Okay.
We may talk to somebody on this show for the first time in our history.
And we also may
he's
not.
a very important Denver somebody.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Because he is an important Denver somebody.
Keep it here. Kreckman, Lindahl, that's our show. Playoffs are here. First game of the Nuggets Saturday. If you want to be in the seats, you can buy your tickets now or you can win them tomorrow. From us, it's a Nuggets playoff ticket Thursday. Every show giving away tickets, so tune in for keywords on the 20s. That means at 3:20, 4:20, and 5:20 every hour on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Plus, we'll be doing it all day long, 20 minutes past the hour. That is only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your only spot to be able to win playoff tickets. It is right here.
In your face.
You want to be in there.
When are we going to get the announcement that the Avs start their series Sunday? That's got to be coming, right?
I'm assuming.
Because the Nuggets already have occupied Ball Arena on Saturday and Monday.
So it's got to start on Sunday, right?
Not looking to take 5 days off before the playoffs.
Or does it start Tuesday?
I guess it could start Tuesday, but it would make sense to me it would start Sunday, right? Could we have double matinees in this weekend?
Playoff schedule.
Well, I think they're trying to figure out who's playing where because you still, right, spring, the Pacific's still trying to get figured out and all that, right?
If the playoffs start today, they'll play the Kings. If they start today. They don't. Nice 3-1 victory last night in Calgary. Goal number 53 for Nathan MacKinnon. Heard of him? Marty Natchez, by the way.
Nathan MacKinnon. Heard of him? Marty Natchez.
Marty got point number 100.
He celebrated a Marty party.
He is the 5th Avalanche ever to score 100 points in the season, as we covered yesterday on the program. Plus, Andy, I know that Landeskog goal, you would big spoon that Landeskog goal, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't only yell about getting in front of the goalie and taking away his eyes, and then when I ask you to be excited about it and lean into the thing that you rant about all the time.
I'm happy when it happens.
You can't just be indifferent
Everybody's
to it.
acting like Andy's a moron. Look, I'm right about some every now and again. It's good to take away good goalie's eyes.
It's not. It's not a question of your IQ. I already know what that is.
Yeah, I know.
It's a question
yes,
of.
I am pleased that is a
Thank
a
you.
playoff style goal. They've done it a couple times. Let's keep doing it.
There it is.
Dude, this is so weird right now. This is so weird.
Having nothing to play for.
Rycroft talked about it last night. Half the league has got it all figured out. The Pacific is like the only one that can't figure out what they want on the menu.
Stupid
We're all
Pacific.
waiting to order our dumb meals, and you won't shut your menus so we can get the waiter back over here.
If I'm power ranking the oceans, it's all the way at the bottom. Stupid
Atlantic,
Pacific.
all the way. Actually, I like the Pacific. Isn't there all the more warmer? Isn't that the more warmer water?
It is, yes. It
I
tends
thought
to.
Atlantic was warmer.
I thought the Pacific was warmer.
Hawaii. Well, all the great destinations are in the Pacific.
Well, the Atlantic has the Caribbean. That's pretty nice, right?
Yeah.
Seems lovely.
Caribbean Queen from your guy.
If you wanted to, sure.
Billy Ocean, who covers all the bodies of water
All
with
the
that name.
ocean. That's actually my favorite ocean is Billy.
Billy.
That's the best one.
Top ocean.
Uh-huh. Yes. So I don't know. When do the playoffs actually start?
They're going to need to start Sunday in Denver.
Playoffs? They're supposed to start on Saturday, so they have to be on Sunday.
It's got to be on Sunday
Okay.
unless we're going to do, what are we going to do, like a 7, what would it be,
Double
a 9
dipperoo?
o'clock game in order to lay down? Well, I guess you could just rip up the floor and pop up the plywood. The players would love that. There'd be no pregame skate. There'd be nothing. It's got to be Sunday.
Double dipperoo.
Double dipperoo.
Yeah, so we'll do it this weekend. We assume it'll be Sunday, and we assume it'll be the LA Kings, but we don't know who it's actually going to be. I don't know.
It's likely the Kings.
It could
feels
still be
like
the Mams, right?
Mams have got a shot.
There's a chance we could go head to head with the Zammoth these playoffs.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Because the Colorado Mammoth are playing the next weekend, so try to keep all the Mammoths straight when we got the next weekend going.
So should we tusk up or should we tusk up?
That's a great point.
I don't know. Tell me what kind of tusking I need to do.
Isn't there plural, though? Don't they do the tusks up?
Oh, great question.
I think
don't
they
know.
went plural and went tusks up,
I mean,
whereas the Mammoth are just tusk up.
I don't think it could be the Mams.
Is the Mams
It can either be.
enough
It's
to
going
knock it knocked
to
down?
either be the Kings, Ducks, or Oilers.
I thought, what?
Yeah.
I didn't know the Oilers were still in
Yep.
trouble. What?
Yeah, it could still be the Oilers.
No, I don't want the Oilers first round.
No.
I don't like that.
No, they got that dude. That dude's pretty good.
Connor has just said it officially can't be the Mams.
Can't be the
So
Mams.
he's on board with the Mams, so
Okay.
that's good.
Okay.
I've got the 3 little dots going as if he's got a second thought he wants to give to me.
Okay,
Don't you
good.
hate that?
I'm just appreciative that somebody else studied the standings today.
Well, I mean, I looked at it.
I know I
The vibes are immaculate.
They are.
Kings, Ducks, or Oilers.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. What about the Ducks? The Ducks are fun, right?
I don't mind the Ducks. I don't think I'd mind something with the Ducks. But,
Okay.
But, because that's another young team that's probably not ready for how this is going to look.
Nah.
Now, hold on. Do we see our old friend Darcy Kemper if we go against the Kings? Is he still starting for the Kings?
Yes, you would see Darcy.
Is he the starter still, or what's going on
Yeah,
there?
he's starter.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's the starter.
He's getting better. You totally Vic Fangio'd me there.
I rely on Mark Springer for all of my out-of-market hockey knowledge.
Connor says 62% chance it's the Kings, Nate. So for your numbers brain.
62% of the time.
62% of the time, it works every time.
There it is.
Did you ever hear the backstory behind that scene, by the way? Isn't that Judd Hirsch? Is that who's
Judd Hirsch from Taxi?
Never mind. Who is
Rudd.
Paul Rudd, thank you. Oh, we're Rudd, Judd, whatever.
Judd Hirsch from Dear John.
I know. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
That was a deep cut by me.
Anyway, Paul Rudd said he walked in there and I guess they were shucking and jiving, right? Trying to make up lines. I saw this on an episode of Hot Ones.
Okay.
And he said he thought when he dropped the percentages, he would just crack up Will Ferrell. And he said the reaction in the movie, he goes, that doesn't make any sense. Like he didn't even laugh. He just said simply, that doesn't make any sense. And instead of getting his big hoorah and a great deleted blooper scene, they just left that because Will Ferrell did not. It's kind of like you when I try to float a joke by and you're just like, I don't care how you feel.
I don't understand anything that you said. I have to assume that this is the first time in recorded human history, by the way, that Judd Hirsch was confused with Paul Rudd.
Judd. I could have given you Judd Apatow. Would that have been better?
Yeah, well, Judd Apatow
I don't know why I got Judd
one
on
of the producers of Anchorman.
There's not a lot of Judds left in the world, so.
Judd.
Are there any more Judds?
Paul Rudd, like classic, charming, good-looking guy, and then Judd Hirsch.
Judd Hirsch.
Okay.
Judd Hirsch was in some Big Bang Theories. He was Leonard's dad.
Okay. That's I'll take your word for it on that one.
That's what's up. That's what is indeed up.
He's still, by the way, Judd Hirsch, still alive, 91.
You think Judd would be happy that? I mean, you were really surprised.
I was.
You were really, your face was actually shocked he's still with us.
I wouldn't have thought Judd Hirsch was
still around. He doesn't look like the healthiest guy. Let's be honest. He wasn't Tony Little's Gazelle model.
Judd Hirsch was old in the 80s.
Dude, all the people on the 80s show look like they're at least, all the cast of Cheers was at least 10 years younger than what they appeared to be when you just took a look at them.
Yeah, there was again, that's when people
Nicholas Colasanto was not as old as he looked. The guy looked ancient.
People aged regularly at that time.
Oh, yeah, hey, kids, don't smoke.
It was kind of the way humanity was.
Yeah.
Well, now they're all just pumped up on HGH and with loads of plastic surgery. You don't know how old anybody is anymore.
Isn't it great? What a time to be alive.
Andy, can I share something that I think is weird? I was looking over the Broncos' top 30 visits, okay? It's 30 guys. You can pick 30 guys to come and visit you. And one of the names on here today, I was reading the Dane Brugler 7-round mock. Again, the mocks they're flying, and I'm clicking. Okay, and in Dane Brugler's 7-round mock, he has got the wide receiver Omar Cooper out of the University of Indiana going number 21 overall to the Steelers.
All right.
I don't think I've seen a single mock draft that doesn't have wide receiver Omar Cooper out of Indiana going in the first round. Jeff Legwold, when we talked to him earlier in the week, said the Broncos draft their top 30. The Broncos don't select until number 62.
That is much further away from number 20.
So why did the Broncos visit with wide receiver Omar Cooper out of Indiana?
Great question, Nate. I don't know. Who are some of the other dudes on the list? We know they talked to Stowers.
Yep.
We know did they talk to the Georgia or to the Ohio State tight end everybody
Clare
likes?
is on the list. Max Clare, the tight end Nate Borkercher from Texas A&M is on there. The tight end Justin Jolly from NC State is on there. But according to all the top 30 lists that I've looked at, they visited with wide receiver Omar Cooper out of Indiana.
That is intriguing because that is a guy that is not going to get there.
He will not be at 62.
Yeah.
I don't even think he'll be like high in the. I don't even think he'll be on the board in the second round at all.
Unless like the amount of whatever that would have to drop.
Right.
The amount of news that would have to drop to get him to fall to where you are. Like even in you're saying, even within 10 picks to make a reasonable trade.
Right. He would have to do like 5 Reuben Baines and 6 Laramie Tunsil's to be available.
They'd have to have multiple occasions of the gas mask show up. Oh, I got one too. This guy can't quit putting the gas mask
on. He wears it everywhere. He had it on in the grocery store. It was really weird.
He was selecting some chicken.
And just stoned to the bejesus.
Yeah, had the gas mask on. Went and got some Cheetos. Bought a Mountain Dew full throttle.
Full throttle.
One had a thing once upon a time.
I'm sure it sounds about right. Yes, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, are the Broncos, are they eyeing this Omar Cooper thing? What do you think's going on?
I don't know.
If they draft their top 30?
What was his 40 time?
He's like a 4.4. He's fast. He can run. Yeah. He's got good ball skills. He's viewed as a run after the catch guy. I mean, quite honestly, Andy, like when you read his scouting report, you're like, he kind of reminds me of Jalen Waddle a little bit. He's very fast. You can use him in the slot or on the outside. He's a creative player.
All right, then is it fair to ask the question? When did they have the visit? We don't know. We just know that they had the visit, right?
Yes.
Is there any chance this visit occurred before the Waddle trade happened? When did the Waddle trade go down now? I'm trying to remember.
Good question. The exact date of the Jalen Waddle trade?
Because if it was
March 18th was the Jalen Waddle trade.
And when was the combine? That was in February.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's a chance they had him in.
Did they visit with him before the trade?
Before the trade happened.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, that's the best I can give you, Nate, because I don't know. Maybe we need to not just sleep on the fact. I would say this. Is there a chance that this team is that kind of big move in the offing? But that's going to require like next year's first. You make that trade, you better make damn sure you're in the Final Four again. You know what I mean?
It's go get it. That's a go get it trade. That'd be a big leap.
Whew. Yeah, I don't know. Like again, are you trading Cortland Sutton in that deal? And who are you finding to trade with? And I mean, if you got to get all the way into the 20s, now I got to go look at the draft order. Here's what's so wild about this year. I've not been checked out on the draft like this in easily a decade.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't feel like they're going to have the capital. Now, see, if you start offering next year first-round picks the way everybody has been talking about what next year is supposed to be, then maybe you can get done with a few teams because allegedly teams aren't in love with all of this. But if you're the Broncos, I mean, I'm not sure I'm ready to be living in the we don't have a first-round pick next year world again. You know what I mean? Like it's fine this year. You acquired Jalen Waddle, and
this had to have been before the trade thing.
Yeah,
it had
don't
to
you
have
think?
Been. It had to have
so
been.
let's just what's the range you've got for him?
I mean, he's like in the 20s in like every mock.
20 through what? 24? That the lowest? Just I'm asking because here's 20 is the Cowboys. They'd probably have some interest in him. 21 is the Steelers. They're likely going to have interest in him.
Yeah, they
the
need
Chargers,
receivers.
the Eagles, and the Browns. That's 20 through 24. And for fun, we'll throw in the Bears at 25. Bears traded a receiver this year. I'm not sure they would turn that down if they like him. So if you have a team in that group that you think is going to want to do business with you between the Cowboys. Now, look, the Cowboys apparently like to acquire future first-round picks.
They do.
If you want to get to 20. But again, if you're going to go make that move, then you better not be falling off. You better not be giving up any of these one-score game victories back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is drunk stuff. This is somebody gets a wild hair
Because you don't even have a first-round pick this year to give them.
Player I can't live without.
Well, what are you doing? But again, you don't have this year's first-round pick.
You'd be giving up next year's, what, the 1 and 2 plus 62 to get up that high?
Yeah, I'm not, yeah.
You can't do that.
That had to be a pre-trade draft visit, didn't it?
Okay.
Would you say?
It had to have been. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Unless you just...
If the trade went down March 18th.
I mean, look, you get 30 visits, you got 7, what? They got 7, 8 picks, something like that, now that they traded a couple?
Yeah. They get 7
You're not going to be able to draft everybody you visit with anyway.
Okay. Don't trade any of next year's picks.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I am with you.
Just and unless you're just like, I am convinced that Stowers is going at 55 or Claire is going at 55 or whichever tight end you love that much more, and you just got to go get him. But
then you're trading next year's two as well.
And the Broncos could always just do the thing where they sit at 62.
And take who they get.
Take the best player available.
Listen, I would also ask you
which
this.
They should
would
do.
You really be giving up next year's first-round pick for a receiver in the 20s? Like, if I'm making if next year's first-round pick's involved, then you better be getting me Sadiq, period.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
I don't know if they have enough ammunition to go that high.
I don't either.
Unless you're trading like 2 future firsts along with 62.
Or you're giving up, what about Riley Moss? What do you think his value is going to be?
Yeah, it could be.
Do you go Riley Moss?
Yeah.
Next year's
he could be the PC
first.
Move. Sure.
See,
sure.
I'm with you. I'm not a big fan of get rid of.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This has got to be a pre-trade thing. I was baffled by it when I saw his name on there.
Well, one of these things is not like 28 others.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
There's one guy clearly going in the first round, and everybody else is probably in your area.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, too, because when you look at the Broncos list, it says they canceled their visit with Casey Concepcion, the wide receiver out of A&M. That had to have been they did the trade, and then his agent was like, you're not going there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah. That had to have been another one. Okay. All right. Cleared that up.
Now, look.
Live on the radio.
You also may, maybe there's a surprise fall. Maybe there's the one player you love where you think, maybe, how about this? How about this scenario? Because, look, the draft is always full of surprises. Maybe there's one where he falls 35. Are we willing to pay the freight to get up to the high second round? Maybe there's a run on tackles. Maybe there's a run on running backs or the tight ends. And all of a sudden, your guy's sitting early second, and you're like, all right, we're going to go get him there. There's no way they can be thinking we're jumping to 20.
Or do you just merely say, we're picking at 62, we got Jalen Waddle, we have a top 5 defense in the NFL, this all looks awesome?
Yeah, I would agree with you. But that's why I think it's right for your alarm to go off as to why him.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio. You won't want to miss the biggest game of the Rapids season. Tickets on sale now for the 30th anniversary match. That's this Saturday at Empower Field a Mile High, where they play Inter Miami. 30th anniversary game. History, passion, and star power set to collide in the Rocky Mountains. It's a three-way collision, Andy, on April 18th. Lock in your seats now at rapids96.com/Miami. If you want to win tickets, you can enter right now by texting RAPIDS and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So best of luck to you on that one. Rockies are in action tonight. Jose Quintana will toe the slab for Colorado against the Houston Astros. Rockies lost the opener of the series last night.
Did you watch that?
I did. Yes, I did.
That
was some bad luck in the ninth, man.
Should we start a new Kreckman and Lindahl bit?
Tovar shoots that thing into right. If it gets by the right fielder, you're tying up that ball game. Somehow it didn't, and then Jordan Beck struck out looking.
The guilty laughing of Andy Lindahl, the guilty moments during sporting events or something.
Yeah.
I want you to workshop a name.
Okay.
But I have to admit that,
What got you last night?
Drew just kept building up that we were about to have a game-winning hit, and then I feel like, so Drew has been always so good. How do I do this for that? Moser and Connor are not afraid to show their disappointment when we get the shot.
Sure, yeah.
So Drew has not really had a lot of that going on in his career. So the last couple of years, I think because he's had to call 300-plus losses over him,
a lot of hope.
He's developed a little of it.
Yeah.
And last night, he kept getting built up because they thought they were going to punch one through, and it wasn't it Rumpfeld that got the third, and then it's just like, and that's going to be a pop-up, and the game's over.
Well, they ended the game on a Jordan Beck strikeout.
Oh, that's right.
Because Houston they put De Los Santos in there to face Jordan Beck because there were two men on. They had a couple of two out knocks, if you will, in that ball game last night. They put De Los Santos in. He struck out Jordan Beck looking. Poor Jordan Beck was pissed about the call.
Oh, yeah.
So he had the big reaction, but then once he finished the reaction, he tapped his helmet, and the ump was like, "Too late, guy." And then they checked it, and it was strike three, no matter what.
Right,
but in that, it's a good reminder for a young player, but everybody now. Like, don't have a big reaction; just immediately go to the helmet.
Last strike of the game.
Yeah,
just challenge.
What
the hell you got to lose?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
If you have the challenge, fire away. That's the moment to do it right there. And Beck remembered after he did a full angry pirouette.
Oh, I have a challenge.
And then was like, oh crap. Didn't matter. It was a strike anyway. Michael Lorenzen has been bad. He's not been good so far. The ERA is over 8 as of right now. You know who has been really good?
Senzatella.
He's got a 0 ERA.
Who saw that coming?
0. Yeah, I did not. He's been quite good. Keep pitching well so we can trade you. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's just when it comes to the Rockies, not Hunter Goodman, because Hunter Goodman is young and he's awesome and he homered twice yesterday. By the way, have you seen his splits when he catches versus when he DHs? If he catches, he's good. If he DHs, he's not good. It's really weird. But yeah, he homered twice yesterday. You get to stay. Ezekiel Tovar, you're under club control. You get to stay. Everybody else, just be good so that you can be traded and they can load up.
Don't you feel I wonder if him catching gets the old hand-eye going? You know what I mean?
Or it's just
kind of in his rhythm.
More in his rhythm. Yeah.
But listen,
some players
don't. You know what? It's proof. They always talk about DHing's hard, man.
It is. You got to stay sharp. Right. You do have to stay sharp in that spot. And yeah, some guys just they adapt to it better than others. Let's hear from Nikola Jokic from today. After practice, Nikola Jokic was asked about going head-to-head with Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards, who has lauded the brilliance of Jokic before in the past. What did Joker have to say about the Ant-Man today?
I mean, he's just his change of pace, his ability to finish the ball, his ability to finish the ball, to shoot the ball, his create separation. He's so talented, and ability to make tough shots. So it's definitely one of the hardest offensive players to guard. So he can do a post-up, he can do mid-range. He's really good at one-on-one, so he's definitely going to be a challenge for us.
He wants to get downhill and pick and roll. He wants to use that quick first step. He wants to get to his pull-up jumper. Like that is Anthony Edwards' game. It is downhill, it is into your body, it is pull up, and it is force you to foul me, and I'm probably going to make this because I can jump super high and I'm really, really strong. And for the Nuggets, the challenge is to make him uncomfortable and force the ball out of his hands. And if that's Jokic blitzing him on pick and roll coverage or whomever is in the non-Jokic minutes, whether that's going to be Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon or that's going to be Jonas Valanciunas, we don't know as of yet what Adelman's plan is, but force the ball out of his hands as much as you possibly can. Force them deeper into the shot clock, but get the ball out of his damn hands, because if he can get to his spots, he will murder you, and he will have multiple 40-point games in this series, and it'll be a long series.
Yeah.
He's good. He's really good, man.
He is. Gosh, am I going back? I feel a little Nate Kreckman-y right now. Them hitting the three ball is going to be important over all of it.
Yep.
The defense, they're not going to become the 89 Pistons. No,
it's going to be the biggest thing is like,
I got a question. Let me phrase the question this way.
Make every possession just a little more difficult on them than either Ant getting to his jumper or throwing a lob to Rudy.
You don't need to be lockdown defenders, but at least make them uncomfortable.
Right.
What I don't want to see is half that team feel like they're just all taking threes because everybody's feeling it.
Right.
Because that's when the Nuggets get in trouble.
Yeah.
Because they can use their three ball to make up for a couple bad defensive possessions. But if they're coming down and those bad defensive possessions are just letting everybody, especially Naz Reid and the whole crew, DiVincenzo, if it's just a three fest for both sides, I know I say this with the Nuggets being the best by percentage three-point shooting team in the league, still. Your momentum is created off that. Don't let them kill it with their own three ball.
And again, that's the whole key, is don't find yourself in allowing Ant to get into drive and kick mode or drive and pull up mode or drive and go to the rim or drive and get fouled. That's what he's trying to do against you all the time. Jokic was also asked today about the rest, about the extra 5 days of rest that the rest of the starting five got and the extra rest that he got against the Thunder. And let's be honest, he went out and jogged his way through the first half against the Spurs. Here's Jokic on the last couple of days and the rest for the Nuggets.
To be honest, I don't like it. I just want to play because it's just we never had the 6 days in between the season, so I think it's not going to help. Maybe it's going to help the guys who are injured to get back to healthy, but if you ask me, I will play right away.
I love that dude, man. It's just
let's just play ball.
And here's where I will say to him, it is good for your teammates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your hammy's not hurting.
Yes. You are made of Serbian oak, and you're one of the finest conditioned athletes on the planet. Okay. You didn't need that. This wasn't for you. Okay. It was for everybody else. And I promise you, when he was told before the Thunder game, you don't get a uniform tonight, I promise that they got an earful. But that's also when I look at David Adelman and say, that's why they pay you the big bucks, man. You gotta be able to look at that guy every now and then and tell him,
quit yelling at the refs, and you're going to take a little time off.
Yeah, you need to get some rest. But that's also just him. It's just baked into his DNA. He just plays. Him and Jamal are the same way in that way. Like for all of the griping about load management and the other many issues the NBA has dealt with, like, we don't have that problem here. The Nuggets' two stars, I think sometimes to their own detriment, want to play every single night.
Yeah, especially with Jamal right there. There is something about Jokic's game. Now, I don't know. Look, it's tough to say. I can get why he doesn't need the rest as far as he's not doing what Aaron Gordon does, where it's the thunder dunk and all that other kind of stuff. But, man, he gets mauled by everybody. He probably, whether he realizes it or not, it's probably got to be a little bit fun not to have a bunch of little guys trying to run in between and take your legs out like he's been dealing with for a while. Yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, here's what I'm concerned about. David Adelman was on the midday show talking to PhD, making his usual appearance today, and he said Peyton Watson is not as close as Spencer Jones. I mean, what the heck happened to that hamstring, dude?
Yeah, it's not great.
And he's saying that with a full week off.
Let's dive into some of that. Let's talk about the rotation when we come back. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Wednesday afternoon, live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. I guess we're talking about Peyton Watson and the seriously injured next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about how things have been in the old bedroom for you lately, because if it's been a struggle, if you're dealing with ED, it's not something that you want to deal with, and certainly not something you probably want to talk to a bunch of people about. I know this, that sex, intimacy, and love are essential to a fulfilling relationship, and erectile dysfunction can take a serious toll on all of that. And it could have you maybe pulling away from your partner, not engaging in a relationship and you're in, or maybe have you not seeking a new one if you're not in one. So if you want to get help for ED, the place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, some with treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. They've got options for you. Go talk to them about the options. It's not just about pills and herbals there. They can help you with different treatments. First visit, $99. You'll have a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. They do have an expert staff, and like a lot of men, if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self and ready for action the day after the appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. They also have a great one in North and Central Denver, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Second hour, Nate, Andy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We call it the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You can listen to us via the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Injury lawyers, we need your help because the Nuggets are still dealing with some injuries. David Adelman earlier today made an appearance on our midday show, and he was asked about the assorted injured guys, most notably that being Peyton Watson and Spencer Jones. Here's what the Nuggets head man had to say today.
Yeah, it's Spencer and Peyton still. We're still, working them through all these things. Spencer a little bit more than Peyton, but they're still in the same place. Everybody else is good to go. But we'll work through the week, and I'm hoping to have, both those guys available. If it's not Saturday, it's game 2. And, it's unfortunate all season. We've really had injuries to that wing position, especially defensive wing position, with Aaron and Spence and Peyton. And we need those guys. They all bring a very unique, different way of guarding really good players. So we're trying to be careful with them, but, I would love the timetable to be moved up, obviously, for Saturday. But, both guys are going through it, and they're working at it. I'm watching both guys daily in here trying to get themselves back to a spot where they can get cleared to play.
All right, we don't know what David Adelman's plan is going to be because theoretically, like you would assume that the stagger would be Jamal and AG, and then I think they would go Jamal and AG. AG is the small ball 5, and then Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway, and you would want Peyton Watson to round out that 5-man lineup, or Spencer Jones, either one of them, quite frankly, to be your backup 4. All right, if neither of them is available in game 1, does Adelman say, all right, I merely lean into it was a strong finish for Jonas Valanciunas, and I hope that if I give him 9 minutes, 10 minutes in a game 1, he can be strong? Or does he say AG small ball 5 and we'll go with a smaller lineup and Julian Strawther, your chance to go and shine?
I think it's you make the decision in each half what's going to work that half.
In each half?
Well, maybe you give 5 minutes to Jonas in the first half.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't go well, then you
crud.
go small ball in the second half. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're right. You could also just look at it and say, because here's the thing. It might go bad in the first half.
Right.
It doesn't mean it's the wrong lineup. It could also just be possible like the Timberwolves made some threes.
Sure, but you're right. And again, it depends on what it looks like.
Yeah.
But listen, you and I both know what we can't do that again looks like. It's when Jonas looks too slow to get near anybody, and it's just like having a liability on the floor at that point.
Right.
And because they're hitting shots, then he's not really getting a rebound anyway, which is part of the reason why I have him in there. Now, look, maybe he can be a deterrent to Anthony Edwards in the lane as far as driving as some of the things that we talked about, but then it can't be a pop back out 3 or whatever. You can't slide too quickly. Here's my biggest thing. Here's what I'm hoping, because you know what? I am a Jonas Valanciunas fan. I will admit that. I've enjoyed, for the most part,
his
watching him.
largeness.
I just, you know what? It's comforting to think you have that option. Now, it hasn't always worked out the way you'd like it to once he's gotten in there. And yes, there's a handful of games where I thought he is too slow for this right now. Okay? But what I'm hoping is, and you've talked about it, Nate, everything slows down in the playoffs. You're not quite as wide open. It's not quite as pedal to the metal. It's not quite as up and down. Now, game 1 may not be that way, but by the time we get to 3, 4, they beat up on each other a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You're into the series. The playoffs, as we all know, becomes more of a half-court game. So that's maybe where Jonas will be more effective than he was even in the regular season. Now, there's a chance, as you just said, it goes even worse than it did. I don't know. I hope not. But for my money, since you're asking, yeah, I'm at least giving him a look in the first half with the small ball lineup ready to go in the second if the first half is just something I can't even risk again.
Okay, so we have our full schedule, by the way.
Yes.
For the opening round. So game 1 Saturday at 1:30. Game 2 Monday night, late window 8:30.
Then they take 2 days off.
Game 3 Thursday 7:30. So that's 8:30 Central. So it's still the late window. Game 4 at Minnesota, 6:30 p.m. Saturday evening. And then 5, 6, and 7, should they be required, and I'm assuming at least one of them will be, that will go Monday, Thursday, Saturday again. By the way, Amazon, NBC, Amazon, ABC.
So we do at least get one on big ABC.
Yes.
Is NBC going to be on Channel 9?
It should be.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Yes, it'll be a national coverage. Probably, I'm assuming it'll be an NBC/Peacock affair.
Yeah, but I you know what?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a fancy antenna that picks up the 9 News signal.
Is pretty good.
Over the air antenna.
Yeah.
The audio's awesome.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
All right.
Don't be turning your nose up to the old antenna that costs you about $25 at the store.
Take what you can get.
If you've got the right place in your house to pick it up, it's gorgeous.
If it's humanly possible just to be able to watch sports, my God, has anyone else had this issue? Does MLB.TV suck for everybody else right now?
Yeah, it just cuts out in the middle, and you got to go back and go back to where we're in the game.
So it's happening to you too.
Yes, it's a complete pain in the rear end.
I think I restarted the Cubs game 7 times last night.
Yeah, because I think they've got too many broadcasts on that thing now. Again, this is what the worry is.
Yeah.
If you're going to put all these things online, that's great. I'm not an old man that's got a problem with going online.
Sure.
I'm fine with it. You know what? Matter of fact, some of these, like the YouTube, they've got 4K channels. That's pretty darn cool. I actually get to take advantage of my TV, but be ready for the traffic these events are going to bring you.
Heat Hornets last night was they went full technical difficulties in overtime.
Awesome. That's exactly the perfect time.
Good job, guys. No, well done. That's all perfect.
Hey, my power went out the last 2 minutes of the DU game on Saturday. I was yelling at my internet. Yeah, you stupid internet. And I'm like, oh, wait, the TV doesn't even work. I got a bigger problem.
That's not ideal.
Not one at all.
That's not what you want.
Yeah, I was trying to go meet Spring for a concert, all that. Couldn't get my car out of the garage. Everything was fun.
All right, so second unit. Okay, so I'm thinking about the start of the second quarter. Jamal, Bruce, Tim.
Second quarter, I want Valanciunas in there.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, again, Nate, you said it. I've got to see how this goes.
Yeah.
And if it goes so poorly that I'm afraid to try it again, I can't risk that in the third quarter if there's a lead. No giving back leads in the second half this time.
Interesting. I would go, okay, and this is assuming a game one with no Watson or Spencer Jones.
Which Adelman said on PhD is highly likely.
I'm going Jamal, Bruce, Tim, Strother, and AG. I'm going fully small, and I'm trying to beat Rudy that way. I'm trying to put more shooting on the floor, and I'm going small.
But you're okay with both Rudy and Nas possibly being in there together, just giving you, and maybe, I mean, how many starters come out? Nas is off the bench anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yes.
But that's a lot of height.
Sure is.
That you're asking. Height.
It really is. Yes. You're gonna give something away in rebounding that I want you to gain in shooting with Strother on the floor, and shooting and 3-level scoring. Because here's why I view it this way, Andy, because I don't think Valanciunas makes that big of a difference defensively. I think you're probably losing those minutes anyway. So I would say put more shooting on the floor. That's my inkling going into game one, and see what kind of disaster it's going to be. But that's my view on a game one right now.
Okay.
I've got Val off to the side.
I'm giving Val a look in the first, and then it's TBD come time to rest Jokic at the start of the fourth.
Boy, the lineup looks a lot better with Peyton Watson available, doesn't it? And Spencer Jones.
Yeah, because you actually
really
have a deeper bench.
Yeah, it really does.
See, this is, again, I think the conundrum. This is where I wish the two-way guys could factor in. This is where I wish you could use a David Roddy for this game without giving up the rights to a player in order to just be able to use them. See, again, this is where I wish the NBA, and if you're going to, here's another little thing. If you're going to force these schedules that you've been forcing them through, create an injured list like hockey has. Create an injured list like the NFL has. Where maybe, okay, Watson and Spencer are down, and if they miss one, they got to miss two in the playoffs. Fine, I don't care. But you got these guys on these two-way contracts. Let them be used. Are you not trying to put the best product on the floor that you can for the playoffs period anyway?
You would think.
That's what drives your ratings, and the ratings is what creates all these revenue streams you're living off of.
By the way, LaMelo Ball,
that's
you got to suspend him.
You do.
That's not okay.
No.
Erik Spoelstra was right to be up in arms about what happened with Bam getting his legs swept out from under him last night.
Yeah.
And
Not
LaMelo
cool.
tried to explain it away as I just got hit in the head. I didn't know where I was. BS, my guy.
Yeah, you did what you did.
Yeah. And it's
Bolster, I believe the quote was that wasn't cute.
Not cute. It wasn't. That game was unbelievable, though. Yeah, really fun. Last night was good. Good play-in action out of the NBA last night. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We will have more of it coming up this evening. Magic and Sixers in the first game tonight. And then Clippers-Warriors. Kawhi Leonard and Steph Curry go head-to-head in the late games tonight. Play-in madness. Watch it on Amazon Prime, and I'm sure they hope that they are able to keep that product airing just for you.
I don't know. In the crunch time, that'd be cool.
Yeah, in overtime. People tend to be paying attention right then. People tend to be a little bit locked in.
But again, these servers or whatever it is, I'm not cat and tech guy.
Yeah.
But your website better be ready for what everybody's about to log on to.
Them their computers need to be working properly, otherwise
I turned my TV off and on again, but it doesn't seem to be getting me a picture. What is this deal?
Kyle Freeland goes to the 15-day IL.
Kevin Freeland? Good
at
all.
Yeah, no, that's not ideal. Also,
and is Senza available tonight? Because Senza, what did he go last
he
time?
went over 3. No, you can't pitch tonight. No. So, yeah, Jose Quintana, go get him, dude, down in Houston. I also just want to point out really quickly, both Jordan Beck and Brenton Doyle are below the Mendoza line currently. Have you seen Charlie Condon's numbers for the Topes?
Yeah, so it's funny you would say that. Let me go ahead, and I know where you're going.
They're quite good.
They are.
He has got an OPS over 1,000 right now.
But for those that know, I mean, our buddy Mark Springer does a lot of fine producing and a lot in show. So he sent us a couple of tweets on the thread from one Patrick Saunders.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks about he had talked about a few things in the tweets, and of course now the ones that was following has gone away. But he did say a lot of fans are pining for Charlie Condon to be called up. He said that move is not, quote, imminent. Are they trying to get to, what is it, June 5th? Are we still doing that thing where if you get post-June 6th, there's club control and all that for another year?
Yeah. I don't remember how many games
I swear it's like
exactly
the
it
first,
is.
or maybe it's May.
It's not even that long. It's like 3 weeks or
should
something
be there
like
then,
that.
right?
And we're getting pretty close,
So
I
are
would
we
think.
past it?
But the Rockies, but here's the thing, Andy. When the Rockies say it's not imminent, which and I know they've lost 5 in a row, they're down to 6-11 on the year. But like if the hope was to like hover around 500 and stay semi-compelling, like the part where if it's not imminent to call up Charlie Condon, what you're telling us with that language is we never thought we were going to win anything this year anyway. Which, quite frankly, to their credit, they shouldn't have thought.
Right.
But you could.
See, the hitters, I don't mind. Let the kid get up here, get a feel. You know what I mean? It's the pitchers you worry about bringing up too soon and getting their confidence crushed.
And also, there is like an industry-wide movement right now. There's younger and younger guys coming up, and they're just saying develop them at the big league level. Just get them there.
Yeah, because they're not seeing this kind of pitching at AAA.
Exactly. Just get them to the big league level and let them go. There's youth all over the game. Again, the part where it tells me that they weren't planning on being competitive this year is them looking at it and saying, all right, we know the pitching injuries are going to come. We hope to keep as many of these dudes as healthy as we possibly can to potentially move them at the deadline. Should we get to that spot, we're doing what we can. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Everybody hang out by the dial.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yes, it is your friend Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Best place to buy used cars is Roller Auction. Go check out their website right now, roller.bid. They have got another one of these government fleet vehicles and equipment auction coming up in 6 days from now. City of Longmont vehicles and equipment. You're going to be looking at pickup trucks, at SUVs, at so much more. No dealership hassle. The entire purchasing process is online, well-maintained government vehicles with service records directly from government service. Go to roller.bid right now and check this out. This one's going to open up in 6 days. But guys, if you're looking to get a used car, and you should be, best place to pick one up. Well-maintained vehicle straight from government service. By the way, make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude because you can win Rockies Diamondbacks tickets in May from us. Sign up to bid right now. Enter to win tickets. Do it. All right, welcome back to the show. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nick Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Very pleased to be joined right now in studio by the beer baron himself, Tyson Berry, as well as big number 29, Hart Trophy favorite Nathan MacKinnon joins us right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Tyson, Nate, I'm Nate. That's Andy. Thank you so much for joining us. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Congratulations on goal 53 last night, by the way. Was it more exciting for you to get yet another goal and another step closer to the Rocket Richard, or to get Marty Natchez his 100th point?
Yeah, definitely the 100th point for Marty. I think when you celebrate other people's accomplishments, it's a lot more fun. And I think it was a weird few games. We're trying to get each other accomplishments, and it's just kind of happy it's over in a sense. Happy Marty accomplished that. He deserves it. Unbelievable season. So yeah, just looking forward to the playoffs,
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's this road trip been like for you? Because you guys, like, the Presidents was locked up. Like, you guys, home ice advantage all throughout the playoffs. Like, you guys did the thing. And then you still had to go out on the road. And again, you're after, statistical achievements, as is he. You're trying to win a Hart Trophy. You guys are trying to get these kind of things locked up. Like, what were the last couple of games like for you?
Yeah, I think the main thing is to stay healthy in those games.
Sure.
But, we still have a job to do. We're paid a lot of money to play and perform. And, going to Canada, I think a lot of the fans wanted to see us play. There's definitely responsibility with that. But I think the main thing is just to continue with some good habits. We played pretty solid defensively on that trip. Didn't let in many goals and got a couple wins. So just trying to bring a little bit of positive momentum into the playoffs. But it is tough, it is tough when we won the league last week. Things are kind of where they're going to be. So, but yeah, like I said, looking forward to whenever game one is, and it's going to go up a notch for sure.
Yeah, it's got to be Sunday, right? The way we're figuring, they can't make you wait too long.
Has to be, right?
So Riker thought during the game that you were really forceful, you were really purposeful not to go to the backhand to make sure you potted that final goal. Was that the empty netter? So he got the 100 points. Were you purposely staying off the backhand on that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It crossed my mind that if the D-man had a good angle on me, I would have to backhand it. And I do work on my backhand a lot, but I did not want to backhand it in that situation. Just try to drive the net and make sure I put it in. And, we're looking for Marty all night, just trying to get him some touches. And even, he doesn't even like that. It's just a weird way to play. But it's all good. He got it. And we're happy, for the playoffs here.
All right, so you guys are here because you guys are promoting
the important stuff here.
Yeah,
TB2s is in the house here.
Let's get to the big stuff. Okay, So Tyson Barrie is here, the beer baron himself. Tyson, what made you decide? Because we got chili ones here as we're showing on the screen, and we're all, we're starting to see the ads all over the place. We're hearing them right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Tyson, what made you want to get into the beer business?
Yeah, just drink a lot of beer. We always called beers chili ones over my career, like a cold one, but it was just a chili one.
Okay. Do me a favor. Get right up on that microphone.
Okay,
there we go.
Yeah.
Atta guy.
We just always called beers chili ones. And I probably had a dozen one night and said, I'd like to do a... I wrote it in my notes. I said, I'd like to do a beer with my hockey pals called chili ones. And that kind of sat there for a few years. And then it was serendipitous. I had an opportunity to do a beverage, and I was ready to go, and it's been really cool and challenging at times, and building the business and the whole thing. But it's kind of surreal to see chili ones in Ball Arena and have Nate representing the brand. And
how'd you get this guy on board?
He actually came begging to me. He said, "You'll let me on the brand." He said, "Buddy, I see what you're doing here. This is brilliant. Like, I got to get on."
Yeah.
No, he was one of my first calls. I called a bunch of hockey guys and said, "Am I nuts? Or should I start a beer called Chili Ones?" It was like an astounding yes.
Yeah.
And then, it took time. And once I think, we could kind of see the path forward, Nate, just being one of my best friends, was like, "Hey, if you want me to help out with this, I'm down." And
I
said, "Really?" And he's like, yeah. So we've got the non-alc, which I think fits his lifestyle great. And just a blessing to have him on the brand. And obviously here in Colorado, he carries a big name. And
I've heard of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's a great kickoff point for us.
Also, I got to be honest. I was looking at the ingredients. I didn't know they made a non-alcoholic beer out of chickpeas. Is that?
Oh yeah, there it is.
Okay, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Uh-huh.
I don't know you that well, big dog. You chill out over there.
Well, EJ spilled some of your business earlier on one of the.
Oh yeah, everyone spills my business.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Tyson, I'm curious. So who came up with the flavor, though? Like, were you real involved in how this is going to taste since this is your idea? Did you have to taste a few recipes, or how'd that go?
Yeah, totally. You want to, the branding's cool, and you want to put all the pieces in place. But at the end of the day, like, you want people to buy the beer, enjoy it, and come back and buy more. And yeah, you go. I mean, I like lagers. I can go through lagers like nobody's business. So I knew it had to be a lager, and we worked with some amazing formulators and people in the beverage space, some great Canadian brewers, and yeah, they've really found a way to kind of bring what I was hoping for to life. And
all right, let me show my age. If I'm thinking Canadian, then, and I don't know, you guys probably have better options up there. Are we talking Moosehead? We talking Labatt? Like
Molson? What are we going for?
What inspired the flavor of this, or is this
you know
fuller
what?
than that?
No, you know what? It was. I played with a guy named Leon Draisaitl in Edmonton, and he's a German.
Yeah.
He loves his
Okay.
beers.
All right.
Yeah, so they have this German Fleisch beer, and it's like a light, just really crushable beer. It's a table beer, they call it. So they have these tall, skinny glasses, and they don't even ask you. They just come around in Germany and they just refill them. You don't even have to ask. And I was like, I love the concept of that. So I just kind of wanted it to be the most easy drinking, still have the flavor, but just reloads. You go through a bunch of them, and that's kind of where it came from. And yeah, I think we've got it to a good place now. And there's been different iterations and stuff, but they feel like they're very crushable at this point.
Okay, so we had Erik Johnson on a couple of weeks ago, by the way, and I need to ask this of you, Nate, because we were asking EJ about his favorite teammates that he had over the years with the team, and one of the names that he made sure to highlight was Tyson Barrie. I believe, in fact, the quote was, Tyson Barrie, that guy's a beaut. What is it about this guy that even and he hasn't been with the team in a few years, and yet you guys just seem to hold him in really high esteem?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Tice really took care of me when I was young. I met him when I was 17. Coming from small town Halifax, yeah, I needed him to show me, how to be a professional hockey player. And we instantly just clicked. And Tice clicks with most guys he meets, most people he meets. But we've just been best buddies for 15 years now. So. They say don't get in business with your friends, but, I put my friendship over the beer company or whatever it is. So, yeah, I just think if you ask anyone from that era, 6 years, Tyson would be the top of everyone's list.
Tyson, do you remember the first time you met this guy?
I do.
What was it like? What was he like?
They put us, we went to in Washington, D.C., a rookie orientation camp, and they put us in the same room. He was hilarious. He was raw. Like you said, he was 17, small town, but you could tell right away he had a big heart. And,
yeah.
There's some layers there. I always say he's like an onion. You got to peel him back. But we got really tight really quick. I think our first night we tried to go for some chili ones in Washington. It's been history ever since. But yeah,
was that like as Canadians, you were just like, oh, we're allowed to do that here?
What, go for pints?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it was, it was like not serious hockey time. It was still the summer.
Sure.
So, we were having fun. And there was a couple older guys there who were going for beers. And
there you
we were
go.
kind of looking around like, hey, we're going to join, you know?
Yeah.
And, we got to room together for 2 years. And, we had a lot of laughs. And I'd always do a sweep of the hotel room to make sure he wasn't forgetting everything. So,
Is the roommate the most important thing? Your rookie year and the early going, making sure you're roomed up with the right guy. Do you guys still room together? How does that work? Does everybody get their own room now? Or?
When you're on an entry-level deal, you usually have a roommate. But yeah, I think it was great. I mean, for me, it was really important. There's a lot of downtime in the NHL. Practice is over at noon, 1 o'clock, especially on the road. Then you have the whole day. So me and Tice, dinners every night, hanging out at the hotel, watching TV at night. It was a lot of fun. Sometimes you don't have a great roommate, but we were lucky.
Roommate compatibility is big. You want to get on the same sleep schedule. You don't want a guy that snores. Like, there's a lot of things that can blow up your program. So we kind of, I don't know. Maybe I bullied him into my program. But I will tell you, there was no bullying the dog back in the day. I still don't think there is. So it was just it was a good fit.
Yeah, it's crazy though to think you were 17. You guys come in so young. I covered Duchesne when he came in. I covered O'Reilly, and I remember walking out of there as a guy that was probably 15, 20. I was worried about you guys, to be quite honest with them. I'm like, man, you guys are
kids?
just kids when
Well,
you start this thing.
that's why
and you're playing. And then I see like Ian LePerriere down there with his, nose going 9 directions. It's crazy how young. Do you feel like you've been here forever? I mean, it's home from like the early stages for you guys, right?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I think they do their best to prepare you, but you have to grow up on your own a bit. Yeah, I've spent almost half my life here in Denver now, so it's I feel really lucky though. I think lucky to come in with Tice, lucky to have some great teammates along the way. But yeah, it's young for sure.
So Nathan MacKinnon, Tyson Berry are our guests, Kreckman and Lindahl. So game number 82 tomorrow night, Seattle, and then it's done. Let's get to the postseason. Nate, you've raised the cup before, don't have to explain to you. Is there a mental switch that flips now? Has it been happening over the last couple of weeks? Like, where are you at right now, focus and mentally and all that?
Well, for me, I'm really ready to turn it up and really start.
For the chilly
I'm
ones.
going to start cranking pints here at an unsustainable pace to support the lads. So, yeah, I'll be doing my part on the sideline.
You'll be getting the froth going tomorrow.
Oh,
That's what Tyson's doing,
right?
Yeah, Bonnie Brace tomorrow. Come by, sink a few.
That's right.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now, getting through that last road trip, I think now the switch is definitely turning on. It's just natural. You don't have to try. It just, everyone's getting fired up.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a really long journey this year. That's the idea. But it truly is just trying to win the first game. And that's all we're thinking about.
Are you tough to be around?
Pardon?
This time of year, you tough to be around?
He's
at
a
home
delight.
anyway.
He's a delight. Look at him. We're
I don't
doing
think-
radio hits.
He's thrilled to be here.
Does a
with
new
us.
intensity enter into things? Are you just locked in and nothing's going on around
You'd
you?
have to
What
ask my
happened?
teammates, I guess. But
Well.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm too tough to be around, no.
All right, here's what I want to know from you as an alumni, because I know you probably don't care. And look, I've told people I've done this a long time, and I know how the sausage is made when it comes to the Broncos and with the Nuggets. But there's something about the Avs where I still really love you guys. I don't have a lot of insight. I'm still an ignorant fan. How about I put it that way?
He's as intense as Nathan
I get
MacKinnon
very
is right
angry
now.
when any of them get hurt. I mean, I'm stomping around the room. I want someone punched. I hate Jamie Benn unreasonably. I'll tell you that. I don't like him at all. I don't like the Vegas guys. I can't stand Pete DeBoer because he's both Vegas and Stars.
You might want to see someone for
Yeah,
this.
I know. But this is the last thing I have that's a little bit like this. So as an alumni, do you have a team that you hate that jersey the most? Like, again, I hate the Stars. I hate Vegas. I'm not.
Yeah,
we'll see if Minnesota goes again.
I would probably put Minnesota in there for me just because I got a ruthless knee-on-knee in that playoff series, and I was going to pump my own tires, but I was playing outstanding hockey, and we ended up losing in 7.
Cost him the
I feel like I
series,
could have
man.
helped us there. So
Yeah.
that was
off to you, right? That was he.
Yeah,
the goalie,
Varley
right?
was like first star every night. He was humming.
Wait, why am I spacing the name of the dude that cheap shot?
Matt Cook.
Yeah.
you got
Ah,
me.
of course. Hey, what a shot!
Yeah, he got me good there.
Sorry, if you're friends with him, I apologize.
Kneecapped you. Yeah.
I'm not. We're good on that one.
Yeah.
we're
Cook
free
has
and
some
clear.
Vancouver history with this team too. So
Yeah, he's got history everywhere.
Yeah. Oof. Mm-hmm. Speaking of that, I know you're thinking about game 1, but also like this division that you guys are coming out of. Like it's Dallas. It is Minnesota. It is those teams. Like is right now is it hard to keep your focus on just game 1? Are you thinking about like what can be looming down the line in this playoff run?
I don't think so. I think, honestly, we're just worried about ourselves. We feel like whoever we play, we have a good chance. We've earned being the favorite. I think we should be. So, yeah, obviously, I hope we play them. That means we're going to win the first round. So, like I said, our goal is literally just to win the first game, have a great start, and get it rolling.
would it be weird to see Kemper first round if it's the Kings, who it's looking like it might be? Is it weird to face your old guys you want to cup with, or?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but we're so used to playing old teammates that you'll forget pretty quick.
What was it like the first time you played against that guy?
That was weird. That was weird.
Was it really?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Probably my 3 best friends in the league are Sid, him, and Braden Shen. So when you play them, it's just a little weird. Always.
You go harder, or
I did tuck one though.
Yeah.
First game back in it was the Pepsi Center back
Oh yeah,
then.
when you with the Leafs.
Yeah, Leafs. I scored a beauty.
Yeah.
Play net front. Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. It's not like I'm running guys every night either, but you're definitely not trying to hurt each other. You know, it's I don't know. They're still your best friends.
Yeah, that was. I remember that warm up skating by.
The red
And
light.
I was like,
Like,
oh, this is
whoa.
interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's weird.
Hadn't played a game without you. So.
Speaking of the postseason, how's Bedsy doing? Is he okay?
Yeah, is he gonna be all right?
Yeah, I talked to him today. He's good. He'll be back.
Okay.
He'll be back. I don't know if he's going to coach tomorrow night, but he'll be back for game.
Okay, was it just over text, or did you guys actually talk? Like, does he sound okay and everything like that?
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone.
Jawbone's firing?
He sounds good. He
Okay.
sounds good. I think he's
Did
doing
you
well.
tell him if you hold an ice cold chili ones right against your face?
Does he have any?
It'll
Has he
feel a
been-
lot
I'm
better.
sure. Yeah, I think we're sponsoring the Bednar show, so and I know Bedsy doesn't mind sinking a few. I'm sure he's had a couple.
He deserves a couple.
Well, oh, he does. He ever?
Were you shocked by Erik? Was like Johnson could not believe that happened in the middle of that broadcast. So I'm curious, were you shocked as a guy that's been on those benches 1,000 times that he took one like that, or
You know what? I've seen it like over the years. It's just kind of sporadic, but like guys get, you look the wrong way for 1 second. That puck's coming fast. I've seen guys get concussions and be out a long time. So
yeah,
I think there's obviously a risk to it that you usually avoid, but sometimes it's just the way it happens, and you take a biscuit in the head. It's not ideal. Sometimes you're just gonna soak one.
I like how he's just got the calmest look on his face. That's what happens. Did you guys know what happened? Because EJ said, I guess Gabe skated over to try to see the replay. He didn't realize what had even happened to Bednar when he went down the tunnel. So,
have you seen it? Do you know it? Like the puck in the face?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I caught
He
the blame,
doubled
but I mean,
over,
did
and it was
you-
brutal.
Yeah, it sucked. It was a weird noise. It just kind of pancaked in his face.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
Bedsy's a tough character too.
He didn't make a noise. Yeah.
No,
not a peep.
He spent some years in the minors just
he's
soaking
tough.
biskies.
He's a
Yeah,
tough,
he can handle that.
He was a tough D man, so I'm sure he's been hit in the face before with pucks.
Who on the team who's like who can soak it the best, to use a Tyson Berry term for you right there?
I will just jump in here. I was like one of the worst shot blockers of all time. I'd block when my gloves would fly off, my stick would be in the third row. Like,
what's the craziest part of the job, man?
Yeah, because
They
they
have
have
a
a goal
goalie
that maybe
for,
you
man.
don't put your face in the
Yeah.
way. When you guys put your face in the way, I'm just like, please don't get hurt. You know what I mean?
I stepped out of the way of one, and they scored when I was in Colorado, and I was like, oh, that's not a good look. So the next game, I was like second in league scoring, not a big deal. And we were in Arizona, and I made sure Ekman Larson wristed one. I was like, oh, I got to get in front of this.
Yeah.
I blocked that right before Christmas, broke my hand.
Yeah, see, that's
What's the trade-off?
That doesn't do anybody any good,
no,
right?
like Varley, grab one here.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Well, meanwhile, like Gabe had a tip in last night, and I think you even talked about it in the post game of just like he's the best at getting in front and being able to deflect that whole thing, but also like there's a high degree of danger to like having that be your living. Like he and Val like have to do that regularly, and they're unbelievably skilled at it. But also like if that goes wrong, and we saw it go wrong for Gabe this year, that can be pretty bad, right?
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage to do it. We got a lot of tough players on our team, and you just hope that they aim correctly. Especially when Kale's winding up for a one-timer. He shoots it so hard. It's scary, as Gabe found out.
How good was it to have him back last night, though? And you saw it on that goal, man. It's just you guys are great, but when he is out there, is it just a different team?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the best defenseman in the world. You could argue he's the best player in the world.
Stole my job.
Stole Tyson's job.
Yeah.
Got him traded. No, it's completely different. I mean, you'll never replace him. You can't. I think he's going to be the best defenseman ever to play. So, how do you replace a guy like that? And it's so much more fun when he's out there. Good to have him back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is my last one. When did you guys start calling it a soak? He knows. I covered the Mammoth. I do the Mammoth games,
Like
and they
soaking
all
one?
talk
Like-
about soaking shots. When did this become a thing?
I don't-
Soak it to the bucket. Like, don't take it in the head, right?
I think it's probably just, I don't know, locker room natural. Just, I don't know. You soak it. You just, and you can feel it, and you're just like, it sits with you for, when you block one, it sits with you for a few minutes, and you're just like limping it off, and you've soaked it. Absolutely soaked one.
All right. Well, we need to soak some chili ones is what we need to do.
Get a couple suds in you.
I think I'd be a bigger fan of the white one personally.
Yeah.
But the blue one, the non-alcoholic, which Nathan MacKinnon will tell you is the best one. By the way, no chili ones for you for what? At least what?
No,
2 months?
I flew in to keep them on the straight and narrow here. We're going to keep them,
Seriously,
Okay.
let's be fair.
Electrolytes
This is your turn. What is overblown about you? What has been made too big a deal of? Is everything fair?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's always said about me.
You're intense.
Yeah, that's
EJ
true.
made the crack. Don't eat a pizza around you if you're a teammate. Like, is that fair?
When Zadorov's like 20 overweight and he's sitting there eating Alfredo, like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to win a cup, and Big Z's sitting there mucking Alfredo like he's in the off season. Like, yeah, I think you got to say something.
I think people definitely play it up. I don't really like using other people's names to get attention in that sense, like making jokes about people. But it is what it is. I'm intense and I want to win.
So
I don't think I'm the best in the world, but I'm just.
We do.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. But I'm just trying to be my best, and I think as I've gotten older, relax a little bit for sure.
Okay, so you said after the stuffed animal incident in Milan, okay, and when you were talking to EJ, I think you said something of like people that know me, kind of knew what I would be like in that moment. How seriously, whatever became of the stuffed animal? By the way,
I think
do you even know where it is?
Bill Burr had that tweet, and he just said it the best. He's like, I feel like they could have handed out the medals and the stuffies at the same time.
Right.
It's like you have to wait for the stuffy. That was so.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he nailed it.
That's funny. I don't know where it is. No,
I
didn't make it out of the arena.
I texted him. I tried to track it down because I was going to do something stupid for chili ones with it, but he's like, I don't know where it is. Yeah.
I actually didn't even mean to. I wanted to keep it, but I just forgot to pack it.
Dude, it was the most awesome reaction ever. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about me is that I'm just me, and take it or leave it, I guess. So it's my reaction. I'm not going to try to fake anything.
The bleep is this? did you have the thought, what the bleep is this?
I mean, it was just like the guy was giving out like bro shakes and like, I don't know.
Time and place.
I don't know who you are.
Yeah. Time and place just had a devastating loss. Dap me up and give me a stuffed animal. I'm good.
I just didn't know I didn't understand. Like, I guess it was like a Olympic thing. Or,
every medalist got one.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know why we were receiving a stuffed animal.
Because my daughter told me.
I had no idea. So.
She's a skater. So she said it was the mascots.
Okay.
And so that was the point to it. But everybody in the world was like, why would you give any grown man this thing?
Yeah, I didn't.
all?
I was watching. I was there. I was watching. I didn't understand what was going on.
Well, not every silver medal is made the same, right? Sometimes the silver medal is the peak for you as the athlete, and like you overachieved and you finished in second.
Yeah.
And other times, the silver medal is
Keep
not
your
the
stuffy
prize.
in your bro hug.
Yes.
It was like a Saturday Night Live bit. That's what I couldn't believe. So.
Yeah, that was good entertainment. The stuffy part was.
And I'm not really on social media, so I didn't realize how viral it went.
Oh, you were the thing for 3 days.
Yeah.
That's great.
What?
Your site, right?
Perfect. Yeah.
That's what I've dreamed of.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to get another stuffed animal for you with the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Then at that point, I think it'll be embraced. Nathan MacKinnon, everybody. Tyson Berry, chili ones. Tyson, where can the people get the chili ones?
Yeah, they're pretty available, but we're in Ball Arena now. Brooklyn's in the parking lot. Argonauts, Bonnie Bray Liquor. We're starting to get some serious doors here. So
and you guys
try
will
'em
be
out.
at Bonnie Bray tomorrow, correct?
With John Mitchell.
Johnny
Brett
Mitchell
Kane.
and a good friend of mine, Wesley Schultz, singer of the Lumineers, is going to stop by, and he's a part of the brand. And yeah, we got a good crew here. So swing by and grab a case.
So this is all over Ball Arena, or do you have a specific stand?
We've got a
people need
kiosk, section 335, and then I think we're available, in a few spots. But yeah, if you want the full Chili Ones experience, section 335, find us there. We'll be syncing them all playoffs long.
All right, get the full experience right there. Number 4, Tyson Berry. Number 29, Nathan MacKinnon. Guys, thank you for joining us. That was fun.
That was
We
great.
appreciate it. Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, thanks again to Nathan MacKinnon and Tyson Berry for stopping by the studio today, hanging out with us for a little while.
So the text line's already hit it up. Don't you worry. Tyson Berry will be on more throughout the playoffs.
We thoroughly enjoyed our visit with Tyson Berry. We very much enjoyed our visit with Nathan MacKinnon as well. Nate does have playoff intensity to him.
Yeah, I told you,
it is radiating off of him.
So it's the first time I've seen him in, like, not the locker room setting. And I don't even remember the last time I saw him in the locker room setting because you and I don't go cover locker rooms anymore, right? But I told you, because I did a few interviews like that with Demaryius Thomas, which is how I got to know him during his playing time. Nate and Demaryius remind me a lot of each other. There's a quiet, there's just a touch of shyness that you wouldn't expect for their greatness. Like everything, and again, I don't even know if it was fully shy. He's just who he is. He seems like a private person. And
Nathan MacKinnon pushed back on us twice for calling him the best player in the world.
yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. The MVP vote is going to say otherwise.
Yeah,
so.
you are the best hockey player in the world. Now, again, McGee's is pretty damn good.
And so's his teammate McCarr.
Honestly, if you were good, I bet if you pushed him, he would tell you it's still Sid. I bet that's who it is.
Yeah, you're probably, you know what? You're right. I would agree with you.
They hold him, and especially Nate, having grown up with him in Cole Harbor and knowing him as long as he has, they hold Crosby in the highest of esteem.
But he's going to be there too.
Yeah.
When it's all said and done, those two, it's their city.
Yes.
So.
We very much enjoyed that conversation, though. Yes, the playoffs are coming up, but yeah, go hang out tomorrow at Bonnie Bray Liquor, University and Ohio, right by the old studio, by the way.
I've been in there a couple of times.
But yeah, chilly ones tomorrow from 3 to 5. Meet Tyson Berry and John Mitchell. Hang with Brett Kane. Plus lead singer of the Lumineers is going to be there. Is he going to wear shoes? I hope he wears shoes.
Is he not a shoes guy?
It's hey ho and that whole thing. So tastings and giveaways on site. We'll see you at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Actually, I mean, we will be on our show at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
But Brett will be down there. I wouldn't be shocked if he called in.
Good stuff though with Nathan MacKinnon. That was an awful lot of fun, and he did give us some insight into the Olympic stuffy. I'm glad that we know now.
Yeah, I'm glad he talked about it because I don't know. Look, dude, the guy. That moment sucked for him.
But
let's be honest.
But it is funny though, where he was. I think the RBF of Nathan MacKinnon. I think he was going to have it whether he was handed a stuffed animal or not in that moment. He even said, he's like, I would have brought it home. I didn't know what the hell happened to the thing. Went back to the locker room, took his stuff off, and packed up, and was just like, all right, I got to get back to Colorado now.
I don't mean to. I don't want to laugh at his painful moment, but the whole thing. Again, the SNL writers could not have scripted a better bit than that thing.
Yeah.
The most intense athlete in the world, losing one of the things he clearly gave a whole hell of a lot of care about, and you're handing him a Beanie Baby made for a 4-year-old. And like they said, why not just hand it with the medal? Why did it have to have its own presenting?
It was a stoat, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't forget that. Anthropomorphic stoat.
Oh, my daughter broke out all of it. She's like, here's this guy, here's that guy.
Stoats
These are
were
the two
interesting.
big things. They were, you know.
I did stoat research during the Olympics. That was a thing that I did. They're an interesting animal.
Do they look anything like those Beanie Babies?
They do. Well, I mean, it's
right.
Again, they've been cartoonified. In real life, they'll rip your face off.
I was going to say, do you want to run across a stoat?
No,
hey, here's
you
a deadly
don't.
animal and stuffed animal form.
No, stoats are they're some of the world's most ferocious hunters. I don't know if you know that or not, Andy, but yeah, look out for stoats. They're unpleasant. Anyway, great to have Nathan MacKinnon with us.
Yeah,
here
I'm not
today.
sure we'll see him again, but we enjoyed it. He was very cool when he got off the mic.
He was great.
Yeah.
No, he was awesome. Do you think he liked my chickpea joke?
People have noticed, and maybe he was like, hey, calm down. Again. but that's why I asked him what's real and what isn't. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because, again, and remember, EJ has told a couple stories on ESPN, Erik Johnson, but he's not the one that started it. It was
Zadorov.
No. Who was the teammate? Doggone it. Who was the forward that got his back broken against the Kraken that they acquired?
Oh. Why am I spacing his name? Spring.
Which one again?
The smaller forward that got his back broken against the Kraken in that playoff series. He was acquired for the Cup run. He was one of the vet voices.
Cogliano.
Cogliano.
Yeah.
It was Andrew Cogliano. I think he said something to Spittin' Chicklets or something about Nate getting on people during a fantasy football draft and being too intense. And then, have your chickpea pasta during the, while you're out at Twin Peaks or whatever. Someone asked, did Nate give us a good luck on the way out?
Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck.
That's a great question. That's a deep poll listener.
He took a photo with us.
Yeah,
he was delightful.
Man, he was going to take two. He was really, frankly, he was very accommodating for the stature of star that he is.
It is.
You have no idea. He was here for an hour, folks.
He was very nice.
He did not show up for 10 minutes.
He was very nice to everybody.
He was extremely accommodating.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. We're going to do that coming up at 5:20. Chris Dempsey, after Nuggets practice. We're previewing Game 1 next. We begin hour number 3 previewing Nuggets Timberwolves Game 1 Saturday at 1:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Joining us right now to talk some buckets, it's our buddy Chris Dempsey of Altitude. Demps, what's going on, man?
Oh, just living the dream. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Demps, let's start here. The way that the Timberwolves are, and we always talk about this, built to beat the Nuggets and the familiarity that they have with the Nuggets, given that this is round 3, the trilogy. How much of that is a factor in this series, or are the Timberwolves different enough? Are the Nuggets different enough? Like, where are we at in this cycle of, or I suppose, series of series?
That's a good question. I think we're in a space where these teams are just different enough to almost take this series just at face value by itself. I mean, I think the version of the Timberwolves that were built to beat the Nuggets really, the foundation of that was having the double bigs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns. And then you had a player like Nickeil Alexander-Walker who could help you kind of lock down things on the perimeter defensively. And obviously just those individuals are just not there anymore. Obviously Rudy Gobert is, but those other two are not there. And so I think this is a different Minnesota Timberwolves team. You're not going to – they might play some possessions of Rudy Gobert off of Nikola Jokic for him to come over as a help defender.
Yeah.
But but they're not going to have the size necessarily to do that the exact same way that they were able to do that before. So, and then obviously the Nuggets have a host of new players as well. The core players obviously for both of these teams are the same, and I think that to me is the common thread that really gives this the okay. So this is round 3. Like let's see. These teams play each other so much. The common thread of the core players being together really makes it fun. But if you're just breaking this down from an X's and O's standpoint, there's enough different here that each of the coaches of each of the teams can look at this and go, okay, we have to figure out what works this time around.
And I think Chris Finch and Mike Inori, like, they know that what works on Nikola Jokic is throwing the entire kitchen sink at him, right? And it's not just going to be Rudy straight up. It's not just going to be Randall straight up. It's not just going to be DiVincenzo or Ant fronting him and then bringing another defender to the backside. Like, they're gonna throw everything that they possibly have at Nikola Jokic at this stage of his basketball life. How equipped is Jokic to be able to deal with every form of defense that they can try and possibly confront him with?
Yeah, there's nothing that he can't get himself through. I mean, he's seen it all, and obviously he's so great that he can get through it all. Now, I just think the only variable here is, he's not out there on the court by himself. So even if he understands just exactly how to navigate this particular defense or that one or that one or that one or that one, what he still needs is teammates to be able to perform around him, to put him in position to continue to really impact the game in a significant way. And so, what you saw, for instance, what you saw out of the Oklahoma City Thunder last year was, a team that just basically said, okay, we're going to harass, Nikola Jokic as much as we possibly can. Maybe we'll coax some turnovers out of him. Maybe we'll coax the ball out of his hands, and then we'll just live with whoever else wants to be able to shoot the ball. Outside of Jamal Murray, they blitzed him as well a lot of the times as well. But so in these instances, if his teammates don't have answers that can then get the ball back in his hands so that he hands answers, then that's when these defenses become effective. Or if right now this Nuggets team is built in a way to where they have an answer for any single thing that Nikola Jokic might see. So if he's got to get the ball out of his hands to a cutter, a guy in the dunker spot, a guy on the opposite corner, a guy like he can do all those things. But now the payoff is now the teammates put Minnesota in a position so they cannot just overload their defense to Nikola Jokic, and they're thereby resetting the equation and letting Nikola operate with just one, maybe two, in these instances that now he can just thrive as a scorer if he wants to be.
Chris, Scott's told me this, and I feel like I notice it. Maybe it's just because he was pointing it out, but do you feel like the Wolves bring a different energy when they play the Nuggets versus any other team? And does that concern you at all as we head into this matchup?
To be honest, Andy, not really. The Timberwolves are a really good defensive team, man. And they bring that to the court far more often than they don't. And they understand that coming into this series that defensively they are going to have to hold up. Now, they did not hold up in that area against the Nuggets during the regular season. They allowed 124 points per game to the Nuggets, actually 125 points per game to the Nuggets during the regular season. That is a recipe for them being eliminated pretty quickly. And so if they are to survive in any way, shape, or form, that's going to have to improve. But they are equipped to do so. I mean, it is a team that as a collective is a really good defensive team. Obviously, you have Rudy Gobert, who blocks and alters some shots, maybe not at the exact same rate that he used to in the past, but certainly still is a factor down low. Jaden McDaniels is a guy that, as I'm sure Jamal Murray will get to know very well. In this, he's just a really, really good perimeter defensive player. Ayo Dosunmu off the bench, also a good perimeter defensive player. They might not have exactly the same depth defensively individually as they had, but certainly as a collective, that's how they roll. And yeah, I mean, do they get up for the Nuggets? Sure they do. But I think the way I watch Minnesota during the regular season against, most of the teams that they play against, it's a defense first mentality. And to do that, you had better bring energy and effort to the court, or it won't be successful.
All right, beginning of the year, you were a fellow Valanciunas enthusiast with me, and I'm not saying you've fallen off that train, but look, at points, I'll be honest about it. There's times where I think, all right, it looks a little slow out there defensively. The rotations can be a little bit tough, but I still want to see him. I'd like to see him in the sub in the first half, second quarter tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Nate is thinking maybe more small ball. Where would you go with Valanciunas at this point, especially without Spencer Jones in the conversation, it sounds like?
Yeah, it's a good question. I at first blush, I thought this might most certainly be a Jonas Valanciunas series, just because they have Naz Reid that comes off the bench after Rudy Gobert. But also they play those two dudes together on the court. And Naz Reid isn't super traditional as a big. He kind of plays a pick and pop game, more so than rolling to the rim or posting up. So then that does give me a little bit of pause as to how much Jonas Valanciunas that we will actually see in this series. And having thought about that a little bit more, I'm not super sure that we'll see a ton of Jonas in this series. I think the Nuggets, David Adelman is more than happy to play small ball with any team. Now, if Jonas gets on the court, and let's just say in just a random stint of, call it 7 minutes, it's 4 points, 3 rebounds, and it appears as if Minnesota is really having a problem, with him in the paint, then it starts to become more of a Jonas Valanciunas series. But I don't know that it necessarily starts out that way. I think the Nuggets will play small because Naz Reid is more of a perimeter big, and if that's going to be the case, then it'll be limited action for Jonas until they get to round 2 against the San Antonio Spurs. And but you're right, Andy. I love the guy, and I love how he finished the season. It's just very physical. He put everything on the court that he could put on the court, and that he should on the court. And also, it's especially I'm forgetting who they played last year, but the ability to punish a team playing small ball is always still out there for you. So you don't necessarily have to go small ball because the opponent goes small ball. You can put Jonas out there, and if he just punishes that team, then you win. And he plays, and so I think he gives you the opportunity to be able to do that. And I hope the Nuggets just don't toss that to the side, because I think that can be a real big weapon in this series.
Talking to Chris Dempsey. Dempsey, we got about a minute here, and it's just simply all about winning the minutes when Nikola Jokic is not on the floor in whatever way that looks. But let's talk about when Nikola Jokic is on the floor. He's going to be out there with Cam Johnson an awful lot. A mercurial first season as a Nugget, but certainly a strong finish. What are your expectations for Cam Johnson in this series?
Yeah, I expect him to play in the playoffs how he finished the regular season. I mean, it's. You establish a body of work, and you establish a body of work lately. And what he has put on the court lately has been just incredibly aggressive play, obviously good three-point shooting as well. Defensively, very disruptive, been able to get steals and get out in transition and finish around the rim. And in the half court, not shying away from, you get that ball in a dribble handoff. Go ahead and take, he's a big boy.
Get downhill.
Take that thing to the rim. Yeah, exactly right. So if he's not putting those things on the court, I would be surprised. I really would, because I think he's also played himself into a space of confidence where he's not just thinking about it, overthinking it out there. He's just going to take it and go. And that's exactly where you wanted Cam Johnson to be. And that's where he is now. And so no matter if he has a good game or not, I think he should keep himself in that space because, over the course of a 7-game series, very few players have 7 amazing games. You're going to ride that roller coaster up and down a little bit, but what you got to do is keep your head, continue to be aggressive, continue to do the things that made you successful. And I expect nothing less than Cam Johnson in those areas.
That's a really good answer. Chris Dempsey, everybody. Watch Dempsey. He's going to be before games, after games, on Altitude Television, breaking down Nuggets and Timberwolves. Game 1, Saturday at 1:30. Demps, great stuff, dude. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you.
All right, a lot of good stuff in there. I want to dive back into some of what he was saying about Cam at the very end of that conversation. I think he's a critical player. He's a huge swing player to me in this series, and really for this entire postseason for the Nuggets. We have got news from Nuggets practice today. We have got news from Minnesota going into Game 1 on Saturday at 1:30. That is coming up next. Hey, don't forget to go to Bonnie Bray Liquor, University in Ohio, for Chili Ones tomorrow, 3 to 5. Meet Brett Kane, as well as Tyson Berry and John Mitchell. Sign up for your chance to win Avalanche playoff tickets, tastings, and giveaways on site. See you at Bonnie Bray tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It's high five time. Basketball. All right, go ahead, Spring.
Hey, if you're wondering what...
Do you do that every time? I do it every time now.
Give me the ball because I'm going to dunk it. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Nikola Jokic talking after Nuggets practice today at a game 1 against the Timberwolves on Saturday afternoon. Nikola Jokic was asked, what are your thoughts on this upcoming series?
I mean, this is like 7th time that we play against them, and of course it's not even similar to last year. The teams are not similar, and nothing is. Players are better individually and collectively. So the key is probably to set our tone, and we be the aggressors, not them.
We talked to Dempsey about it a little bit, about the kind of the differences in these teams these teams going into this series from what we've seen from past iterations. And Demps was dead on. Like, there is no more Karl Anthony Towns. They aren't as big. Julius Randle's still pretty damn big, and he's been really good as a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves. They still are very long. I mean, Jaden McDaniels is 6'9" with go-go gadget arms, and yeah, Demps was dead on. He's going to spend a lot of time blitzing Jamal Murray in this series and trying to make his life hell and force the ball out of his hands. Now, I do think that Jamal Murray is, and we talked about this earlier in the week, Andy, he's a better playmaker than he has been at any time of his basketball life. I think he is more well-equipped to deal with bigger defenders right now than he has ever been, but he's still going to want to get to his shot. McDaniels is going to try and make it as tough as he possibly can, but the Timberwolves, they know you, they are athletic, and they are huge. They, to me, are a little bit different than Tim Connolly's initial vision, but they're still built to beat you.
Yeah, they are, and again, these teams know each other. This is a true rivalry. We really, I think everybody knows, we make too much of things being rivalries in sports, period, because that's what we all pine for. But
this is a real one.
This is one. Matter of fact, the Spurs one has a chance to be one, but in order to look, the Nuggets are going to minimum see 2 rivals because Oklahoma City's a rival too. I don't think those teams enjoy each other either.
That series last year, it cemented it.
Yeah. So, yes, you're going to play some intense basketball. But again, when I say that, I'm sure people like, aren't all the playoffs intense? No, the Clippers was fun last year. It was nowhere near as intense as what Denver and Minnesota gets going a lot of the times.
Oh, yeah. I'll let you hang out on that take.
That Clipper one was not as angry as I think this one's going to be.
That was a 7-game war, man. That series was.
I think there's something extra spicy when the Nuggets and T-Wolves get together.
There's no doubt about that. And let's do the rivalry conversation. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, today Anthony Edwards talking to the media in Minnesota, and he was asked this.
You mentioned all the number of times you've seen Denver over the last few years. Would you call it a rivalry at this point between you and Denver?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else to call it but a rivalry. Yeah.
Is that good for the league? You don't see a lot of rivals in the league anymore. Do you think that's good for the league?
I think it's a lot of rivalries in the league now.
So?
Yeah, for sure. I think me and Denver is one of them.
Me and Denver. That's kind of funny. You know what, though? I like that because a lot of times people try to, it's not a rivalry. We're not going to give them that special respect, whatever. I do like Anthony Edwards. If he was not a T-Wolf.
It's 3 series in 4 years.
I know.
Yeah. And you know, the first one was a 5-gamer. The next one was a 7-gamer. Again, I got Denver in 6 in this series. I think it's going to go a long time. The other thing about this, Andy, is like think of like the great boxing trilogies, you know, like Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe, Ali Frazier, like the great boxing trilogies. You need a third one. This is the rubber match. Somebody has to win this thing and cement themselves as the leader in this rivalry. That's why this series is absolutely massive.
Oh, it feels very Star Wars-esque to me. That last damn series was certainly Empire Strikes Back from a Denver standpoint.
It sure
with
was.
Luke's hand cut off and what the hell's this dad stuff? And so we need a Return of the Jedi. We need Leia in a bikini to start this thing off somehow. We got to end with everybody dancing and weird... You know, all of a sudden putting Hayden Christensen in it for no good reason. That's what I need.
Let's get some Ewoks out there. and the Nub Nub song or whatever that thing was.
What else would you call it?
Why did they ever change it? It was so good with how bad it was.
Yeah.
Just leave it alone. It was
George
perfect.
Lucas is the man. George Lucas and Kiss are the kings of making money off of what they've already done.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Julius Randle, Timberwolves forward, talking to the media. He was asked, what's his strategy for guarding Nikola Jokic? Here's Julius Randle.
Probably got to call God and talk to him for a little bit and, ask him for a few favors. But it's going to be a tough matchup. He's an incredible player. He does so much on the floor for that team. So it's going to be a battle, but, we're prepared. We're ready for it.
All right. Andy, I think Chris Finch in a perfect world would want to – he'd want to have Rudy Gobert, honestly, like – air quotes, defending like Christian Brown. So he can just float, right? And that's what he would, I think, ideally like to do with him and have Rudy. I think Rudy bothers Jokic more as a hovering weak side shot blocker than he does defending him straight up, because Jokic has cemented that he is able to beat him. The problem is, and I like that Julius Randle joked about it right there, but Jokic will kill Julius Randle. Like that's... And I think Julius Randle's a good player. He cannot defend Nikola Jokic. He does not have the length or the skill to be able to hang with Nikola Jokic. Therefore, what I really do think, and something I'm very eager to see in the first quarter on Saturday, is how many different looks Jokic gets right away in this series. And you might look at that and say, well, do you really have a game plan if you're throwing everything at him? And I would say, yes, that will be Minnesota's game plan. Throw everything at him.
Because you can't let him get comfortable.
Exactly.
Got to keep him guessing.
And if you're coming off of made baskets, throw different stuff at him. The Nuggets counter to that is going to be, as Jokic typically will do against opponents, trying to do that to him, play fast, get the ball up the floor, and try and force them into being off balance defensively. If they can't set, if they're not communicating well enough, you can kill them. Again, Minnesota's answer is, well, if we score, you're going to have a tough time doing this. The chess match of this series, I'm already talking myself into circles, just getting prepared for it.
All right, I'm curious in spring, maybe we just don't have the audio because everybody thirsts for stuff about Jokic for good reason. How far are we away from then this follow-up question is, well, what about Jamal Murray? Because it does, especially the season that he's had, I'm a little surprised there aren't more viral comments about what you have to do to handle Jamal Murray. Because let's be honest, the Nuggets, I think you said it perfectly. The league MVP may be Joker. The Nuggets MVP this year feels a little bit like Murray.
Yeah, I think well, one of the key differences here is, like, yes, Jamal Murray is a great player, but, like, there are guys that play like Jamal Murray.
Sure, but
there's one Nikola Jokic.
I get it, but aren't you a little surprised that we aren't getting some comments about how do you stop him at least together, the two-man game? Because I think I'm just asking this question simply because I think Jamal Murray has also earned to be the right to be a talking point at this point.
They're gonna throw a lot of Jaden McDaniels on him. Obviously, Io is gonna get him as well. And here's one advantage that you have in this series is that Io DeSunmu is a great player, Andy. He's from the premier college basketball program on planet Earth. However, he's not the defender that Nickeil Alexander-Walker is. And not having him in this series, I think that factor is going to be felt for Minnesota. It's just a little bit different. It's still quite good. Demps is right. They're still a great defensive team. I don't think they're exactly what they were when they had NAW out there. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Football news. Hey! Left turn.
Okay, hey, the Miami Dolphins' new GM, Erik Sullivan, doing his pre-draft press conference today. They traded everybody. Well, they don't have anybody because they traded Jalen Waddle. They don't have any good players despite signing Malik Willis. Would they trade Devon Achane, their running back? What's it matter at this point? Well, Erik Sullivan saying today, quote, he's not available for trade.
Yeah, they probably got to give Malik Willis one person he still on the roster when Willis agreed to sign there as a free agent. Can't trade everybody away that was on the roster when Willis agreed to terms, but...
What do you mean they don't have any good players? They still have Greg Dulcich.
Boom. My guy.
That is your guy. You did love you some Greg Dulcich.
No, I wanted to.
Yes, so, you held out that hope.
He's that's who Jonas Valanciunas is right now. I really want you I want to love you. I want to love you. I don't know if you're going to let me love you, but I want to.
Did you know the Dolphins have a cornerback named Storm Duck?
What? No.
I swear to God, they have a corner.
Storm
Duck. Yeah, Storm Duck is his name. Out of
all right, we got to look into this.
Out of North Carolina, Storm Duck has played 16 NFL games.
The name is actually
Storm Duck.
Storm Duck.
Storm Duck.
Not a nickname.
Nope.
Storm.
Nope. Storm Duck.
That's what you say when there's a tornado near you. Storm Duck.
Wow.
Well done.
Wow.
Well done.
Now, see, that was Nate Kreckman. Yeah, thank you. You better weaponize something against yourself. That's your first dad joke.
That was very good.
That's your first dad joke.
He put a comma in the middle of the name.
Look at you.
It was very good.
Yes. By the way,
Storm Duck, the son of Phyllis and Todd Duck. He was named after Storm Logan, a character on the soap opera The Bold and the Beautiful.
All right.
Grew up in Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay.
I'm just giving you some Storm Duck stats.
It's all checking out right now. You'd have shocked me more if he'd have grown up in, like, Chicago, Illinois.
Duck made 2 appearances, 1 start for Miami in 2025, 1 pass deflection, and 2 combined tackles. He would have had more tackles, but he ducked too much.
Hey-o!
He had a knee injury last year. Anyway, he's a first-string cornerback for them right now. Storm Duck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, we did find out who was the pre-draft visit we were talking about.
Omar Cooper.
Omar Cooper did visit the Broncos on March 13th. The Broncos traded for Jalen Waddle on March 18th.
Could Omar Cooper get open against Storm Duck?
I think he did too much, and in order to keep Storm Duck's confidence high, they had to get Waddle out of there.
By the way, speaking of Storm Duck, coming up on Friday, we'll be talking to our friend Stormy Buonantony, NHL ESPN reporter.
That's more. I like that name better.
Stormy.
Where did Stormy come from? You knew her.
I do know.
Bit.
I've known Stormy a long time.
Okay.
That's her name.
It's just Stormy?
She's Stormy.
We had a Stormy Rotman do weather here in town for a while.
That was really her name, or was that like a weather girl nickname?
But yeah,
it was a dude.
Was a dude. Hey, it was kind of the Ron Burgundy era of Denver News, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think Veronica Corningstone had shown up just yet.
Okay.
Kathy Saban was a decade off, I believe, when Stormy Rotman was running the 9 News weather department.
Okay. You had Les Shapiro on sports.
No, it was Ron Zappolo. That was Zappolo's
Oh, that was
desk.
Zap. Okay.
Yeah. Les was at 4.
Okay.
It was Mike Nolan and Ron Zappolo and Stormy Rotman weather, and I think Ed Sardello was handling the desk.
These are some good old Denver media names right there.
Yeah.
Were they all down there ripping cigs at the Denver Press Club?
Oh, yeah.
Hanging out with Dusty Saunders? Yes. That's
making sure Dusty wrote good things about him in the old, what was Dusty always Rocky Mountain News? He was Rocky Mountain News before Post, right?
I think he was, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Oh, that was a different time, my friend.
It really was. Oh, I loved it. Once you just start trading old Denver media names. Yep.
Oh, I'm telling you, you could have had all these guys show up, they all looked exactly as they did when it was time to have the anchor fight in the schoolyard in Anchorman.
Speaking of old Denver media guys, did you see Neil Devlin sit behind the plate the other day at Coors Field during the Rockies-Phillies series?
No.
Always there, man. He's still hanging out of that Phillies fandom, and he's still got that sweet hair.
He does.
Shout out
Good
to Neil
for
Devlin.
him.
Hell yeah, man. You
Yeah,
got
good
it. You
for
rock
him.
it, my friend. Absolutely. And finally, Spring.
High five.
So yesterday, Giants GM Joe Shane said that contract talks between them and defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence they're progressing in a good direction. Then last night, NFL Network reported that those talks had reached an impasse, and then Pat Leonard of the New York Daily News said those talks have been broken off.
Can they trade him for Storm Duck? All right, so
that's a whole lot of that's like a teenage relationship emotion going on right there.
Yeah.
We're together. I love you. I hate you. We're broken up. I'm not going to prom.
Like, They need to have Dexter Lawrence. Like, and the Giants, like Andy, I think they want to win now. I think they view it as like they found their quarterback, they found their coach. The strength of that team is on the defensive side of the football. I think there's some vulnerable teams right now in that division. I think the Giants would like to take a big year one leap in John Harbaugh's first season. I don't know if they can do that without Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you want to get some picks.
You're making a strength a weakness.
You're right. But if the guy's not going to sign, I also think they want to win to make sure that everyone still involved gets a ring before maybe not everyone's allowed to be involved.
Didn't Tish say it's like he's passing it on to his kids now or something like that? Isn't that the word?
Sure.
Okay.
But then you got to pay inheritance tax. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway,
Anywho.
It's interestingly, I haven't heard anything about that for a while. Yeah, Roger.
By the way, someone says shout out to Bob Palmer.
Who was
you don't
Bob
know
Palmer?
nothing about no Bob Palmer.
Who
That's
was Bob
another
Palmer?
classic anchor.
Okay.
All right, let's help Nate with some names. 303-504-0925. Your favorite anchors from days gone by.
80s Denver TV anchors.
Bob Palmer's a good one. Bob Palmer he was like your friendly grandpa. Oh, he had smiles in his eyes. Ed Landis.
And daggers for his producers when he got off air.
We'll do it live. Anybody that has not seen the skit, what was that guy's name?
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
There's a skit out there. I've been promising Spring I'm going to send it to him. There's a guy that basically patches himself in as the producer.
Mm-hmm.
And his response, like he has a retort for everything that O'Reilly yells.
Remember Berman had one of those as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the old on-camera meltdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think all those guys had one back in the day.
I think so.
And you know why you had to take it? Because you were an intern.
What was the Christian Bale? Because somebody it was during.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
For you.
No, that one it was like a lighting guy was like walking around behind the camera or something like that.
What are we doing?
Wasn't that on it was like on the set of like the bad Terminator movie that Christian Bale did. He was going fully in. He was all method for the Terminator movie, and then he just snapped on some poor schmo, some union guy probably that's trying to change a light bulb or something like that. Let me fix this gel or whatever it is.
How about Casey Kasem? He did it.
He's got one.
Casey Kasem lost his mind.
You do
once.
this all the time. You follow me up with a sad dedication, and I got to act like I'm happy.
Spring, how many of these do you have on tape of me and Andy snapping? Probably a few.
Several, yeah.
You know what?
We're as high maintenance as
Your
it
best
comes.
ones would have happened if I actually had to record my commercials around you, but luckily I go home and do it now.
He doesn't subject anybody else at work.
No. Because you're holding another guy up. Don't you hate that? It's like I know I'm keeping him here, so I don't want to keep him here.
Yeah.
And then you stumble one word, you got to start all over. And
one too many HR meetings.
Who wrote this? Renelda Muse. Renelda Muse is a great name.
Keep them coming. I'm interested.
Ernie Bjorkman. How did I forget about Ernie Bjorkman?
Oh, I remember Ernie Bjorkman.
Sure you do.
Yeah,
his daughter went to school with me for a while.
Ernie Bjorkman, he slept in a tanning bed every single night.
Mike Shannon.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. There is play-in madness happening again this evening, Andy. And in fact, we are underway right now in the East. Philly is leading Orlando 10-6. Winner of this one goes straight through. They are on their way to the postseason. Like the Hornets, they're just hanging out, waiting to find out where they're going on Friday night after they played last night. Now the Warriors and Clippers, they're playing for the right to be able to face the loser from last night, the Phoenix Suns. Portland, they already skipped their way into the playoffs. There was a moment, Andy, I don't know if you saw it last night. Denny Avdia was called for a foul. An offensive foul, because as he drove to the bucket, Dylan Brooks' face, to use a Tyson Berryism, soaked Denny Avdia's elbow.
Soaked an elbow.
Yeah.
You don't like to do that.
And they called the offensive foul on Avdia, and I'm like, okay. I get it was his face, but, like, really, like, he made contact with Avdia in the act of shooting. Like, Dylan Brooks fouled Denny Avdia with his face.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I know.
I just keep hearing in the face. It's going through my head from the hangover.
And yet,
they
erased Avdia's bucket and they called a foul on him. They called him for an offensive foul. I thought that was a garbage call.
Is it just a little bit of kindness in the NBA that a guy that just got his face elbowed didn't have to also watch the guy then shoot free throws because your face got in the way of his shot?
I don't think anybody wants to give Dylan Brooks any kindness, but yes.
Now I hear what you're saying. Get your face out of the way.
Exactly. Yes. If you're going to defend.
Again, I'm with you. If he didn't try to, like, what you're saying is he didn't elbow him out of the way. So it shouldn't be a foul.
To me, it looked like it was just in the act of
incidental
shooting.
contact.
Right, exactly.
Would you even go as far to say that maybe just don't blow the whistle? The bucket was made, and let's just go about our business?
Yeah, it could have been a non-call. But Avdia he got the better of it, man. He scored 41 last night. He was friggin' awesome in that game. Jeremy Grant was awesome in that. That was just an entertaining basketball game last night. Honestly, like, playing was really good. Rockies and Astros tonight, second game of this series. Jose Quintana going tonight for Colorado against Spencer Arrighetti for the Houston Astros this evening. That Astros team is a friggin' mess. It'd be nice if the Rockies could
Not a mess enough to come back and win.
Exactly. It'd be nice if the Rockies could actually beat those dudes, snap their 5-game losing streak. The Astros snapped an 8-game losing streak last night against Colorado. But yeah, get a victory. Don't keep this losing streak going into a weekend series against the Dodgers. You don't need that.
You probably don't want that, especially with well, I don't know what to make of the forecast. Friday's game looks like it could be.
It'll be cold. I think it'll be cold more than anything else.
Okay.
Yeah. But I could see him getting baseball in. It'll just be a miserable night. If you're going,
you don't have to though. This is a team you could get back here again, play a couple doubleheaders.
That is true. That is true.
A doubleheader. I mean, they probably get Saturday in, right? Because it's all supposed to just be done. Saturday. See, to me,
I think Saturday's
is
supposed to be fun.
Yeah, that's the game that's probably cold, but
yeah. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, pitching tonight for the Dodgers against the Mets. They are 13-4. No surprise to anybody. They are really friggin' good. The Avalanche have one more to go against the Kraken tomorrow night. Nathan MacKinnon not playing in that game.
Yeah, he kind of let us know that.
As he confirmed to us here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. He is not going. 53 goals on the year for Nathan MacKinnon.
Is that good enough for the Richard? What's going on with is it Cole Caulfield that was chasing him?
Cole
right
Caulfield is the one that
Montreal.
that is hot.
Is Nathan still the betting favorite for the Hart?
He is, yes. 53 goals for MacKinnon. Caulfield's got 51. So he would need he's got, I believe, one game to go.
No, he's done.
He's done.
Yeah, so it's McDavid can score 6 goals
in
one game.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's going to get a Rocket Richard trophy.
Yes, he is.
That was why everybody's been playing these last couple games, much to my fear factor being high.
Yeah, get the heart, go get yourself a Rocket Richard. Absolutely. I don't believe that Makar is going to win the Norris this year.
He may not.
Yeah. It's Zach Werenski's going to win it, right?
Probably.
Spring? Is that what we're looking
correct.
at?
Yep, he's going to win it.
Okay. But the Avalanche, they got the presidents. I think McKinnon's going to get the Hart. He's going to get the Rocket Richard. Yeah, you're good to go.
Let's go get the big one. Who do you think's got the best chance at a Conn Smythe before we start this thing?
Nathan MacKinnon.
You know who I'd low-key...
Have you guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
Heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
You know I could low-key see sneaking into the conversation?
Yoel Kiviranta.
That would be low-key.
That would be
you
very
got that
low-key.
nailed down.
Yes.
What about a Marty Natchez?
Marty Natchez.
Hey, Marty Party, if you were apt to throw a couple dollars down on that thing, and you and I don't, but if you were...
Yeah.
I wouldn't side-eye Marty Natchez too much.
No. He's honestly like if you were going to tick him off,
oh yeah,
you would go Nate and Kale at the very top, and then I think Marty would be the third name on the list, right?
Yeah,
I think that's who you'd go with.
Great question by one of the texters.
What about Sam Mayday Malinsky?
I like him, but probably not. Maybe Conn Smythe.
Okay.
Who's going to win the Messier? Has Nathan MacKinnon done enough to win the Messier? Do we know when does old Mark roll out of bed and name this thing? Do we know? Their spring?
Do any of the books take odds on the Messier?
I don't know how they couldn't. I don't know how you couldn't. It's really the only one I'm interested in anymore.
Yes. For those that do not know, this is an award that we are particularly...
It's the award of the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
We're kind of obsessed with the Messier.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should ask Nate, do you want to win a Messier one day? You think he knows the Messier's out there?
I got to be honest with you. I'm so ashamed of us for missing out on that opportunity to ask him about the Messier award.
Well, until the texter brought it up, I'd forgotten about it.
All right, Andy,
whenever it's brought up.
Exactly. We get obsessed with it again.
We got to talk about it.
Yeah.
What do we have to do to get Nate the Messier? Can you tweet at Messier?
But in all seriousness, how in God...
How is it not Nate?
No, and I mean this seriously. How has Gabe Landeskog never won this award?
That's a great question.
It's a leadership award. He came back from the